We good to go? It's 9 o'clock. All right. Okay, it's 9 o'clock, and I will call the Wednesday, November 16th, 2022 council meeting to order. And with that, do the land acknowledgement that the City of Fort Saskatchewan is located within Treaty 6 territory and Métis Nation of Alberta Region 4, the ancestral and traditional territory of the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis. And we acknowledge the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuits whose footsteps have marked these lands for generations. It is because of our treaty relationship that we can live, work, and play on Treaty 6 territory. Thank you. Okay, so with that, we are here for the purpose of the budget, and I've got City Manager Introduction 2023 operating budget. Just so council knows for process, we're going to try, just rather than doing rotation today, if you do have a question, just click on and we'll go through our regular request list and we'll see how that goes. But being respectful to everybody, maybe just 2, maximum 3 questions, and then move on and allow somebody else so that everybody has an equal opportunity to ask questions. So with that, good morning, Mr. Fleming.
Good morning, Your Worship.
And all the staff.
Yeah, good morning, Your Worship and Council. As always, I'm going to do a fairly straightforward and simple introduction, really just meant to sort of describe the environment under which the budget was put together. And then I'll pass it over to Mr. Eamon for more of the technical details around the budget itself. So welcome, everybody. As always, I do want to extend my gratitude towards the staff who worked on the budget. It is a year-long process, and it's a lot of work. Straightforward and simply, it's a lot of work to put together, a lot of coordination. We were a little bit short-staffed at a few points throughout the process as well. So I do thank the staff that there was a lot of extra hours and weekend and evening hours being put in. And that effort is greatly appreciated, especially to Shannon Andruko and her team, Tosin and Christelle, who put in a lot of extra time, and Mr. Eamon and all of the directors and everyone else who provided supporting material. So thank you very much for that. We are here today to start the process of doing the operating budget of the 3 parts of our budget. We've previously discussed capital and the 10-year capital plan. So this is about doing the operating budget. This was a pretty interesting environment with which for us to put the budget together. It felt like there was we were sort of being pulled in different directions a little bit when we were sort of coming up with our approach and trying to decide sort of in general what should be in and what shouldn't be. So what do we mean by that? Really, we are at the present time dealing with a fairly hot economy, I would say, or a healthy economy. It's difficult to say where that's going to go, though. There's a lot of signs indicating that might be sort of cresting and turning the other direction. That hasn't happened yet, but with rising interest rates, it seems like a bit of an inevitability in a sense. So we were cognizant of that. The supply chain issues that more or less started through COVID seem to continue to persist. And I know for our municipal operations, that is definitely the case. There are still certain things. I had a conversation with somebody just last week about the water meters and that we have to order them more than a year in advance to get them because the water meters have the microchips and the microchips are still not easy to come by. So we are still seeing supply chain issues, and that actually creates both delays in getting work done and getting materials, and it does have a bit of an inflationary effect as well. We're still dealing with what seems to be a fairly tight labor market. We're putting out a lot of postings and not seeing near the interest that we were 2, 3, 4 years ago. So we do feel like that's definitely an impact factor for us. Consumer inflation is up. We know that. When I looked it up a couple of weeks ago, I think it was at just under 6% for this region for the last year. And municipal inflation, which is slightly different, is also up. And you can see evidence of that in the budget binder. Our population growth is up. We got the census results this year, and it shows continued population growth within the city, which does drive our spending. And we are sort of in the middle of what I would describe as an economic transition. The oil and gas sector is certainly healthy and will certainly be around for a while, but a lot of us, especially in this region, are trying to look at what's next and trying to be out ahead of how the economy may change in the coming years. Just some background in general, municipalities are seeing a lot of the impacts of inflation. This isn't a Fort Saskatchewan thing. This is probably international if I was to guess, but all municipalities are experiencing some inflationary impacts. In many cases, there's a lot of us that have to deal with sort of some hangover from those pandemic budgets where we were doing very low property tax increases. And in some cases there we have to deal with the use of reserves and one-time adjustments. For us specifically, there is definitely an inflationary component within our budget. I think the place to see it the best would probably be in the notes section of the fleet facilities and engineering. I believe there's the cost for fuel. I think I was quoted $170,000 more for fuel costs as one example. There are others when you look at things like utilities and whatnot. We did have a little bit of, I'd say, pandemic budget sort of flow through from this. We were really hesitant to try to put new plan requests into the previous couple of years' budgets. And there are a few plan requests that I would say were sort of being held off on, and we put them in here. So you can see some requests for some new staffing and things like that. And then again, the continued population growth, which does drive spending. I don't want to get into detail on this, but when you talk about municipal inflation as being different from consumer inflation, this is a chart that I actually took from the City of Edmonton's a document that they put out every year about their municipal price index. And you can see how inflation affects municipalities. 45% really is wage and salary. Municipal government is a human intensive body of work. It takes a lot of people to do all the things that we do. And if you look at the first two categories, you know, your staffing, human resource costs alone are more than 55%. So that has a significant impact on municipal inflation. Then you get into things like your debt servicing, which right now interest rates are up for when you take out new debt. Our contracted services are heavily affected, and a few other things. The fuel that I mentioned really doesn't have a huge impact on the overall budget, but $170,000 still $170,000, so it's still material. Our overall approach in this budget, we really tried to present a trued up budget to council. So what do we mean by that? We did not look to use reserves or any other one-time measures to reduce the property tax impact. So the 3.1% increase in municipal taxes that we require is meant to be sort of an all-in without passing any future problems forward. We used a lot of fairly conservative placeholders if there was an amount that we didn't know about. We sort of went on the high end, so we don't want the 3.16 to be a number that goes up. Ideally, if as we get to April and final budget approval, that number would come down more easily than it would need to go up. We took a fairly straightforward approach towards services and just said maintain services and that we are addressing the population growth in a few areas. You see the impacts of growth when you look at the roads. The staffing request for roads is one example. There's a request for a position for planning and development that is also volume growth related. Impacts of inflation, you see that in salaries and wages, supplies and materials, contracted services, things of that nature. Some new initiatives in the budget. The diversity and inclusion is something I would describe as a new initiative. We've been doing it as a pilot for a few years. So this plan request essentially asks council the question, do we want to continue that on a more permanent basis or not? The land management pilot land management has been something that's been a bit of a tight spot for us since I've been here. So this is essentially us looking to take a step forward and to try and see if adding some extra resource into that will help us move forward. And then there is a significant departmental restructuring that's meant to both help us deal with the volumes of work that are within the Public Works Department right now as it sits, and to give us some resources and subject matter expertise to look at sustainability, climate change, readiness, and things of that nature. So some high-level considerations: there are no service level reductions that were being proposed in this budget. Although we do continue to focus on reallocations, you'll see in the notes sections of many of the departments, when we're able to achieve a savings or an efficiency somewhere, the first place departments always look for when they need more money for something is they look within their department and they see if they have a savings or efficiency that they can find. And I do believe that allowing and strongly encouraging that reallocation gives us the best, it helps us keep that property tax increase number down as much as possible. And there are a few examples of reallocations in this budget. Just a couple things I want to point out, and I mentioned it already, but we are going to do a census for next year, so we can hopefully get an updated number for our population. And then there is a placeholder for transit on page 4.5. I did want to point this out because it is a significant budgetary increase, but it doesn't come with a plan request, simply because it is for a commission that we're a part of. And that number is in as a placeholder because we don't have final numbers from the Transit Commission yet. So we took what is the highest number that could be based on our own calculations and some preliminary discussions with the Transit Commission. And then as the Transit Commission moves forward and gets more refined numbers, that number could potentially come down depending on what we learn. Also want to point out some other significant budgetary impacts similar to that last one that don't have their own plan requests but do impact the operating budget, is that council did recently debate the capital budget. And there are projects that get approved through the capital budget that flow through and have an impact on the operating budget. They don't have plan requests, so you kind of have to look back to the capital budget. On my slide is a list of a few of the most significant ones. $124,000 increase for road rehab. That's inflationary. $276,000 increase for the neighborhood rehab program. That's part of our continued quest to get, and I believe the final leg of that quest, to get the MSI money that we were using in our neighborhood rehab out. So we've been doing that for 6 or 7 years. We finally achieved that. And then the Veterans Way corridor widening, the debenture payments for that impact this operating budget to the tune of almost $400,000. So just those are things for you to keep in mind about what impacts the operating budget as we go forward. So from here, I'll turn it over to Mr. Eamon, and he can walk you through a little bit more of the process and the detail.
Well, thank you, Mr. Fleming, and good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Jeremy Eamon, Chief Financial Officer for the City, and I'm pleased to provide Council with an overview of the proposed 2023 operating budget. The purpose of my overview is to highlight the proposed changes and key areas within the operating budget, as well as help prepare you for what to expect during the course of the budget meetings. Before I begin, I'd like to take this opportunity as well to thank administration and staff for their considerable efforts in preparing the budget document for these meetings. Just a few housekeeping items to start off with, starting with the budget timetable. The timetable has been structured so that Council can hear the proposed operating budget in its entirety before commencing budget deliberations. Presentations of the 2023 operating budget are scheduled for November 16th and the 21st, and Council deliberations are scheduled for November 24th and December 1st as needed. All meetings will be held in Council chambers from 9 a.m. until 4 p.m. Operating budget presentations will include time given to directors to present their departmental operating budgets and for Council to ask clarifying questions and obtain further information as needed. As well, on the morning of the 21st, Council will hear presentations from the Fort Saskatchewan Public Library, the Heartland Housing Foundation, and the Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Services Commission. Budget deliberations typically close with Council and Administration covering off flagged items during the presentations and addressing any final questions. Council is scheduled to formally approve the 2023 municipal budget on December 13th, and Council's approval of the 2023 property tax bylaw, which sets the property tax rates for next year, is scheduled for April 25th or May 9th. The exact date depends on when Strathcona County passes its property tax bylaw, because the area annexed from the county is subject to the lower of the city and county tax rates. And as Mr. Fleming mentioned, Council heard presentations of the proposed 2023 capital budget and the 2023-2032 capital plan on October 3rd, and Council deliberations took place on October 6th. So according to the Municipal Government Act, each year Council must approve an operating and a capital budget, as well as prepare and adopt written 3-year operating financial plan forecasts and 5-year capital plans as a minimum. Therefore, on December 13th, Council is scheduled to approve the 2023 operating and capital budgets, along with the user fees and charges bylaw, which establishes the user fee schedule for 2023. In addition, Council will adopt the City's 3-year operating financial plan forecast and accept it as information. In June of 2023, Council is scheduled to perform an additional review of the 10-year capital plan prior to its adoption. As in prior years, Administration recommends that Council follow the flagged items process, which allows Council to receive the entire budget presentation and further information if needed prior to commencing budget deliberations. The process also allows other members of Council to be aware of the flagged items and/or potential motions that may come forward during the deliberations, and Administration the time to prepare further information as needed. At the conclusion of each budget presentation, Council may ask Administration clarifying questions. These do not require Council consensus or a vote. These could include questions that can be readily answered by Administration, or if the information is readily available, can be brought back to Council in a timely fashion. If the information is not readily available, or if a considerable amount of work is required, the City Manager will advise Council of potential options and a timeline for when the information will be made available. Should a Council member wish to flag an item for later discussion, the Mayor will determine if there is unanimous consent. If unanimous consent is given, then the item will be considered flagged. If not unanimous, or if a vote is requested by any Council member, a vote will be held, and if the item receives a majority of votes, then the item will be considered flagged. Council members wishing to put forward a motion during the presentations that is not specific to a presented or a flagged item should give notice of motion, which would then be addressed during the budget deliberations. Flagged items will come back to Council after the operating budget presentations have concluded, which will most likely be on either November 24th or December 1st. And Administration will keep a record of all flagged items and will reconfirm them with Council as needed. The City uses priority-based budgeting tools, data, and analysis in the development and reporting of its annual budgets. PBB is a leading best practice for local government that develops program inventories and costing and shows how programs align with community priorities to help prioritize spending. As part of the PBB process, all programs were scored against the City's established community and governance results and basic program attributes. All programs were then prioritized by assigning the final results to quartiles, with Q1 and Q2 programs being most aligned with the City's strategic priorities, and Q3 and Q4 programs being the least aligned. The proposed 2023 operating budget is presented in a program-based format and was developed by departments reviewing and analyzing their individual programs to identify areas where resources could be saved. This could be achieved through such means as service level decreases, internal or regional partnerships, cost recovery, program efficiency, program elimination, and/or service level increases. More information on PBB can be found in the budget document within the Budget and Brief Section 3 and Section 23, the appendix. So departmental operating budget presentations will follow a consistent format throughout, with an emphasis on programs and program delivery. After brief introductions, directors will speak directly to their programs we manage. They'll begin by highlighting any specific proposed changes year over year, and next they may present, as applicable, adjustments to their base operating budget revenues and or expenses, which could include budget reallocations, efficiencies, savings, and or cost increases identified. Proposed changes to their service levels, key initiatives within their department business plans for 2023, along with updates on key items from their 2022 focus programs and their focus programs for 2023. For those departments with 2023 operating budget requests, directors will present them for council's review and consideration. And the last item to be presented are the 2023 proposed user fees and charges, which have been consolidated within section 19 of the budget document. Directors will each present in detail the review processes they followed for updating and establishing their 2023 user fees and charges. More specifically, the guiding principles and key factors that were considered from the city's user fees and charges policy. In addition, they'll present any proposed new fees, revised fees, and or canceled fees. And just one final note, that after the department presentations have concluded, council will hear separate presentations from administration for community grants and programs, utilities, and financial reserves. So next, I'll provide a high-level summary of the proposed changes to the 2023 operating budget over last year. Both city operations and utilities are included. The proposed 2023 operating budget consists of total budget revenues and expenses of $89.5 million, inclusive of the new tax revenue requirement. This represents a net increase of approximately $6.1 million over the 2023 base budget. The base budget equals the 2022 approved budget after one-time items have been removed. Proposed changes from the base budget are reflected in 26 operating budget requests that will be presented to council over the course of the budget meetings, along with adjustments that are described within the notes section of the budget document. For a complete listing of the operating budget requests, please refer to page 3-26. Highlights of proposed changes to the city's revenues include a new tax revenue requirement of approximately $1.7 million, tax assessment growth of $1.5 million. This is additional property tax revenue due to the estimated growth in residential and non-residential property assessments. Additional utility revenue of $0.9 million to offset increases in utility operating costs. A net decrease of approximately $50,000 to fines and penalties revenue. A net increase in user fees and charges revenue of $0.4 million. And an increase in other revenue, including investment income of approximately $1.7 million. Highlights of proposed changes to expenses and other items include an increase to committed capital items of $0.9 million. This includes the operating impacts of previously approved capital projects, inflation adjustments of approximately $2 million to reflect anticipated cost increases related to compensation, maintenance contracts, fuel, and supplies. An increase in growth-related expenditures of $1.6 million for new staffing positions along with some new initiatives, an increase of $0.2 million in one-time items, and lastly, an increase of $1.3 million to other expenses and other items. Next, I'll provide some highlights of related to city staffing. More information on the proposed changes to city personnel can be found within the 2023 personnel summary, and this is located on page 23-31. Based on the T2 Financial and Management Report for the 8 months ended August 31st, the city is projecting a staffing surplus to the end of 2022 of approximately 62,000, a relatively small number given it's based on a salaries, wages, and benefits budget of approximately $31 million for 2022. There are currently 473 total staff, including 250 full-time, 27 permanent part-time, 7 elected, 160 temporary or casual positions, and 29 paid on call. Of these, there are currently 12 staff members on leave. The split between union and non-union representation is 61% union and 39% non-union, which is comparable to prior years. For 2023, a $73,500 increase to the corporate salary mitigation adjustment is proposed, bringing the total credit balance to approximately $870,000. The salary mitigation adjustment reduces the overall salary, wages, and benefits budget for the city. Each year, administration reviews this amount by comparing 5-year variance of actuals to budget for salaries, wages, and benefits to determine if any adjustments are needed. And just a reminder, the salary mitigation adjustment was first approved by Council in the 2018 budget to account for citywide staffing vacancies on an ongoing basis to help mitigate the risk of significant staffing surpluses. The adjustment is reflected as a credit in the operating budgets for fiscal services and utilities. Moving on to community grants and programs, you'll find information on these in section 22 of the budget document, with details of the proposed changes for 2023 listed on page 20-3. As I mentioned earlier, administration will be presenting community grants and programs as a separate item during the budget presentations, and council will hear presentations directly from representatives from the Library, Heartland Housing Foundation, and the Edmonton Metro Transit Services Commission on November 21st. Pursuant to the Grants to Nonprofit Organizations policy, the city provides financial and in-kind support to various community nonprofit groups and organizations, boards, and committees whose activities benefit our citizens. The proposed 2023 operating budget includes total recommended community grants and programs of approximately $1.96 million, reflecting an increase of $265,000 or 15.6% over last year's approved budget. The proposed increase includes funding for several new grants, along with increases to existing grants. The Fort Saskatchewan Public Library's appropriation request for 2023 is $1,317,000. This reflects an increase of approximately $83,000 or 6.7% over 2022. Contributions to regional partners for 2023 total $5,000. Last year included a $1 million contribution to Alberta Transportation for the Highway 15 pedestrian river bridge. In addition to financial support, the city also provides in-kind support of approximately $1.3 million annually to various nonprofit organizations. In-kind support may include staff time, use of city facilities, repairs, maintenance, and other services provided by the city at no cost. Further details of the city's in-kind support is shown on page 20-7. The city's 3-year operating financial plan forecasts for 2024 through 2026 are as shown. The detailed forecast, along with supporting notes and assumptions, is located in the appendix, section 23, pages 33-37. The total forecasted revenues, expenses, and other items are summarized by year and include both city operations and utilities. Operating financial plan forecasts are an integral part of the annual budget process and are required under the MGA. The forecasts evaluate current and future market conditions and incorporate the city's multi-year plans and department business plans to help guide policy and inform decision-making. The 3-year forecast shows total city revenues increasing from $87.8 million in 2023 to $98.6 million in 2026. The forecast includes annual increases in total revenues each year between $3.5 and $4 million, including growth estimates. Forecast expenses increased from $75.6 million in 2023 to $84.5 million in 2026, with annual increases ranging between $2 to $3.9 million. The forecast additional tax requirements range from a low of $1.3 million in 2025 to a high of $4 million in 2026. The increase in 2026 is due to the commencement of debt repayment and servicing costs related to major capital projects proposed in the 10-year capital plan. It's important to note that since these figures are based on future plans, estimates, and assumptions, actual results may vary from forecasts. And just one final item before closing. The appendix to the budget document, section 23, has some additional information that readers may find useful. This section includes traditional line item budgets for the entire city and for each department, the 2023 personnel summary, 3-year operating financial plan forecasts, along with 3-year operating actuals for years 2019 through 2021, 2023 department focus programs, and updates to the 2022 focus programs. And we've also provided links to supporting documents such as city policies, service levels, department business plans, priority-based budgeting information, along with some key budget terms and definitions. And that concludes my overview of the proposed 2023 operating budget. Mr. Fleming and I are happy to answer any questions up to this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So these questions will be just based on basically the overview that they've provided at this point in time. Clarifying questions, Councillor Blizzard.
Hi, thanks for the presentation, both of you, and welcome to the budget. I just have a question. You had 473 as our total employees. What's our FTE for total FTE? Do we know that number? And then tying, here's why I'm asking, are we comparable to other cities our size? And I know land is different in different cities, but, you know, are we kind of in the ballpark for cities our size have that many? Are we way low, way high? Just because it's our biggest expense, I think that's an important thing to look at.
Total FTEs are about 320,000 or 320
We're above then.
employees are
Okay.
FTEs. As comparable, we'd have to do that and come back with that information.
Yeah,
It varies.
just, you know, I'm just curious because I think when that's or more than half of our budget that we're looking at, that's a 55% was written down on the one. You know, that's a huge thing that should be looked at just to make sure we're not, if we're low, maybe we're good or maybe we, you know, justify having more, but I'd like to know that.
Okay, you're good.
Just through your worship, if I can just add to, there is a resource that the provincial government provides where you can go in and pull some comparable data on municipalities. And I've done it before. The last time I checked, I think we had 9 FTEs per 1,000 residents, and I can go back and update it and see where we stand compared to other cities and whatnot. The last time I did it, which was probably about 2 years ago, we were pretty much smack dab in the middle.
Okay.
So, but I can check.
Sure, if it's not a...
No.
Okay, thank you. And I've just got one question. So our debenture payments and retirements of that, is that in the financial services where we'll be discussing those? I won't ask the question now. I just need to know where they are.
To your worship, so the debenture that you're speaking to actually expires at the end of 2023, so that'll become a budget item for 2024.
Okay.
It's in fiscal services.
But it would be, yes, yeah,
Okay.
where the payments are is in fiscal services.
Yeah. Okay,
yes,
that's just, I just wanted to know where it was. I didn't see it. So, okay, thank you. Councillor Harris, clarifying question.
In your presentation on the staffing levels, you had identified 7 elected, which I presume is the 7 people sitting around this table. Is there a reason why you put us in with the staff? Because obviously we are not staff members. Is that just for ease of tracking of information, or what's the reason?
Through your worship, to Councillor Harris, it's just mainly it's considered an employee, and so it's included as part of the 473. So just to identify that, no particular reason other than it's part of the payroll system and included as a total.
But legally, we're not employees.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly, clarifying questions.
Thank you. Would it be possible, or is it difficult to get FTE data for the last 3 years or 4 years or 5 years? Is that readily available, Shannon? Reasonably readily available? Could you get that for council sometime in the near future, please?
Yep.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you. It looks like all the questions for now. So let's take it away, and we will try and have breaks at reasonable times. If anybody needs one in between, let me know so that we can take a break. But with that, we are starting out with Infrastructure and Planning Division. So Public Works Department, Richard Gagnon.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Richard Gagnon. I'm the Public Works Director. In assisting with this presentation, in the back is Brian Rogers, Managers of Roads and Utilities, and Janelle Hart, Managers of Parks. Also in the audience is Jean Gallant, who is our Transit Supervisor. We're here to present the 2023 Public Works budget. And please refer to section 4 of your budget binder. Public Works oversees the operation and maintenance of our road system, city parks, transit services, as well as utilities including waste, water and sewer. Please note that the utility section, managed by our department, will be addressed in a separate presentation. Currently scheduled, I believe it's on November 21st. So under roads, parks, and transit business units, we oversee a total of about 12 programs. Example of those programs include the cemetery operation, playground and outdoor venue maintenance, snow clearing and ice control, local and commuter transit services, just to name a few. We have a total of about 52 FTEs, which is a mix of permanent full-time and temporary part-time staff to fit our seasonal operation. You can find financial details on the programs we manage on page 4.3 of your budget binder. Here's some highlights for you. Overall, our proposed 2023 budget expenses for road, parks, and transit services is $9.3 million. And the 2023 proposed revenue for these business units is just under $727,000. This results in a net 2023 budget of just over $8.6 million. This is an increase of $631,525 over the 2022 budget. This increase is mainly due to the following items. South Fort Meadows outdoor ring operation, a total as of it's captured also in note 2, 3, and 5 for a total of $32,600. The impact of a new utility and sustainability department captured in notes 2, 4, and 10 for a total of $34,400. The impact of the 2022 and the 2023 road growth plan as detailed in notes 7, 8, 9, and 10 for a total of $171,429. A projection reduction in the light turning revenue at $51,000 shown in note 9. And finally, a placeholder in the amount of $314,740 for the local and regional transit programs. This placeholder will be further refined in the upcoming months as the Edmonton Metro Regional Transit Commission budget is finalized, and I believe the board will be looking at it tomorrow for finalizing the budget, Thursday. And discussion on service level, asset transfer, reserve transfer, and assistance by the city in the transit operation in 2023 are concluded. So we still have some work to do. Administration will assess the impact of the Regional Transit Commission levy, which we'll know more tomorrow, and will report findings to Council in the second quarter of 2023. Please note that the Regional Transit Commission is scheduled to present here at Council on November 21st at 10 a.m., and they'll provide an update on where they're at on the levy and also the 2013 operation when they will start. And also they'll be available to answer your questions. In terms of services, when we look at parks operation, the only change in service level is the operation of the South Fort Meadows outdoor rink. In 2023, our team will focus on developing a urban forest protection and enhancement plan, as approved in September, in collaboration with other departments and stakeholders. And of course, we'll maintain our operation for parks. In roads operation, there's no change in service levels. We will also continue the implementation of the road growth plan to ensure current service levels are met. We will also gather storm pond data and develop a preventative maintenance program as we're learning on the maintenance of those facilities. And for transit services, the regionalization of our transit services remain our focus, including the transfer of operation from the city to the Transit Commission and the integration also of the regional smart fare, which is a way for people to travel around the region using one card. Public Works brings 2 budget requests for consideration by Council in 2023. Budget request 320061, Road Growth Plan, on page 47 of your budget binder. The Road Growth Plan is a 7-year program and implementations that started basically discussion in 2020, but with implementation and budget in 2021. The overall goals of the road growth plan is to increase resources to our road business unit by adjusting our contracted services, for which we have done in the past, by adding 4 full-time equipment operators up to 2024, and by reclassifying positions to enhance supervisory capacity, and by adding and replacing heavy equipment to sustain service level for our road program for the next few years. The road growth plan was reviewed in 2022 in preparation for this 2023 budget, and we did learn a few things last year, especially during the snowstorms. In 2023, our operation budget requests include 2 full-time operators starting in July 2023, and a new team lead designation to support the road foreman in our operation year-round. The ongoing impact is $146,140 in 2023, and an additional $94,192 in 2004. The second budget request, 720219, River Valley Master Plan, on page 413 of your budget binder. Last year, during the 2022 budget deliberations, Council directed administration to bring back a River Valley Master Plan for consideration during the 2023 budget deliberations. The plan will create an overarching vision for the Fort Saskatchewan River Valley, encouraging use and enjoyment by all users of these land, while also maintaining the ecological integrity of the river valley. It's a fine balance. The cost of the River Valley Master Plan is $174,800 to be financed through the River Valley Enhancement Reserve. On page 414 of the operating budget request, you'll find that administration also provides an option to Council to consolidate this work with the Open Space Master Plan, which is scheduled to begin in 2024 following the land use bylaw. Regarding fees and charges at Public Works, please refer to page 19.3 of your budget binder for highlights on the fees and charges. In terms of process, yearly Public Works fees and charges are usually adjusted for inflation. The cemetery fees and charges are also compared to other municipalities such as City of St. Albert, Spruce Grove, Camrose, and Leduc. The transit fees were also reviewed this year, and basically we had several discussions with other municipal transit services providers, other municipalities, on what they were doing, especially with the commission coming in, and also the Smart Fare program, the Smart Fare card also coming on board. So we basically have a common approach to fees and charges, which you will hear a bit later. The inflation rate, in terms of highlight, the inflation rate applicable to fees and charges for parks and roads is on the fees and charges is 6.67%. The cemetery fees was also adjusted, but especially the sale of the niche in our columbarium units were adjusted to promote the sale of the lower row niches, as inventory at this time is almost double of what the upper rows are at this time. So about 34 versus 16. So we adjusted those fees in order to make the lower rows a little bit more attractive. In terms of transit fees and charges, basically we propose the 2022 rate remains to encourage the ridership and also to facilitate the integration of the regional Smart Fare and the ARC card program, as well as the regional commission. The Smart Fare program is just coming in November and December. You will see that, and our fees and charges are integrated with them. We will see the Smart Fare program in Fort Saskatchewan in 2023. We still have to equip our future bus with all the equipment and all the hardware for the tap-in, tap-out for the cards and everything else. So, but at this time, we recommend to maintain the 22 rate. In the past, when we increased the rates for transit, sometimes it was more than a 3 or 4 or 5%. Sometimes we had to increase the rate by, let's say, 25 cents because it makes more sense that way on people when they drop cash and things like that. So at time we had an increase of 10% a few years ago, just to round it up to the closest 25 cents. So at this time we feel that the rates are fair. And in terms of snow, in terms of the snow dump fee that we had, we don't have a snow dump, so we basically removed that fee as we do not provide that service. Thank you. This is my presentation for this morning, and our team is available to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. So as indicated before, we will just have people log on and 2, maximum 3 questions, and then you can log back on. Councillor Abatoye, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Gagnon, for your presentation, and huge shout out to everyone that's worked on these budgets. I really enjoyed reading it, so thank you for all of your work. It's highly appreciated. But first of all, let me just ask a process clarifying question. So we're still going to have a section where we deal with fees and charges, right? Because I feel like Mr. Gagnon spends a lot of time talking about the fees.
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, basically the fees and charges will be discussed and presented at the director level. So this is your opportunity to ask questions on fees and charges.
Oh, so we're not going to have any section on fees and charges after this?
Not a separate section, no.
Really? Okay. Okay. Well, thank you again for your presentation. My first question is on the first plan request. So my question is, first of all, how many operators do we currently have at this service level for the roads and the snow clearing and all of that? And the shortfall, how are we dealing with the shortfall currently?
Your worship to Councillor Abitoye, I'll ask maybe Mr. Brian Rogers to come here, who oversees the operation of roads,
Okay.
and have some a bit more specific numbers.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Worship and Council. Could you repeat the question, please?
My question is, how many operators do we currently have at the current service level that we are providing in our community? And I'm assuming the reason we have this request in front of us is because there is some sort of shortfall in the current service level. So how are we dealing with that shortfall currently?
So currently we have 13 permanent full-time operators, and then through the wintertime I'll also have a temporary labor staff. That allows me to have 3 different shifts throughout the wintertime, but we do not have full-time coverage through evening hours and 16 hours on weekends, 14 hours on weekends. So a lot of that is covered off by overtime, or if we have a downtown, you guys all notice when we haul downtown snow, if I only have 4 operators on a crew, I have to shift somebody else's crew into a nighttime or bring them in on a nighttime shift. Then we also supplement with contractors, trucking, bobcats, stuff like that. It really comes down to being able to be available and not burning out everybody. And last winter really taught us a new lesson of where our city has grown to, the expectations. We've got some major roads here now that are being developed, and yes, we're doing some traffic calming, but that traffic calming does slow down a bit of operations because you don't want to hit it, you want to go around it. So it's a fine balance of where we're growing. We also know there's going to be coming on some new roads on the south side. That's also part of a future equipment requests. Those will be reviewed yearly to see what's the best choices. So that's kind of where we're at.
Okay, thank you. So the reason I asked this question is, so we're asking for 2 permanent full-time operators, but I don't see a corresponding reduction in our contracted services, and I'm not sure that's a question for you. That's probably a question for finance. There isn't. I see a reduction in contracted services in 24 and 25, but I do not see a corresponding reduction in contracted service for 23.
Okay, we'll let Mr. Gagnon answer that.
Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Abitoye. The adjustment to we did an increase of, I'll give you the contracted services from the plan, about $165,000. I believe it was in 2021 to help
Yep.
us out to basically increase that. We found that we were, when we look at the actuals, about $50,000 we were always short with contracted services when we, especially on the snow removal, and then we're talking about contractor to help us out with graders or to haul the snow away with trucks and things like that. So we were always a little bit short. So that leaves us with about $115,000 that we basically had there to help us out with, especially the aspect of snow removal. We time the reduction of this $115,000 over 2 years when a new grader is purchased. And when that grader is purchased, then that will provide us the I think that the tools to say, okay, now we have the staff and we have the equipment to reduce that contracted services, if that makes sense to you.
Yes, no, it does. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Macon.
Good morning, Richard. Good morning,
Morning.
Brian. Two quick questions. I think just in your presentation, the numbers that you said doesn't match ours. So I just wanted, for point of clarification, you said 146, 140. Our stuff says 148. Just clarifying, it's 148. For the cost for this year, the cost impact. You said 146, but we have 148.
Let me just 148, 140.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure on that.
Sorry for that.
That's okay. And then just for in your in the growth plan in 2026, there is no operating impact for that year, but we do have the upgrade and replacement of a tandem truck. So there's no additional operating impact with having that brand new equipment, no increased reserve or anything like that.
Yeah. So when we're looking at the in 2026, I just want to see. You're on page 410. Just want to make sure I got the same.
4.9 has the upgrade, the replacement, and 4.10 has the no staffing or operating impacts.
Yes. So when we look at the tandem truck in 2026. The replacement is just a regular replacement, so normally those don't have operating impact because it's just the replacement.
Okay.
What we want to do is on those tandem trucks, and what we learned last year, we had an incident where a tandem truck basically got into the ditch, right? And we believe we can avoid these things if we had a wing on the side of the tandem truck instead of just having a plow in front, right? Especially when it's dark, it's windy, and there's snow. The wing really helps. So what we want to do is when we change, we're going to change 2 of those trucks, at least for one of them to bring a wing on the side. And that operating impact of adding the wing will be seen in 2027.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Nguyen.
Good morning. Last winter was definitely a bit of an anomaly in the scope of the last 10 years, and I think we did a great job. You guys did a great job coordinating the efforts for snow removal and clearing. My question is adding two operators. If we don't have a winter like we did last winter, or even if we don't have an average winter, it's really slow. Say we only do one clearing a month with crews. What do the operators do in the meantime, or what are they doing with their time as employees?
Through your worship, to Councillor Nguyen. So there's always smaller items to do. Parking lots, the chip bins. We do help out with pathways. We do help clean off the pork chops on the highway. Still signs that people like to hit. The Christmas decorations. There's the back alleys through the downtown core. So it's not so much the volume of snow that always gives you something. It's even a bit of snow causes more work than a bunch. I'd rather take 10 centimeters than 2 centimeters. Of snow because you can go deal with it. So there's always something rolling through and doing.
You bet, yeah. So our service level almost depends on what the weather is doing for that service.
So with the operators, what it will do is we'll either strengthen crew or we'll create another crew to take up some of our shortcomings, like a weekend or an evening that time. And it all depends as what we learn is, and I always say that it's how the city hums. Like you'll learn when traffic goes, where traffic goes. As soon as they introduced South Fort Drive, all of a sudden the highway became a priority, but you had to add South Fort Drive because everybody was shortcutting. So all of a sudden your traffic really picked up on South Fort. So you didn't anticipate that. You thought you could get to it at 8 o'clock. No, I got to get to it at 4 o'clock. So it's as we develop these roads, what does our timing become? And that depends on our shifts and our crews where we put them.
Yeah, okay.
Your Worship, to Councillor Nguyen, just to add a little bit to this, the plan is we talk a little bit about, okay, are we missing stuff? We're also looking forward. We're looking at a community that is growing every day. Right? Our community is not getting smaller; it's getting bigger. That's the fact. And then development is encouraged. So at the end of the day, we see more roads coming to us as well, more things, more infrastructures to maintain. So we have to plan for that. The weather is unpredictable. It's difficult to have a business unit that has to react to the weather, especially when in the winter. We've seen like the weather changing drastically over the last 2 or 3 weeks. But what we learned and what we read and looking at, some overall climate change type of documents, especially prepared by the City of Edmonton, what we think we're going to see from what we know and what they report is a variety of weather that a mix of snow followed by a mix of water, potentially rain, freezing again, and more snow and more freeze and thaw and things like that. So that it seems that there's a consensus on that variation, and that creates issue for us, especially when it's time to maintain our roads, because not only we deal with snowfalls and things like that, but also freeze and thaw, and that aspect also increase the cost of maintaining the road in the summer, but with potholes and things like that. So these are the things we hear. This is what we see. This is what we read, and we're just trying to get ready for that as we're moving forward. What I found is with especially with the snow removal, when you face those temperature and then those storms, you don't want to be short. You want to be out there. You want to do it. You want to get it done. If not, you hear about it.
Yeah, thank you. My other question has to do with the River Valley Master Plan, and I think I know the answer to this. It should be a simple answer. Why is this being proposed in our budget if it's not administration's recommendation?
Your Worship, to Councillor Nguyen, it was a request from council.
From council,
and that's why we brought it forward.
Why it's in this.
And as things evolve, as we're looking at this, and we were discussing this last year at this time, and as we're preparing the documents in June and May, and as things evolve, this is something we found that potentially that this could be looked at with maybe the development of another plan. So we bring for you as an option.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Kelly.
Excuse me, thank you. Given your comments on the River Valley Master Plan, and Mayor Katcher, I think it appropriate to flag that particular request 72-0219.
Okay, I'll just ask, is there any objection to flagging that item?
Okay, thank you.
Not seeing any, then that'll be our first flagged item. Go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. I believe our community really appreciates our good road system, and I can assure you that I do. I just need to take a trip into our big neighbor to the southeast to be reminded every kilometer how good our streets are, and I appreciate the good work, support your work. The transit comparator, or not comparator, pardon me, but placeholder of approximately $315,000, that's meant to be a placeholder for anticipated increases in both local and regional?
Your Worship, to Councillor, yes, it is for an increase for the commuter. It's difficult to separate it because there's also increase maybe in administrative costs potentially. But overall, it's for both programs. I think that we put it more into one program at this time as a placeholder. But overall, what you're going to see is as the commission comes in, it will be hopefully one day one number that goes to the commission. So.
But that placeholder is meant to cover anticipated changes for both levels of service, both types of service. Okay. I like the approach with the comparators, dealing with them on the user fees on a department by department basis. I think that makes sense. Now, given that, Richard, you're the first person in front of us, when we look at our comparators, our other municipal comparators, do we ask them as part of that process what practice they use to set their fees and what they would, any opinion that they may have on their best practice, so that this can be not just an exchange of we charge $1, you guys should charge $1. Yeah, we'll charge $1. Let's get on to the next line item. Do we actually use it as an opportunity to share and exchange ideas on best practice?
Your Worship, I believe it happens informally. Not on a formal request, because when we look at fees and charges, we have to look at and comparators. If we have contacts, let's say with St. Albert or Leduc, let's say for transit, and then we have a discussion. Sometimes there's discussion that emerge, and we ask them about what's your approach and things like that. I don't recall, for example, looking at in depth on how they are setting this up, what's their cost of recovery they're looking and things like that. Basically, we're looking at what information is available sometime on website, and the explanation and the informal discussion that happens between the staff.
And I thank you for your answer. You're probably the department with the least in terms of user fees, and yet the first to respond to this type of question. So columbariums, for instance, I, as a councillor, don't really care what other cities charge for a columbarium. I want to recover our cost of service. Does that make sense? Would that approach make sense to you?
Your Worship, to Councillor Kelly, I mean, yes, it makes sense if that's what you're looking for in terms of approach.
What are you looking for in terms of a approach?
What we do is when we set the service fees for the cemetery, we're looking at our current fees. We're looking at what we provide in terms of experience as well, because different places have different experiences. Right? What we do and what we need to maintain this. Right. What I'm looking at is especially our actuals over the last few years on are we recovering, where are we in terms of recovery, right? Example, I will use our computer program FMW to look at, okay, what's our revenue, what's our cost, and these are the direct costs of the cemetery, and where are we with that? And what I found is, like, for the cemetery, we're very close to the 100%. We're in the 88, 90%. And it seems to satisfy our clients as well when in terms of the fees. Then we look at the region and we say, okay, where are they in terms of also their fees? Are we that far? Or are we? And over time, we basically increase our fees to match a little bit better the region. And I think we're pretty much there, and we're pretty much in the middle. Now it's a question of, okay, what do we have in terms of services that maybe we want to promote, or we want to, the inventory of the lower niche is a good one, right? So we looked at that and we said, okay, let's make a decision here to at least provide a better rate to encourage the sale of the inventory, which is double of what we had for the upper one. So that's the approach at this time, and we're not we don't do cemetery only. This is the only business we run. We have to run transit. We run roads. We're looking at wastewater, water, and all those things. So, and it's integrated into park services. So some others have. That's what they do every day. This is what they breathe every day at cemetery. All right. Some of our comparators, especially the businesses that do that every day. So I think for a community what we have, I think it's a reasonable approach to, and then we're trying to recover as much as we can, especially on the aspect of the actual cost of it. When you look at PBB, which is interesting as well, and this is the data you have in your budget, now you see other costs added to the operation of cemetery, a little bit of maybe my salary or the managers of parks, allocations and things like that. So that gives us a better picture of the full cost, and then and this is where we're at now in terms of data on what we're trying to recover. I think we're close to the 88 to the 90%. So if we want to move it and try to increase the revenue to recover more. I just want to just make a statement that it may be difficult because one of our revenue we make also result in a cost, which is a transfer to reserve. So the more we make, the more we transfer to the reserve. So sometimes it's a little bit difficult to maybe achieve this. I'm not sure if mathematically it's possible, but I can say that the cost of running it, we recovering pretty much our hard cost of it. So.
I appreciate your response. Good response.
And
we're on the same page. Thank you.
Okay. So I've got myself and then Councillor Blizzard and Councillor Harris, and then we'll go on with people who are buzzing in for a second time. So my questions, I've got two. The first one is with regards to South Fork Meadows Rink, when we expect it will actually be constructed and what percentage of the budget is going to that. Is that 100% of what the annual cost is going to be? Or is that a percentage? Because if it's only going to be maybe open by, like October, November of next year, why would we need 100%? So figure that one out first.
Your Worship, I may have to ask our Director of Fleet Facilities and Engineering to provide an answer on when we believe the rink will be open. At this time, for the second question, this is basically 100% of the costs starting 2023 to maintain the rinks. So there's potentially an argument to say, do we really need this if the rink is not available at that time? So we can, but first thing first, let's see when we believe
behind you.
It will be there.
Go ahead, Grant.
Thank you, Your Worship. The arena is currently under construction. It'll be constructed. The building will be constructed through the winter for opening in about June. The slab and everything will be ready in around June, July next year. So it'll be a full year of operation at that point. So I believe that the budget for 2023 was the second half of the approval. The initial thought was we were going to be able to have it open for this fall, but we weren't able to do that. So this is the last of the full operating budget, and then going forward for 2023.
Okay, and that's similar for your costs for Veterans Way, given that the construction, if it makes final approval, the cost for maintenance of that, like for your extra lane, is that 100% of what it would cost for the year? Like for that and the pedestrian underpass? Like when you put numbers in there, it's nice to know, is that the full cost? Because then otherwise we're looking at either a surplus or whatever the extras are going somewhere else.
Your Worship, I'd have to go back to the capital budget to see how that was put in. I can't remember off the top of my head if it was split over 2 years or the 1 year, and maybe Mr. Gagnon knows for sure.
Your Worship, I will need to check if it's over 1 year or 2 years. I believe one, but I'm not 100% sure, so maybe we just want to check this and get back to you.
Okay, thank you. And my third question is to Mr. Eamon. So if the Veterans Way and pedestrian underpass go for $8 million, and we take a debenture out for that, that shows up in yours. And what percentage of the taxes that are included in this budget are for that? Is it 1%, 0.5%? What's the percent?
To Your Worship, you're asking like the debt servicing payments and the obligations. We would have to work that out and come back with a figure. You're asking for a percent of basically the additional operating costs related to the debenture interest?
Well, you're saying our increase is 3.19% right now. I'd just like to know what percentage of that is the new debt servicing.
We could bring that back.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
It's just a question. Okay, thank you. All right, Councillor Blizzard.
Okay, I think this is going to be a question more on process. I was going to flag that. You beat me to it. So once an item is flagged, we stop discussion and just talk about it when it's flagged, or can we still ask questions?
You can still ask questions because it may flush out something that they need to bring back.
Oh, okay. Okay. I just, regarding that River Valley Master Plan, I'd just like to know the efficiencies of that. So if we don't do it now, is there a good chunk cost savings to do it all in one? I know there'd be an efficiency of putting it together, but is there a monetary savings too?
Your worship, yes, I think this is what we're looking at in terms of consolidating both of them. There's also the fact that we recently approved the development of a urban forest protection and enhancement plan, for which data that will be gathered there would also help us most likely to maybe complete some of the data that we needed to do this work as well. So I definitely can see some efficiencies with that, with completing first the urban forest, and then consolidating the work with this, with maybe the park open space master plan, and but that's going to be determined at the end. But there's a potential for that. What's the amount? I cannot tell you now.
Okay. Okay, that's good. And my other one was fees and charges. So right now I'm looking at the columbarium fees and then comparing them to plots. And I think, when we do, there's an environmental impact when someone takes a spot and that is now gone forever. And it's a good sized spot in a cemetery when you bury someone. It's shocking to me to see that it's a lot cheaper to have this great big plot versus a little niche in a columbarium. Is there maybe issues there that maybe we should look at? And, I get the cost recovery, but I also think sometimes environmental, maybe they should be more in line with one another to encourage people to look at the other option that takes way less space.
Your worship, to Councillor Blizzard, we did do some financial analysis on that a little bit in 2022. We had the same questions as well. It's a very good one. And then what we found is that when you deal with a plot, the cost of the cost is not just purchasing the plot, but it's also opening, closing, and the time needed to do that. So that adds to the costs.
Okay.
Whereas a niche is much cheaper to operate or to open and close, in a sense, if that makes sense to you. So that's why this is where we look not only at the cost of the plot, but the cost of the experience per se. And when we look at both of them, they're very similar in a sense.
Okay, that makes sense.
If you look at it.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. I don't think you have spoken yet, Councillor Harris.
Great. This is a question for Mr. Rogers. So looking at how we staff our roads department, do we have different shifts for our operators between summer and winter?
Through your worship, Councillor Harris, yes, we do. Through the winter time, like I mentioned, we have the 3 rotating shifts of the crews that go on. The foreman does stay on a day shift. Then I do have a laborer that supplements throughout the daytime to help with small stuff. Through the summertime, we run two 10-hour day shifts. So it'll be a Monday to a Thursday and a Tuesday to a Friday. So that way we get a 50-hour work week, basically. And then as needed, incidents happen. Early mornings, high loads, they'll come in at 4 a.m. for a high load. Something comes up on a weekend, you get called out. We do have a rotating on-call shift now for an operator through the summertime, also that tries to help alleviate the foreman always taking a phone call.
So ultimately our shift provides an efficient use of staff so that in the winter, and that's kind of what I was looking at, in the winter we would be in snow clearing. Basically, you'd see an operator or a group of operators, our staff, our equipment, say at 8 o'clock at night doing snow removal. Ultimately, they're on shift, and that's straight time as opposed to time and a half or double, depending on what the union requirement is.
Currently, right now, there is no shift between 4:30 p.m. and 11 p.m. Monday to Friday, and there's no shift between 2 p.m. and 4 a.m. Saturday and Sunday. Because I don't have enough people to make that many shifts.
Okay, so in essence, adding staff ultimately will allow you greater efficiency and utilize of.
Adding staff will allow us to use our equipment more efficiently. If you can use that equipment on different shifts, you also don't need an extra piece of equipment. Part of what we did, like I say, learned last year also is we own 4 sanding trucks. One of them, as Mr. Richard Gagnon indicated, was down. With that, this lovely world of electronics. Also put another one down, so you end up down to 2 sand trucks. Having those being able to go on a full-time rotation is advantageous to keep up with sanding. If you can't cut it, you can always sand it and come back and cut it later for safety of traffic.
Yeah, so
it's making sure we've always got a body to have something going.
So just a clarification there. So ultimately, in the winter, when we move into having to do snow removal on residential streets,
yes,
in particular, then are we paying overtime for staff if it's at 6, 8 o'clock at night when we're still needing to get those roads down?
We will be paying overtime for staff if it comes onto a day where that staff is off and we need extra help. With the process we do, you've got signs to place. That's what the labor is for, to help out with that.
Okay.
But there's traffic control. There's making sure if we're hauling something, you've got to direct the trucks. You've got to be able to sign them in, sign them out. If we're running past 4:30, yes, there comes into overtime, and that is us trying to keep our residential snow clearing within a very short window of time frame. Instead of going 3 weeks, we still try to keep it within 10 days. So that's to try and push as much as you can out of a day and then get everything done.
Okay,
so
good. Thanks. That's great.
Okay, we're on to round 2. Councillor Batoye.
Thank you. So just back to the River Valley request plan. Do we know, just an estimate, how many open space assets we have in the city? And I'm asking that question because what staff is proposing is we do the open spaces master plan, and that's budget's cost has jumped by 3 times, the original cost. So do we know, there's an estimate, how many open space assets we have in the city?
Your worship, to Councillor Bitoye, I mean, I cannot give you the number right now. It's how you define open space in a sense.
Right.
But we have several parks and several, and we have an ongoing trail also that goes to this area as well. But if we want to identify them in zones or spaces.
Also, would trails be included in this?
Absolutely. They're part of River Valley, so we need to, they're the connections between pretty much every single park in the River Valley. So.
Okay, thank you. So my second question is, so if the requests for 174,800 is for 24, why is it in this budget? Would we usually approve something for the next year in the previous year's budgets? I'm looking at finance actually.
To restate your question.
Yes, I was saying the proposal is for 174,800 for the 24 budget, but it's in the 23 budget. Would we typically approve a 24 budget in 23?
Not typically, and I don't think that's what we're doing.
Your worship, to Councillor Bitoye, the request is for 2023, as the request of council last year was to bring back this for the 2023.
That was for 60,000 though.
Originally, we had what I will say, a smaller scale master plan where we're looking at trying to better define the West River Edge area. And this is what we brought forward in 2022.
So I'm saying staff's proposal is for 24, right?
This proposal that you see, River Valley Master Plan, so what council discussed, and some of you may correct me if I'm wrong here, but the $60,000 for the West River Edge Master Plan we proposed last year was put aside and say, let's look at the bigger picture. Let's look at the entire River Valley and let's come up with ways to manage it, to link it, and to look at this holistically. And of course, as you're increasing the size, you increase your costs of this. Yeah. But this is for 2023. And what we said is that council has an option. If you want, you can push this a little bit later and include that with the open space master plan, which is a different exercise that planning will be taking.
Okay, thank you. Well, that has been flagged, so I guess we can have the conversation later. So my final question is actually to Mr. Fleming, and this is a question I should have asked after your presentation. So inflation in the beginning of this year was about 8%. And currently it's at 6%. And I believe the government of Canada is trying to tackle inflation by increasing interest rates. And so obviously cost of borrowing is increasing. And the reason I'm saying this is, does it make sense defer some of these capital projects, because again, right now it's expensive to borrow, and inflation will continue to go down because the government of Canada is deliberately taking actions to ensure it reduces.
Through your worship, it depends on the capital project. I don't recommend getting into starting to defer your annual ongoing programs. For one-time programs, we did discuss that a little bit with the Veterans Way corridor. That's probably the one project where you would really want to ask that question. Again, the challenge with that one is we're working around a bit of the timing with the Dow expansion. So you could defer it, but you're really going to be not deferring it 1 or 2 years. You're going to be going several years after the Dow expansion would be done. That would be our intent. So you're right. The cost of borrowing goes up, and it does make a material difference on the cost of the debenture servicing. But I think in this case, we felt the timing of getting at least part of the corridor out of the way was worth it. But
Okay.
it is a factor that council would want to
do we have the ability to flag capital budgets? I know we're not operating right now, but
okay, I just need clarification. What do you want to flag?
The Veteran Way expansion as well as the pedestrian crossing.
I think that can come back at any time. So
I think, your worship, I would take it as a flag. It's not in order, but it's better if we flag it and then we're not struggling to find a place to reinsert it back into the process.
Does anybody have any objection to having that one flagged?
There were two, I thought, Veterans Way and something else. Okay. I'm good with that.
Not seeing any objections, so that one will come back as a flag for future further conversation. So you're good. Councillor Kelly on second.
Thank you. I have another flag, a much smaller scale than the two we just heard. I assume because we're dealing with user fees is at the departmental level, that if we want to have further discussion on particular user fees, it's appropriate to flag. Okay, perfect. I'd like to flag the cemetery plot user fee. I appreciate the response from administration, but I do think we need to have a more wholesome discussion around that particular item for various reasons.
Okay, does anybody have any objections?
Thank you. I'd continue
so that
on.
one's flagged.
Okay, thank you. Last year during budget, we got into a rather great discussion in my mind over a proposal for the new boneyard, and I think council asked for administration to investigate a much larger site that could include, for instance, a snow dump outside the city limits. I don't think we've had a report back from administration. Have I missing something, Troy?
Through your worship, the report is underway and we're planning to be back, I think, Q1, hopefully, of next year.
Okay, so it hasn't been forgotten,
underway.
obviously. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks again. I wanted to ask about staffing. I looked at how you hire operators in the middle of July to have them train for a busy winter. How are you finding staffing and qualified operators right now? Is it difficult to recruit these people to the city of Fort Saskatchewan? I'm just trying to get a better understanding of how your department and challenges with this specific request.
Your worship, I will ask Mr.
Through your worship.
Rogers to answer the question.
Through your worship, to Councillor Nguyen. This last go around, we did hire some temporary operators for the wintertime. We actually, quite honestly, lucked out greatly. We have a retiree from the city of Fort Saskatchewan that returned to us for the winter to help us out. We also did go through a list of other people, and the applicants were good, and we did have a couple of applicants turn us down. Considered, but it wasn't what they wanted for remuneration and or shifts.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was getting at and what I figured might be the case at the moment. So retention of your current employee, is that healthy right now, would you say?
I'm going to say retention of our current employees is healthy because we do take and listen and try work with and you try create. I'm just going to say you try create a work family bond and work with people within their needs and also have some input into shift work. You know, how can we make it work? We listen to a group and they're out there doing the work, so they help us determine what times can help where. So.
Yep. Well done.
Your worship, to Councillor Nguyen, I believe we have a good core of people. There's definitely a good core over there, a very solid one as well for roads and also at utilities. I think that when we look at the recruitment and retention, if you offer temporary part-time work, they won't stick. They will basically come in, start, and then find something else because there's other. If you offer a little bit more full time with benefits, then you have a chance for people to. That helps with the retention. That's a big part of that. That's why we last year in our plans we were thinking about bringing some temporary staff and then after that changing this to full time permanent. And we said no, that's enough. If we want to really recruit people and be competitive, bring them full time. All right. And how we handle that in terms of costs was to say, okay, do we really need those people to start in April, or can we wait until July to start them and spread the costs over 2 years evenly to help with the budget, in a sense, to help with the costs? And that's what we have done on this one. So our strategy in 2022, what we found was like bring full-time people, bring them half the year. I know we have a policy that looking at basically 3/4 and a quarter, but in this case, when we look at our needs, we said, okay, maybe we can do that half and half and help spread out the cost a little bit more. Takes a little bit more time, but again, these are strategies to help on a cost point of view and control. And a full-time posting is more attractive than the temporary part-time with no certainties for people.
Yeah, that's great, and thanks for overviewing the plan.
Councillor Kelly, you're the last one on the list now.
And my last question, thank you. I'd like to go back, Richard, if I could, to the comments you made earlier, and we were talking about program recoveries, and you made some, it was toward the end of your comment, you referenced reserves and the reserve allocation, and I just wonder if you could flesh that out for me so I understand completely what your point was.
Your worship, to Councillor Kelly, and I think it's driven also by the Cemetery Act. It's a provincial act that revenue that is made from the sale of plots basically are transferred to a reserve fund for what we call the perpetual reserve for cemetery. So we have to do that. So if you make a revenue, you create, in theory, accounting-wise, a cost as a transfer to reserve.
Okay, but it was, you were referring only to the Cemetery Act when you made that comment.
That's right.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That looks like all the questions for you guys at this point in time. Of course, you always know there's questions that can come back. So I'm being asked for a comfort break. So let's take 10 minutes and then we will come back and really try and hit 3 or 4 of these smaller areas. 10:30, 10:40. Okay, I think we have everybody and we're good to go. So the next item that we have is Fleet, Facilities and Engineering. Grant Schaefer presenting.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Grant Schaefer. I'm the Director of Fleet, Facilities and Engineering. Our budget information is contained within Section 5 of your budget documents. Our department, as our name implies, maintains the city's equipment fleet, maintains the city's buildings, including custodial functions, and provides engineering services. FF&E has just under 33 FTEs. Fleet Services comprises about 4.75 of these located at the Peter Schmidt Mechanic Shop. Facilities includes 21 FTEs based out of the James E. Graham Extension, made up of 8.5 facility staff and 12.5 custodial staff. And engineering has just under 7 FTEs located in the lower level of City Hall. Overall, FF&E manages 13 programs, including capital construction and procurement, fleet maintenance and repairs, facility maintenance and lifecycle replacement, traffic safety, lot grading, and development engineering. Our program budget begins on page 553 of your package. Fleet Facilities and Engineering is proposing operating expenses of just under $6.3 million, offset by revenues of $403,000. While we are not proposing to changes to our service levels in 2023, within the budget there is a proposed net increase of $338,000 from 2022. This increase is comprised of just under $58,000 in 2022 commitments for the new electrician and engineering coordinator positions, a $170,000 budgeted increase in the cost of fuel due to the much higher than budgeted prices in 2022. This is expected to continue into 2023. As well, we are seeing inflationary pressures from our contractors and suppliers of $54,000 and a $63,000 increase as a result of the proposed utilities and sustainability request, which will be presented later in the budget process. These increases are offset slightly by a $38,000 increase in revenue for service inspections and lot grading, primarily due to an increase in the volume of permits. For 2023, a number of reports will be wrapping up early in the year to help inform us about future projects. These include the annexation servicing studies, the neighborhood rehabilitation program study, and the materials handling snow dump site study. As well, work will continue on the secondary water supply functional planning study. We are completing a review of the lot grading program to ensure it meets the needs and expectations of new homeowners. In 2022, staff have been spending more time and performing more field inspections than previous years. This will be reflected in future budgets as these adjustments are made to our program budgets and we assess the effectiveness of the changes. For 2023, we will continue to identify and implement efficiencies. We will also begin development of a more robust formula and rating system to help us in our evaluation of our equipment fleet, ensuring that the right piece of equipment is replaced at the right time with the best piece of equipment for the job. This work will also feed into the city's asset management program to better understand the overall value of our fleet. We will continue a review with planning and development of the fees we charge to developers to ensure that they align with our comparators, provide an appropriate cost recovery, and provide value both to the city and the development community. 2023 will also be the beginning of transition within the department as a number of key staff near retirement. It will be imperative that we document and capture their breadth of knowledge to ensure we maintain institutional knowledge while also continuing to look forward for new technologies and methodologies. Move on to fees and charges, which is starting on page 19.7 of your package. Fees in FF&E are located with Engineering Business Unit. These fees are determined based on cost recovery, value to the consumer, and regional comparators. Inspection fees for lot grading and service installations are reviewed to ensure that we are recovering our cost for staff to complete these inspections. Fees are also collected from developers within their development agreement. These fees are set to recover costs of engineering, design reviews, and inspections. These fees are also compared to surrounding municipalities to ensure we're in line with the region. In 2023, after review, fees were increased due to inflation, with overall revenue being increased in lot grading and surface inspection programs due to volume adjustments to better align actual volumes with the budget. FF&E has no budget requests for 2023, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I'll open it up for questions. Councillor Kelly.
Yes, thank you. I had a couple, so please, I thought somebody else would be ahead of me. I want to get back to am I in the right department? I am not. I take that back. Okay, sorry, stumbling a little bit. I want to talk, though, in your department specifically about the lot grading program grant. Still, we do not, as part of that program, do a physical inspection on our own account of the lot grade.
Your Worship, Council Kelly, in 2022, we changed the process a little bit. So while we still don't physically inspect every lot, those that are on a smaller lot or have a smaller lot and a smaller footprint, we are inspecting those. So those larger lots where you can have a little bit more fluctuation, it doesn't have as big an impact. We'll rely on the survey data we get. On the smaller lot product, we are, again, relying on that survey data, but we are also going to take a look to make sure that it makes sense in terms of what's actually in the field.
And I like that answer. So all of the smaller lots are going to get an inspection by a city representative to ensure compliance or to check for compliance?
That's correct, yes.
Are we going to charge more for that extra service on those smaller lots?
Your Worship, Council Kelly, we're not. It's one fee for the whole program.
How much time does it take to do that second level of inspection?
Your Worship, Council Kelly, we try to lump them together so we're in one area at a time when possible. We're out at once. It's probably, if you don't include travel time to and from a neighborhood, because we try to bring these things together, it's probably 15 or 20 minutes per lot to actually go physically look to make sure that the survey or the lot matches the survey in terms of making sense of what we're seeing.
Mayor Katzer, I'd like to flag that particular user fee.
Okay. Does anybody have any objections? Not seeing any. Can
Perfect.
flag that one.
And I'm good now. Thank you for the report.
Okay, Councillor Abatoye, questions?
Yes, thank you, Grants, for your presentation. I was surprised to see that the highest FTE you have in your department is custodial services. So is that all the custodial services we have for the city? So that includes all the rec facilities, everything?
Your Worship, Councillor Abatoye, that's correct.
That'll be correct. Okay, thank you. I really like the programs we manage parts. I just really like how it brings it down to details for us to understand. My final question is, so you talked about a lot of people, or some staff getting to retirement. And my question is, what's your succession plan? Because I don't see you having the personal request in this budget. So what's your plan?
Your Worship, to Councillor Abatoye, so we're looking. There's no firm dates from anybody yet. We know that they're coming up soon. So in those discussions, we're looking to see where those staff are looking to go and those key staff. What we may see a little bit is, if possible, we may bring somebody in a little bit early to overlap a little bit, but we're not looking to add staff. It'll be a replacement of staff.
Okay, thank you. I'll go next, and then Councillor Nguyen. So just a question that I have with regards to your $179,000 for fuel. Given that fuel seems to be really flexible, it can be low, it can be high. What's your determination, or are you just basing it on a highest amount rather than maybe an average?
Your Worship, I may have to ask finance for some help on this, but I'll give it a maybe.
We actually model it. We look at what we're purchasing at market, what it's running at the pumps, what the price per oil is a barrel. We look at forecasts from the Bank of Canada, West Texas Oil. So we look at a wide variety of variables, and we think that this is probably a very conservative amount for the budget.
Okay. Okay, and then my second question is to Mr. Schaefer. With the number of capital projects that we have and the time that it takes, I just have to ask, do you have sufficient staffing to manage the projects? Because it seems like they're getting longer and longer, or just a question about, the project management.
Your Worship, at this time, I think we're sufficiently staffed. We did bring on some temporary help this year with some of the studies to help relieve some of the stress on the permanent staff. This year was a bit of an anomaly for us as we had a lot of turnover within engineering, so that slowed down some of the projects in terms of getting those through. But we have people on board now, and we're coming back up to full staff, and we're hoping that as they get more experience, that backlog, I guess, reduces.
Okay. No, thank you. Councillor Nguyen?
I have a question on inflation mitigation in your department, and perhaps we can take a spin-off of fuel costs. So what are you doing in your department to maybe reevaluate vendors or find new vendors to get the most bang for our buck, or get the most competitive resources that we can to fuel what you're doing?
Your Worship, the Councillor Nguyen, so when we're looking for materials, we're looking for vendors, we go out and we competitively price these things. So we're trying to drive that, hopefully the competition keeps it at least to the lowest price we can get.
So are you relying on RFPs and competition from the market side to do that? Or are we actively looking for perhaps innovative, market share, up and coming innovators to seek out where we could be getting something that is maybe less seen by other, equal departments in other municipalities?
At this point, we're looking at basically just competition in the market. We do obviously entertain if somebody comes forward to say that, hey, we have this new idea. Most of our contract services and service and supplies are on the equipment repair side in terms of fleet, and then with buildings, it's more HVAC systems and just the supplies you need to bring into. Whether it's custodial supplies or filters and things like that. So there's some things that really aren't innovative out there, but we are always looking to see where we can find efficiencies and cost savings.
Right. So would you say that we're going with our traditional vendors, or it's a very ongoing process to look at potential new vendors for if you yourself flag that's something it seems to be a little bit too excessive of a cost?
Worship Council 9, so we have I would say a pool of vendors that we would typically use. And not necessarily, this vendor for this thing, but we might have 3 or 4 depending on what's going on and what pricing is available. So we're trying to competitively do it that way. And if we're seeing prices coming in that don't make sense, we'll try and understand why and what other options there may be.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that looks like you're good on that one. So we will thank you for your presentation on that, and we will move on to planning and development. Craig Thomas presenting.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of Council. My name is Craig Thomas, Director of Planning and Development. I'm joined in the gallery by Shri Shinde, Manager of Current and Long Range Planning. And ideally, I'd be also joined by Stephen Brown, the Manager or Team Lead for our Safety Codes Business Unit, but something came up that he had to deal with. So specific details for planning and development could be found in section 6 of your budget binder. Our department strives to create authentic places that are welcoming to all and meet the community aspirations for current and future generations. This is accomplished through the coordination of a variety of land use planning functions that range from creating a long-term vision and strategy for the city to ensuring our planning documents align with that vision, to reviewing all new development proposals in accordance with our planning and development documents. The department is comprised of 14.4 FTEs within 3 business units. That includes current and long-range planning, development planning, and safety codes. We manage 13 programs, which include statutory plan development, development permit review and issuance, subdivision review, and safety codes inspections, to name just a few. The primary adjustments to most programs for 2023 relates to increased revenue. This is because the department has experienced higher than anticipated revenues over the past few years. For 2023, we are taking a conservative approach, but we are anticipating higher revenue than what has been budgeted for in the past. The one difference in 2023, the 2023 base budget is a $65,300 reduction in salaries, which is a result of the expiration of a contract position. We're not able to make any adjustments to decrease our service levels in 2023. And key initiatives in 2023 include the continuation of the Land Use Bylaw project and the Urban Agriculture Master Plan. So we have two budget requests for 2023. One is for the preparation of an urban agriculture plan, which will be a one-time cost, and the second is for a development technician position within our Safety Codes business unit. The urban agriculture plan is a very interesting project. Urban agriculture can take many forms, from beekeeping to greenhouses to community gardens to the type of trees that are planted. Fort Saskatchewan has a strong connection to the surrounding agricultural lands. Urban agriculture is something that each of us has access to, whether it is in our own private property or within public lands. But it can also be something as simple as an understanding about where our food comes from and how it gets to us. The Edmonton Metro Region Board identifies agriculture within its towns and cities as an emerging and sustainable way for food security. An implementation item within the board's regional agricultural master plan is that urban municipalities create their own agricultural plans. This is a one-time request of $75,000 and will be funded through the Municipal Sustainability Initiative. The second request is for a full-time development technician position to support our Safety Codes business unit. This is a very important and cost-effective solution to address the current situation concerning the delivery of Safety Code services. Last year, we shifted from contracted Safety Code services to being completely in-house. There were several reasons for doing so, but the underlying reason was quality, not only in the type of service that we provide, but also ensuring that we can follow up and ensure buildings are safe for residences and businesses. Inspectors that are employees of the city have a greater sense of care and ownership to the work that they do. There's also the customer centricity aspect, or the customer focus, that comes with having in-house inspectors. It is important that our inspectors can work with and coach contractors and builders to find solutions as opposed to just saying no. This approach builds relationships and trust and enables construction projects to commence sooner. This does, however, take time, and the delivery of Safety Codes services requires a significant amount of administrative and technical support. And as it stands now, our inspectors are spending more time doing administrative work and less time in the field, and also less time having those important interactions with our builders and contractors. The development technician position will provide much needed support and ensure a proportionate allocation of resources. In other words, the right work is being done by the right people. The good news is that Safety Code Services is more than paying for itself. The in-house model, even with the new position, is more cost effective than it would be if we would have stayed with a third party. Now, it is important to note that at the onset of the pandemic, we had shut down the front counter and eliminated one of our support positions. Adding the development technician position to the department brings us to the same staffing complement for support positions that we were pre-pandemic. Just doing an apples to apples comparison with other municipalities within the region, we're still below the support staffing levels with municipalities of the same size and similar permit volumes. And again, this position would get us to the same, get us to where we were 3 years ago. The ongoing cost for this position would be $98,843. This can be partially offset by reduced membership fees of $10,000, but the remaining financial impacts would be offset by permit revenues of about $105,000. On to fees and charges, which can be found in 19-11 of the budget binder. Planning and Development reviews its fees and charges annually and adjusts according to benefits received, cost recovery, and service efficiency allocation resource principles. Proposed changes for 2023 include inflationary increases, new fees to capture certain development and expedite construction, and in some cases, certain fees are being reduced or eliminated. We considered our regional comparators, the cost associated with providing the particular service, and practical aspects of introducing new fees or making significant increases. New fees include stripping and grading / stockpiling fees for sites greater than 3 hectares, and also a separate fee for sites that are less than 3 hectares. Well, these are technically new fees. They're more of a refinement of our existing stripping and grading permit fee. The intent for these fees is to capture situations where stockpiling of material is occurring on a separate parcel of land from the lands that are being prepared for development. We're also adding a foundation building permit fee. This enables the building inspector to allow construction to commence prior to issuing the full building permit for the structure, which can expedite the construction of larger scale projects. We are increasing fees for encroachment agreements, adding a second vehicular access to a property, and home occupations based on the benefits received principle. We are also proposing to reduce the fee for applicants for resubmission and re-examination of building permit fees from $325 down to $150. The change reflects the true cost of providing the service, and really this was because of the shift of going to in-house safety code services. We're also proposing to eliminate requests for building permit extensions. This was considered to be an unnecessary and unreasonable fee. The time takes to accommodate such a request is negligible. That does conclude my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Councillor Harris, you're first.
Mr. Thomas, picking up on safety codes, I think what we're doing probably makes a lot of sense, moving away from contracted services. So we've totally moved away and everything's being done in-house.
Yes, through your worship to Councillor Harris, as of September 1st last year, we made that full shift to being fully in-house.
Okay, so does that also include the industrial safety codes inspections that need to be done? So we've taken that over because at one time that was the primary reason why we were contracting it out. We didn't have those resources.
That's correct. So we've taken a little bit of an innovative approach to how we would handle that. That was always a bit of a sticking point for us not going fully in-house. We did come to an agreement with Strathcona County to share certain services, that being one of them. Our team lead for safety code services, he has a dual discipline, so he is able to do commercial and industrial inspections as well as residential.
Okay, yeah, and you just kind of touched on my second question, and that was our intermunicipal cooperation initiative. I was under the impression that we were doing some work with Strathcona in that regard. Have we done a more detailed look at that on an ongoing basis in terms of how they could conceivably help us in terms of dealing with staffing challenges and that sort of thing?
Through your worship, Councillor Harris, we have monthly meetings with them just to see how things are going and how it's monitored. We try to make sure that it is being reciprocal. When we started that program with them, we knew that they would be helping us a little bit more than we would be helping them. But it has balanced out, certainly. Through the initial few months, they were providing, I think, more mentorship than anything else, because our team lead, who does have that qualification, needed that hands-on advice and expertise. So there was that mentorship component, but it is something that we're more self-sustainable now. But going forward, I think we want to make sure that we do have their support, so we don't have to rely on a third party for providing us with backup.
So that's a good news in our efforts to deal with regional cooperation with our neighbors.
Absolutely, and we are the only 2 municipalities in the region that have such an agreement.
Good to hear.
Okay, thank you. I've got myself and then Councillor Kelly and Nguyen. So question that I have, when you say you gave up a position, so the question may actually go to Mr. Fleming. Did the money go back into the budget for that position, or did it get moved somewhere else?
Through your worship, I want to say, actually, I'll get Ms. Duguid-Smith to correct me, but I believe it went back to the taxpayer. Like, I thought it was a budget reduction, but.
Through your worship, that is correct. It was one of our strategies to get to a 0% tax increase in 2020.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Second question, so you're offsetting the salary cost, saying that you're going to have increased revenue. Can you just explain that again, that are we not already getting that revenue, or where is that revenue coming from? I just like clarity on that.
Your worship, so for 2021, we had a fairly significant surplus from what we budgeted. So overall, the permit revenue, I think, and maybe Shannon would correct me if I'm wrong, but it was about $900,000 more than what we expected. We did adjust. We budgeted for a little bit more revenue in 2022, but we are still going to see a surplus that's probably about $400,000 or $500,000. So we are increasing our revenue, our budgeted revenue. We are trying to be a little bit more conservative, but that revenue would cover the cost for that position.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back on another round. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, when it comes to our service fees, and specifically the line items within in the schedule that talk about cost recovery for technicians, actually for wages or salary costs, do you have a formula that your department uses to establish what the recovery should be per hour or half hour or per unit of time? And if so, what is that formula?
Through you, Worship Councillor Kelly, so through the PVB process, I guess we establish how much time, so how much, the time each staff member would allocate to, say, processing a permit or doing an inspection. So a portion of their time would be dedicated to that. So we do look at that cost. When we establish what our fees are, certain fees we want, depending on what the actual permit would be for. Certainly for the building permit type programs, we go more towards a full cost recovery for that particular service. But we also look at our comparators as well, and we want to try to be in line with our comparators as much as possible.
Why do we want to be in line with our comparators? Why wouldn't we choose best business practice?
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, I think we consider what our comparators are doing. We don't want to be an anomaly where maybe we're way too high or way too low. So we take that into consideration. I don't think it's especially with respect to the development technician position and the safety code programs that deal with it, we rely less, I think, on our comparators and more for a cost recovery model than we would say with certain other fees.
One last question on this subject, and I'll give up the mic. You referenced, thankfully, or thank you, full cost recovery. What does full cost recovery mean to you?
Well, for safety codes particularly, because there would be a direct, typically there is more of a direct benefit to the applicant. So we'd want to see as close to 100% as possible.
But 100% of what?
The cost that we would incur.
And that cost that we incur is a function of the wage or salary rate, plus a vehicle cost, plus an overhead cost for the office. All of those things are built into a full cost estimate?
Yes. So the bulk of that would be salaries. There are less of those costs would be non-human costs, but yeah, there are costs associated with mileage and vehicle use and.
Got Mr. Fleming there that wants to supplement this.
Yeah, and to your worship, I think Mr. Thomas did well there. I do agree with you that the term full cost recovery is something that we should we should be careful with, I suppose. When you look at the priority-based budgeting model that we use, and when you based cost recovery off that, I don't know in a technical sort of accounting environment that I would refer to that as necessarily full cost recovery, because we have other programs that still support these programs that probably wouldn't be part of the calculation. So you could think about your human resources department as one example, or your payroll, or well, I guess it's the same department, but other departments that might support that. And so when we think of a full cost recovery, we generally mean full cost recovery of the direct input costs of providing the service.
And that's what I suspected, thank you. But in a business world, full cost recovery is more than just recovering the direct cost of the labor input into that particular project or service. Because we never discussed fees, and I know it's coming up later, but I think I'd like to flag the fees on this one as well, and maybe we can just have a general flag. I think we need to have a discussion, and maybe it will come with John's report later on this year about how we, and if you tell me it is, and I'll back off, John, on how it is we determine what we're going to recover. Because if we only set the goal as 50%, that's all we will ever achieve. And that's not necessarily the proper business model, in my mind, that we should be using.
Mr. Dance?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, the intent was to have those discussions as part of the overall fees and charges policy review that starts in February's committee of the whole, with council talking about the key factors and principles that go into fees and charges.
In that case, Mayor Katcher, I won't need to flag this. I'll wait. Thank you. I'll flag in again. Thank you for now.
Okay, Councillor Nguyen, questions?
So we're doing an agricultural plan subsequent to RAMP and EMRB mandate. I just want to hear some of your perspective on because our urban agriculture plan is going to be a policy, really policy level. In other communities such as Spruce Grove and Stony Plain, there's really a farm-driven, public-driven agriculture events and excitement like Farm to Table and whatnot. How do you kind of see this pushing public farmers to get involved in this type of activity in our city, I guess, as opposed to just talking about the policy side of it?
Thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, I'll ask Shri Shindi to join me if she has any color to my answer. But I think the idea with the urban agricultural master plan is looking at ways where I think there's a couple of components to it. One is certainly an educational and looking at strategies to for citizens to really understand where food comes from and how it gets to them, but also looking at ways to actually do food production and strategies around growing food within the community itself, and that could be things like public gardens and trees that produce food and just gardens and those kind of things. So that's kind of how I understand the plan to work. And I don't know if Ms. Shindy wants to add anything.
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, yes, I agree with Craig's comments there. This would be a plan, it would be a high-level strategy for how we could encourage and support these urban agricultural initiatives. So just not permit it, but make our residents aware of these could be the ways you could do urban agriculture. And then figuring out through our plans or even land use bylaw how we make it permittable so that there is less restrictions on it, or like they don't have to go through a lot of permitting hoops. So like what can be easily permitted and just making public aware what they could do. So it could be terrace gardens and your community gardens and where they can go, and just generally encourage the agriculture in urban setting. Also in our newly annexed area where we do have agricultural farms, perhaps there could be ways of doing different value-added agriculture on those farms. So we would be looking at those opportunities as well.
So you would say right now, education and awareness for agriculture within Fort Saskatchewan is relatively low, and potentially this is going to drive further interest in this, right? That's kind of where we're going.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Come back to me.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Abatoye.
So we're going to be saying chickens.
Pardon?
No, I don't require an answer. That was just a rhetorical question, but thank you. And thank you for your presentation. So my question is back to the increase in permits revenue. Now, we've spoken about inflation and how interest rates is going up and how the purchasing power of buyers is reducing. So less people are able to buy houses. And so what that also means is that developers they're not excited about building more houses. And so have we had conversations with developers? Have we considered that maybe we might not have as many building permits as we've had earlier this year? We saw like a huge, surge in people, buying houses. But I don't think that's going to be the case in the next year because interest rates is going to continue to go up. So was that considered when we were reviewing this? Because we have an increase in permits revenues of, $105,000?
Yeah, through your worship, Councillor Abatoy. So it's a great question, and it's something where every year we kind of have to try to look into a crystal ball to some extent. We did have conversations with both the Urban Development Institute and the CHBA, the Capital, the Builders Association, and their view on it is that it's possible that there could be a softening. It might be something that instead of house construction increasing, they might see a level off, or there might be a gradual decline. But in terms of a complete drop off, that would be unlikely. When you have gradual increases to interest rates, the Edmonton region is still considered to be affordable for housing. So there might be some impact, but it might not be a huge impact all at once. And that's why we did take a little bit more of a conservative approach when budgeting for our revenues. Over the last, I'd say 3 years, it's been very difficult to really nail down what our revenues would be. Particularly during the pandemic, and then specifically in 2021 and 2022. But I think for 2023, taking a more conservative approach, but recognizing that there would be, because we underestimated what the revenue would be for the last 2 years, we thought taking a conservative approach would be the best.
Okay, thank you. My second question is on the fees, the foundation permit fee. That's a new fee, and I really applaud you guys for bringing that in because that helps, reduce the processing time for people. But my question is that deducted from the overall full development permits eventually when they get that, or that's just a separate fee that they have to incur?
Yeah, through your worship, Councillor Abatoy, so it would be a separate fee. It would be a $500 fee, and then the full fee for the building permit would be captured later.
What's that? What's the price for that one? The cost for that?
For the actual building
Yes.
permit? It is based on, there is an actual application fee, and then there is a calculation that's done based on how large the building is or how much it would cost. So
can you just give me an estimate for an average size?
So for a fairly large, like a large scale industrial warehouse or something like that, it could be potentially $50,000.
Okay. So $500 is really nothing. Okay, thank you. And just my final question is the Urban Agricultural Master Plan. What's the timeline on that?
So that would be something that would be done in 2023, and I think we would have it done by the end of 2023. Yeah. So
23?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, maybe about Q1 2024.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. Just getting back to the Ag Master Plan, and this may be for Cherie or Mr. Fleming. Is that part of the EMRB requirement?
Through your worship, to your worship, it is the requirement of the ramp, and ramp is approved by the board. It's just waiting the approval from the province, which should happen anytime.
So all municipalities in the EMRB have to do this?
All urban municipalities.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to double check. And second, you made a comment about second vehicle access. I didn't think, how many lots are able to have second vehicle accesses that you would have permits for? Because there's not many I'm aware of.
Your worship, no, I think most of them wouldn't qualify. I think it's really based on the width of the lot. So I couldn't give you an exact number, but I think the majority of lots would not qualify.
Okay, and just one last question. When you talk about the Ag Master Plan, you talk about the new annex lands. We're not doing anything on them at this point in time. So how is it that you anticipate that you would incorporate this master plan into the new annex lands?
To your worship, so current use on the annex lands is agriculture. And so the lands which would remain in agriculture for near future, so there would be options or opportunities identified through the ramp, which may not be currently captured in our existing land use bylaw agricultural district.
Okay, okay, that answers that. Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I'm going to continue the discussion on the urban agricultural plan. And I appreciate the links within this whole budget document. When I got to here, I took some time and I went and looked at the ramp report put out by the EMRB group or their committee. I'm extremely skeptical. How many communities are involved in EMRB? Is it 13?
Yes.
So we're a fairly tight geographic area of 13 relatively equal communities. Why would we need 13 studies all saying the same thing? I fail to see, if they're each 75 grand, that's almost $1 million spent in 13 communities to say the same apple pie and motherhood type comments to every community. There's nothing we can do as a community, as a municipal council, to say, let's go put some intensive agriculture on the land south of Fort Saskatchewan. There's nothing we can do for that.
I'm going to go to Mr. Fleming for an answer.
Yes, through your worship, the EMRB does have a fairly significant agricultural plan, which it sounds like you referenced, and generally speaking, the agriculture component of the EMRB's work only applies to the 4 rural municipalities. And the idea was that there are opportunities to get the public to do some of the smaller things within an urban setting as well. So I think it wasn't a prescriptive requirement at all. They just said they want each municipality to consider within its own context, is there any opportunities to look at ways you can enhance urban agricultural initiatives. So I agree with you. It's not our place or our desire, I think, to look at the intensity of agriculture around us. It's within our context, what opportunities are there, and the education was mentioned a lot. And there are a few things that are going on in the world, and if we can introduce those to our population, perhaps we can get some uptake from that.
So I think I just learned something. This plan is not a requirement. It is not a requirement of the ramp that the city of Fort Saskatchewan complete this study.
It is a requirement of the ramp that each municipality undertake an urban agriculture master plan, but it wasn't prescriptive as to what it has to be in there. There's nothing in there that we are required to do within it.
Would it be possible to look at Stony Plain or Spruce Grove, or the 2 of them, or Leduc, and come up with a plan for the 4 of us for $75,000? Because when you're talking agriculture, I mean, nobody wants to talk about what happens in the slaughterhouse. So you're going to leave that section out of your report to the school kids, and it's just going to be motherhood and apple pie about how nicely we treat the animals, and here's what we feed them. And most people already know that. So I'm struggling to see the value in this $75,000. I really am.
Okay, would you like to flag that?
I would. I'd like them to understand, and council understand, where I'm coming from when I flag it. So yes, I will flag it, and I don't need to make any more comments at this time. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just ask if there's any opposition. Not seeing any. That one will be flagged and come back. Councillor Harris, you're next.
I also, picking up on that theme, have a couple of questions about the plan. Obviously, we annexed a large chunk of land from Strathcona. Do you recall how many acres that would be, Mr. Thomas? Or Ms. Shindy?
It's over 900 hectares.
Hectares.
I think so.
Okay, and from my understanding, it's probably virtually all zoned as agricultural use at the present time. So with that, and given the fact that we have a significant supply of land for growth well into the middle of, well, probably what, for 50 years or so? Okay.
I would say so.
So ultimately then we have to inject the whole concept of urban agriculture use as a transitional use to some future time, because if we didn't do any more annexations with what we're proposing in terms of developing planning, a model and overlays for the annexed area, we effectively would ultimately develop it all as urban development. So eventually, if we didn't expand our boundaries, we would run out of agriculture land, and then it's kind of, well, then we're talking about the other good things that Councillor Kelly was just mentioning. So you're injecting that whole urban agriculture thing into the work that we're doing with the overall larger planning review for the annexed area. Fair to say?
Yeah, through you, Worship, to Councillor Harris, I think that would be a fair comment. It is going to be an urban agriculture land, so even though we are an urban municipality, the idea, I think, is to say, how can we introduce, you know, and apart from the educational side of it, but how can we introduce urban agriculture into our planning framework that we have right now? So whether that's in our land use bylaw and accommodating things like community gardens or whatever the case may be, or that sort of thing, but also within our developing and eventually our annex lands when we look at new area structure plans. So how can we maybe set some public land aside that would be used maybe for some sort of public purpose, but maybe that would be specifically identified for urban agriculture, and we'd have to figure out what that is and what it looks like.
Yeah, and you know, I guess the statement I would have to make in that regard is I think it's prudent planning to inject those principles into our overall annexed area planning framework. It just makes sense, so I fully support that going forward. And if we can find some opportunities, as Councillor Kelly has brought up, to find those commonalities between the municipalities, but we are all very unique, I would imagine, and so trying to find some of those things that really are all that value might be a challenge. Would you suggest that might be a problem?
Yeah, and through you, Worship Councillor Harris, I think part of the motivation for each municipality doing it on its own is, and it's not very prescriptive in that regard, like Mr. Fleming had said, is that it's up to us to figure it out how it works for us. I haven't looked at Spruce Grove and Stony Plains, but you know, they are in a different region. They have a different setting than we do, and we also want to implement strategies that work for us and align with what we're doing potentially with our land use bylaw.
Yeah, so we could ultimately ask just a very few number of questions to get to the point whether there's any benefit in collaborating that way as opposed to just doing it as a made in Fort Saskatchewan for Fort Saskatchewan. Fair enough?
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Noyan.
Yeah, thanks. I just had a question about user fees. Do you know how much a new home build would be paying in permits to completion of it for, let's say, an average single-family home that's being built right now without any crazy additions or extras?
Through your worship to Councillor Noyan, I wouldn't want to. I'd have to go back and take a look. I wouldn't want to make a guess.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking is because it seems just from a short definition of a user fee, I'm not sure how many of them apply to a new home build. So that was just out of curiosity. Maybe it'd be good for us to understand kind of how they all fit. And I don't know, do you ever think about bundling something like this for home builders? Is this something that anyone does?
Through your worship, there are certain fees that are bundled in a way. So where it becomes a little bit more complex is there are other fees that are associated with building a new home that would extend outside of my department. So, you know, there's development permit fees, there's building permit fees, there's fees associated with subdivision that get passed on to the builder. These kind of things. So, you know, it would be a lot to take into account.
I see. Okay. My other question, it's maybe follow up from Councillor Abatoy's question, and you touched on this a little bit. Let's assume that a home starts plummet next year. It's not going to happen here in Fort Saskatchewan, and as you said, it might have a gradual decline. What would happen to a position of development technician in that case?
Through your worship, Councillor Noyan, it's a very good question, and I think maybe I can answer it two ways. First of all, building inspectors and the work that gets done in that business unit does remain steady. So it's really not a matter of things are busy and you're seeing a lot of new home construction. The type of permit shift. So if we see an immediate drop in house permits, we start to see a rise in home renovations, decks, changing out your furnace, these kind of things. So there is steady work and steady, you know, there's enough there's enough work for that particular business unit because there is some fluctuation in the number of permits, but they are different permits. The other answer to that would be we did some analysis just in terms of where we were at with a third-party contractor, and we looked at the costs that we were paying to them. Because the contract did come to an end, we knew that the fees were going to increase, and with some of our conversations, it would either be a fee-for-service model, which we had before, but that model would probably increase by about 70%, and then the other model would be a revenue-sharing model. And so we took what we estimated for 2022, and even with the new position, we were still more cost effective. And then we were providing, I think, a higher quality of service. We also went back and looked at the 2020 numbers, which was the lowest revenue that we actually had in several years because of the pandemic. And over the last 7 years, that was the lowest revenue that we had received for permits. Even using that model, we would still be at the same place. We would still be comparable to what we were with the third party.
Very interesting, and thank you for that explanation of the rationalization. I think it's a great initiative.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Kelly, and that looks like all the questions. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, and I will be done after this couple questions as well. Is it possible for admin to point council to a couple of our peers that may have already completed this particular study or policy so that we could take a look at what it might look like in the future, or the product of this 75,000 might look like?
Your worship, that is something I could bring back. I can't say off the top of my head. I suspect I know which ones were done, but
You know what, if you could do it before we get that back to this, I'd much appreciate being able to looking at it might resolve some of my skepticism, because I remain very skeptical. Part of your reporting back, please, or presentate materials I would like you to see when it comes back for discussion, is what are the minimum requirements of this particular policy? Like exactly how well versed and dressed does it have to be? And what's our due date? Is there an actual due date that we need to have this done, or can we wait a year and see what our peers are doing? I don't need that now. We can bring that back when.
Through your worship, I think there's a quick answer for the timeline.
It's 2 years after the province approves it. We have to have it finished.
Okay, so when is our due date?
So, your worship, the province, as Ms. Shindy had pointed out, the province has not yet approved the ramp. So it would be 2 years from the time that municipal affairs would approve.
Perfect, and I assume it's not a hanging offense if we're 6 months late getting this project done.
I wouldn't want to answer that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. That looks like all your questions. So we are going to push through and do economic development. Then hopefully we'll be done around that 12 o'clock mark, and then we'll take 45 minutes for lunch. So welcome, Mr. Morrissey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, and good morning to members of council. Given that we're standing between you guys and lunch, we'll endeavor to be quick. So joining me this morning is Aaron Brush-Duncan, our Economic Development Officer, and you'll find our department presentation as well as information in section 7 of the budget binder. So for 2023, the department is projecting revenues of $354,000, which is an increase of $36,000 from previous years. This is attributable primarily to an increase in business license revenues as well as lease and license fees and charges. We are projecting expenses of slightly over $1 million, which is an increase of $137,000, which is primarily related to one-time expenses, which we'll get into shortly. With contributions from reserves, our net budget is forecasted to be $573,000, which is actually a small reduction from 2022. So as shown on the programs we manage chart on page 7-3, the department is responsible for attracting and retaining business and industry to the city, creating employment opportunities for residents, and growing the local economy. The department also leads efforts to activate and enhance downtown Fort Sask, manage the city's real estate portfolio and various leases and licenses, oversee the business license process, and support regional initiatives aimed at attracting large investment. During the pandemic, the department shifted focus and reallocated available resources to support the local business community. And for 2023, we are proposing to realign those resources, including staff time, to pre-pandemic priorities. This includes placing more emphasis on and dedicating more resources to attracting investment, as well as maintaining our partnerships with regional entities such as Alberta's Industrial Heartland Association and Edmonton Global. In addition to this, the department will continue to provide strategic support to the local business community through initiatives and programs designed to enhance their operations. 2023 is also the final year of the Downtown Action Plan approved previously by Council, and as such, we expect to see continued work implementing those goals. The department is also proposing to increase service levels with regards to land administration to take a more strategic approach to the city's real estate portfolio, both in regards to existing assets as well as our future needs. And to support these service levels for 2023, the department has reallocated existing resources where possible, while working to find efficiencies and cost savings along the way. Where possible, reserve funding has been proposed to offset increases in one-time expenses, and revenues from business licensing are also projected to increase slightly. So for 2023, we are proposing 3 budget requests. They request 12-0239 can be found on page 7-5 and is for a $25,000 increase to business support programs. Currently, the city offers 5 matching grants. Interest in these programs have been increasing and is now outpacing available funds. Program applications open in early February, and we accept them up until about the beginning of November. Additional funding to support businesses was approved by Council in 2020 and 2021 as a result of the pandemic. In 2020, prior to the additional funds, it was anticipated that programs would have been fully subscribed by early September. In 2021, the program was on track to be fully subscribed by May prior to additional funds being offered. And for the current year, all program funds were allocated by May, however, no additional funds were requested for this year. As a result of a recent business survey, administration is planning on increasing promotion of these programs, which is expected to increase demand. As such, we are requesting an additional $25,000, which will allow us to increase the overall program budget, support a larger number of businesses within the community, as well as provide the resources to implement new programs should the need for more be identified. Our second request, 61-0073, can be found on page 7-9 and is for a one-time increase of $30,000 funded from the Economic Development Reserve. And this is to enhance the digital marketing tools and resources that we currently have. Primary focus of the department is to develop and deliver informed messaging on investment opportunities within the city to local, national, and international audiences. And these digital tools are the most cost-effective and impactful method for reaching these potential investors. In 2022, we ran a limited Google AdWords campaign targeted at attendees and geographic areas for 2 large investment-related conferences. And despite the limited campaign, it did exceed our expectations. To fully leverage these tools and expand on this strategy, the department is requesting additional resources such as video footage and other materials that will enable us to develop a full range of infographics, produce video ads, images, and other resources designed to capture the attention of investors. These resources can be used to enhance our investor website, presentation materials, as well as be accessed by other departments within the city to support their own initiatives. And then finally, request 61-0074, Land Management Advisor. This can be found on page 7-11 and is for a temporary land management advisor position to be funded from the Land Purchase Reserve. The city has significant real estate portfolio comprising of 554 hectares of land and over 2 million square feet of building area. We oversee almost 60 leases and license agreements for various city assets, which realizes approximately $570,000 worth of revenue annually. Within our assets exist opportunities to improve revenue from leases and licenses, bring commercially viable parcels to market, identify and prepare for future land needs, and streamline and process transactions to create efficiencies across the organization. For example, a quick review of the city's land holdings identify at least 10 parcels, such as the old hospital lands, that have development potential and could be either placed on the market or leveraged to achieve development goals and objectives. This has the potential to generate additional revenue, both from proceeds of sale, also from tax levies of the resulting development. These parcels do not include a number of remnant utility and road right-of-ways that are no longer required and could be disposed of in a manner that ensures the city receives fair value while it does not impede future development. Currently, when land transaction requests are received, and there were 6 in 2022, they are dealt with as one-off requests, with our department often taking the lead. These requests are often time-consuming, and require a significant amount of staff time across multiple departments to review and negotiate, and this does take away from other priorities. In addition, administration currently lacks capacity with regards to real estate expertise and knowledge, which does create further inefficiencies. It's expected that the advisor role will manage all offers to purchase in addition to marketing city-owned parcels with development potential. The position is a proposed 2-year term with key deliverables and key performance indicators to be achieved within that timeframe. The position will be reevaluated to determine if there is continued benefit in maintaining it. The total cost for one time will be $223,600, which does include $83,100 for 2023. This is predominantly related to wages, and there is a small amount of administrative costs. In terms of fees and charges, we do have a small number of fees, including business license fees, as well as an application fee related to the Heartland Incentive Program. The summary of our fees can be found on page 19-21. In reviewing license fees for 2023, we reviewed similar fees from 30 other municipalities across the province. We currently rank 13th in terms of the lowest business license fees. Once adjusting for inflation for next year, that moves us into 14th, so really no negligible impact. The fee for an application to the Heartland Incentive Program for heavy industrial is set at $5,000, which is contained within the regional policy set by AIHA, and is the fee charged by our neighboring municipalities with a similar program. And for 2023, we are proposing no new fees. And with that, Your Worship, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. So I'm first, and then I've got Councillor Noya next. So the first question that I have comes with your enhanced business support program. So I guess the question that I have is, do we believe there's a cap of an amount that we should be putting on there? And why should it be funded out of property tax revenues?
Through Your Worship, a cap is probably a good idea if we were to leave it open based on the number of applications we've received, the amounts that are requested. Having that cap in place does kind of protect the city in terms of the amounts that we would have to put out the door. Why it's funded through tax revenue, I don't want to say it's a bit of a shell game, but because these programs are funded through business license revenue, the remainder of that business license revenue then offsets other costs within the department. So to reallocate $25,000 from license revenue would mean we need the additional $25,000 to cover those extra costs that have now been, or that we would normally fund through the excess license revenue.
Okay, and that brings me to my next question. Taking business license fees for resident ones from 100 to 107, isn't that just like a cheap shot at businesses? It just feels like we give on one hand, and then we go, oh yeah, we're just gonna, it just.
Through to Your Worship, setting business license fees is a bit of an art. While we do look at regional comparators, we also want to try and balance out. If we charge too little, then of course we're forced to increase our tax burden. If we charge too much, then compliance becomes an issue. A number of businesses will determine, that's not worth it. So it is a bit of an art form. Increasing from 1 to 107 is essentially increasing by inflation, which is contained within the reserves policy. If council wishes to leave them at 100, they can do so.
Okay, and we've already flagged the user fees for everything, so we'll have whatever discussions we want when that comes back. Councillor Noyan, you're next.
Yeah, my first note that I made was to flag the resident business license fees. So this is already flagged though, or can we flag this in particular?
You know what? We're bringing all the user fees back.
Okay.
So if there's some.
I don't believe that we've flagged all of the user fees.
I didn't think so either.
Yeah, I think we're doing them individually. So if there are specific
in that case,
ones,
I would like to flag the resident business license fees.
I just on that basis, so there was another user fee that you had asked about, and it was said that
it was a longer term fee, Mayor Catcher, and I'm prepared to sit on that pending the report from administration.
Okay, I just wanted clarity. So flagging the business license fee. Any objection? Seeing none, that one's flagged. Mr. Dance isn't sitting there, so somebody will flag it. Okay. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, I do. Just a follow-up question to that. Do we know how many businesses? Do you have that off the top of your head or at your fingertips that you issue licenses to in Fort Saskatchewan?
Actually, yes. So for 2022 year to date, we have 435 non-resident licenses, and we've issued 994 resident licenses to date this year.
Okay.
Which is pretty close to on par for previous years.
Excellent. And I'll just continue on here then, if I may.
One more.
So in your funding request for enhanced business support, I found two contradictory statements in this. So one hand you say that interest has outpaced our funding, therefore the need for an extra further $25,000. Then in the same document it says that awareness is low, so that you need to enhance outreach. So where is the balance here? Because I know you're trying to market economic development and business attraction and retention in Fort Saskatchewan. Can you comment on that? Those
Sure.
two statements is made.
So when we look at how long it's taken us to essentially allocate all of the funds available within that budget, that number has been decreasing. So in 2020, we would have had fully allocated by September. 2021, we were fully allocated by May. However, council did agree or approve additional funds. So that got us to the end of November, where we were still accepting and approving an application by early November. For this year, we had, I'm just doing some quick math, we had 12 applications, and by the end of May, and those fully allocated the $50,000 because there were no additional funds. Now that also includes 4 applications that were submitted but we could not fund because we were completely tapped out, as well as 4 applications that were denied simply because they did not meet program guidelines. What these numbers don't include are the expressions of interest from businesses who've come forward and said, hey, I want to be able to do this, but have now since not decided to apply for either they don't match the program or we said, listen, we're completely tapped out. Let's get an application ready for next year. In terms of the low awareness, low I think is a relative term. One of the things that was identified in the survey that we did this year from businesses, because it does kind of hit that broader number, was the awareness of these programs are low. So if we want to get there and make sure that businesses are fully aware of them, we do expect to increase the amount of applications we're seeing already, even though what we've seen already is more than the program can support.
Right. And can you just make one quick comment then about the interest for 2022 as compared to 2021 in COVID years for this grant program?
Through your worship, yeah. So there was this significant more interest in 2020 and 2021 in these programs because we offered temporary programs. So the essentially online, or I can't remember the name of it exactly, but we provided businesses with a grant to actually get their business online and selling digitally versus relying on customers through their door because of the restrictions that were put in place. Okay. And then in 2021, we did launch the professional support grant, which provided businesses with funds to go out and get a professional accounting services done so that they could apply for provincial and federal programs. So the number of applications we saw to those specific programs were quite high. Which did kind of eat up a lot of the additional funds that were allocated in those particular years. Now those programs are not available in 2022, so we're kind of back to more normal numbers now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Macon.
Good morning. Thanks for your presentation. Just one question on the land management advisor. Just reading through the request. I'm just wondering, who is the individual that we want? What kind of background are we looking for? It just seems like a very specific knowledge base is needed for this, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around what is the background, the education? What are we looking for in that position? Just based on looking at what the salary request is for it.
Through to your worship, ideally it's somebody with land development or real estate experience. The job description for this specific position has not been established yet, but those would be the types of skills we are looking for.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you very much. So the second request plan, I'm just curious about the campaign. Looks like it was really successful with the data, the analytics that was provided here. How much was spent for it, and what's time period?
Through to your worship, these campaigns are actually quite affordable. The costs will vary depending on
Yeah, but for this specific one that you give the numbers.
Our costs, I'd have to double check and confirm, but off the top of my head, they were around the $5,000 mark, and we ran them for a month-and-a-half period leading up to and during these specific events.
Okay, that's not bad. Okay, and my second question is to the land management advisor. So I look at your FTEs, and that seems to be the highest currently on your programs we manage, and so it seems like someone is doing this off the side of their desk, or all of you are working on it. So obviously I see the need for this position. But my question is, what was my question? I see the relevance obviously with that, like this person can obviously help with our asset management program and obviously potential to generate revenue for the city. But I do not see my question. Where's my question? Please come back to me.
Okay. Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Harris next.
I have two questions. First, you probably will be able to answer. The second one, I'm not sure, it might be to our city manager. So the first question is, in relation to the business retention program, the increased 25,000, how do you guys measure success? What's the metric you're using? I'm a small business. I need a new computer. I come to you. How are you going to know that we've actually gotten value from that? And it's probably been answered before, but you need to refresh my memory.
Of course, through your worship to Councillor Harris, that's a great question, and we do regular follow-up with the grant recipients. So they are, in addition to the final report at the end of the program, once they're complete, we do regular follow-up with them to determine if they purchased an asset through the equipment and technology, do they still own it? Obviously, there are restrictions as to you can't purchase something, turn around next year and sell it. But then we also do follow-up with how has this grant supported your business, and that feedback, while it's anecdotal, is overwhelmingly positive. We had an example this week actually where a recipient of the export grant for this year actually said they were able to use that funding in conjunction with provincial and federal funds and are now looking at getting their products onto major national airlines. And the exact quote was, "This has the potential to completely change our business." So that type of feedback are things we actively gather in individual follow-ups with the recipients themselves.
So have you ever submitted a report like that to council in terms of, so that we can see, it's one of the metrics that I think is really crucial. It's a small thing, but it's important. And then the fact that we're tracking and reporting it is something I think might be interesting. Half a page, 1 page, sure. I don't know. But that's...
Your worship, to Councillor Harris, absolutely, that's something we can do. We're not great at blowing our own horn, but that is the type of information we can provide back to council.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, fair enough. The second question is, we annexed a bunch of land and we had to move our entrance sign on the south. Who's responsible for that project? Is the new entrance sign or better entrance signs, they obviously need to be updated. Is that your responsibility? Kind of like a land management thing, or who's looking after that?
I've got Mr. Fleming.
I'm going to defer that to Mr. Fleming.
Yeah, it's not typically land management. I think, was it communications the last time brought it forward? And I believe it's on the 10-year capital plan. Council declined the project the last time we had it in front of them. But I think it got replaced in the 10-year. I'll have to double check that, but it's been on our radar before to be moved, and it ended up there was some sticker shock, I think, when the numbers came forward on what those signs cost. And
well, I'm sure there was, but it's something I don't want to lose sight of. I think that's a promotional thing. It's almost an economic development. Welcome to the beautiful city of Fort Saskatchewan. So I want to flag that in one context to make sure we don't lose it, or that's a request from administration that we could raise at a regular council meeting. I just want to make sure that doesn't get lost in the shuffle, because we annexed 2 years ago.
Okay, I've got Mr. Dance behind you. Or just go ahead.
Through your worship, Councillor Harris, it does show on the 10-year capital plan with some initial dollars in 2024 and further dollars in 2025.
So did you want to flag that to potentially have it moved, or?
Yeah, you know, actually, I think we should be doing it sooner rather than later. And it's expenditure because we know where the boundary is. And
Okay, so I'll just ask, is there any objection to having that flagged for discussion? No no objection, so that'll be flagged.
Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Kelly?
Yes, thank you. My question's fairly specific. It's possible, Ms. Andruko, you may need to weigh in. I'll give you a heads up. Page 7.4 of the budget document, note 6, first line, and this is business development, and the description here confuses me. Reallocate Taurus Field Life Cycle Reserve contribution to transfer to reserve program and fiscal services, $30,000. I don't understand that.
So when we were looking at the programs and all the costs associated, it didn't really make a whole lot of sense that the life cycle reserve contribution was being allocated to the leases and licensing for nonprofit. It's more, our thought process was the assets at the Taurus Field are the cities, and we moved it over to the reserve, transfer to reserve program in physical services to house that transfer.
Okay, thank you. The 30,000 we're referencing is the 30,000 sponsorship that we receive, their city receives for the sign at the naming rights on the sign. Is that what the 30,000 is?
I'd have to get back to you on that, but it sounds like it might be.
Mr. You know Fleming?
Just through your worship, that is my recollection, but we will definitely check.
Because I always thought and have traditionally thought every year of this budget that 30,000 was reported as part of Taurus Field revenue. And it can't be in both places, obviously. Let's bring it up at the next meeting if we could. I don't think I need to flag a note.
No,
let's just get a discussion on this or something back by email
we'll
to council.
We'll put it in the clarifying questions.
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, you're good. Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Abatoye because you forgot your second question, and then I'll go through the list again. Oh. Go
yes,
ahead.
Thank you. It was just right in front of me. I don't know why I didn't see it, even with my glasses. So my question is back to the land management advisor. So I was saying that the highest FTE you currently have in your department is the land and lease management. So the question is, this is how is this being currently managed? And if this role is filled, does it not leave a vacuum in your current FTE?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, the FTE count in the chart on page 7-3 includes more than just our department. So it includes the FTE time spent from other departments such as lead services, planning and development. So, you know, if you look at the total FTE count on that chart, it says we have 5.1. In our department, there's only 4 staff. But because a lot of the programs we manage do involve other staff members from other departments to support, we do kind of pull in some of that time into our FTE count. In terms of the gap, it really would, because it's an increase in service level, that FTE would be used up to support that increase in service level.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense, because I actually didn't, I thought that was strictly for economic development department, so that makes sense. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm next. I'm going to go back to the land management advisor one again. So I guess the question that I have is, you've got this for a 2-year term. So I guess the question that I have is there not a company that we could, contract this out to where they report to you, and then you have a maybe smaller amount that's spread out infinitely, given the amount of land that we have, because I guess I question, how does this end in 2 years? Because the land doesn't end. And
through to your worship, so really the temporary nature of the position was designed to be does this work for us? So is there enough work here for a full-time position? We did not have a solid answer that we were confident to bring forward to council. So we said, let's do 2 years and attach key performance indicators and deliverables, and then we can reevaluate at the end. Option B, of course, would be, okay, you know what, we don't have enough work beyond those 2 years for a full-time staff member, so then we can look at contracting out, whether it be a consultant for a strategy or a real estate agent for those types of services or appraisals. But the intent is, let's do this in-house for 2 years, and then we can evaluate in 2 years and come back to council with a more wholesome report and more information as to here are what the key performance indicators were. We were able to achieve them or we were not.
Okay, I'll bite my tongue on my comments. Let's see. I'll leave it with that. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, thank you. My questions are going to have 2 questions about marketing and promotion and business attraction position. It says in your report that digital tools are becoming a cost-effective method to reach potential investors. Further down, we had 240,000 times that our campaign was put across the screen, and then 240 clicks. Out of that campaign itself, was there one investor that contacted your department and there was a tangible result from that?
Your worship, through the Councillor Nguyen, not a specific company, but those events, we were able to connect with a number of brokers and site selectors representing companies who we are still in continued talks with. In terms of a direct result, in terms of is there a facility built and employing people, not at this time.
And that's fine, but it's a great networking tool. So my concern with online advertisements and campaigns such as this right now is really the effectiveness. A lot of people can, and what the numbers show in terms of its effectiveness. A lot of people are holding a device or on a computer and they'll click links without thinking about it. If I see something when I'm daydreaming that says City of Fort Saskatchewan, I might click on it. That's interesting and move on, right? So I think, yeah, the focus on really relationship building and closing those relationships and developing them is what needs to be the focus. Not that we're in comments, I apologize. The other concern I have with this project, and I hope you can address this, is that we just approved $50,000 from your reserve fund for what seems to be a crossover area to develop commercial and industrial business attraction and retention to the city. How can we not achieve what we just approved before this budgetary request?
Your worship,
so from the previous study that we approved, how does that, can that not be encompassed in what this seeks to?
Your worship, the Councillor Nguyen, this is the next step. So this is actually putting the information we're gathering through this to actual use. So it's the physical marketing that we will be doing versus the understanding where we sit competitively. So they are two processes within kind of the same outcome. So once we have that better understanding of where we sit competitively, who we can target, we actually have to go and do it.
Okay, then follow-up question, wouldn't this be better for next year's budget than when our current study is concluded and we have results?
Your worship, to the Councillor Nguyen, my recommendation would be to leave it for this year so that we have the assets ready to go and we can press start as soon as we have the results back. If we were to wait and then wait for the result of that study next year, then we'd have to make the request at that budget, and then we have to go and actually do the filming, the production, the capturing those images and produce the materials. So you are looking at a bit of a delay, whereas I'd much rather have them in-house and ready to go. We're not producing anything specific that's related to data that has a timestamp on it. So if you look at the existing resources we have, the last video footage that we have available to us was taken in 2016. We had a number of them produced. Only one of them is still useful because it doesn't have anything that references specific times or dates or information.
Okay, thanks. And that's good enough. It helps me to understand the scope of this project and what you're going to be doing with it.
Okay, great. Thank you. That looks like all of the questions. So thank you for your presentation. So we're going to take lunch break, and being that we're after 12 now, we'll make it 1 o'clock to return to chambers, and we'll start back at 1 o'clock. So we are in recess. going on. All right. Time is 1 o'clock, so we will resume our meeting, and we will start off with Culture and Recreation Service. Oh, God. No, we don't have to evacuate. With Brad Babiak presenting, so welcome, Brad.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. As you said, my name is Brad Babiak. I'm the Director of Culture and Recreation. Joining me today is my supervisory team in the gallery, Josh Jennings, Supervisor of the Shell Theatre, Naomi Switzer, our Acting Supervisor of the Harbor Pool, Jessica Weller, our Culture and Heritage Supervisor, and Lindsay Portis, our Supervisor of the Dow Centennial Center, Arenas, and Torres Field. I'll ask you to please refer to Section 8 of your package for the budget details and planned requests for the department. The goal of the department is to help enable the arts, recreation, and culture to thrive for the citizens of Fort Saskatchewan through our facilities, programs, and services. We offer a variety of cultural recreation experiences that help create a sense of community and pride in the city. Our recreation and cultural opportunities help support physical, mental, and social well-being for children, youth, adults, and seniors. These opportunities are delivered through approximately 82 FTE positions working at the Harbor Pool, Fort Heritage Precinct, Shell Theatre, Dow Centennial Center, Sportflex Arena, Jubilee Recreation Center, and Torres Field. In all, Culture and Recreation has approximately 30 priority-based budgeting programs. In addition to the facility-based ones, we also have the Truth and Reconciliation, community events, access programs and services, and sheep grazing programs, to name a few. In our 2023 budget, located on page 8-3, the budget is approximately $500,000 less than the 2022 approved budget. This is primarily a result of two significant factors: adjustments due to the reversal of one-time funding related to the pandemic in the areas of indoor ice arenas, fitness center, fitness and wellness programs, the gymnasium, flex hall spontaneous use, and increases in user fee revenues in a number of areas, which I'll speak to more detail later in my presentations with regards to fees and charges. Other notable expenses in 2023 was the staff redeployment back to base programs after the pandemic. There's also a one-time request for approximately $96,000 for the Harbor Pool Basin maintenance, which Jeremy will elaborate more on in the reserve section of the presentation. There's also a continuation of $500,000 in funding for the municipal partnership agreement with Bruderheim for the ice arena. In terms of work for this upcoming year, one of the key focuses will be our focus program review that will include the Theatre and Performing Arts Center series and rental programs. The review will examine the PBB revenues and costings for each of these. In addition, the series review will focus on determining the optimal number of programs to include in the series and business case requirements for inclusion. The findings of the PBB reviews will also be re-examined for cost recovery and alignment with regional and industry comparators. Some key departmental initiatives for this year will also include new work to be undertaken to start development of a departmental data and evaluation framework to help guide operational strategic decision making. We'll also continue to support the indoor recreation infrastructure service level review currently being undertaken by RC Strategies. And the final two initiatives, or department initiatives I'll speak to, are related to our funding requests. The first is request 74-0089 for Fort Heritage Precinct interpretive signs. This is located on page 8-9. The budget impact for this is $40,000. The funding source is the Financial Stabilization and Contingency Reserve through the Cultural Equipment and Exhibits Reserve. The Fort Heritage Precinct Historic Village is a collection of heritage buildings from the turn of the century. Unlike the Northwest Mounted Police Fort, there are no outdoor interpretive panels to identify or indicate the significance of each of the 6 historical buildings in the village, those being the Henry House, the Kulak House, Soda Lake Church, Castle School, Bolton School, and the courthouse. This initiative will provide options for visitors to access Fort Saskatchewan's local history outside of our operational hours or without the need for a paid guided tour. Signage is considered a best practice in the industry, and an interpretive signage helps reinforce the museum's purpose, or the village's purpose as a museum. The outdoor panels will also create a consistent approach to presenting interpretive information across the entire precinct. The next initiative I'd like to speak to, or request I'd like to speak to, is 74-0095 for Truth and Reconciliation Initiatives, and is on page 8-13. This request is part of a multi-year project started in 2022. The budget request for this year is $80,000, and the funding source is again the Financial Stabilization and Contingency Reserve. The request for this year is in line with estimates provided in the initial request last year. The City of Fort Saskatchewan has already begun to demonstrate its commitment to truth and reconciliation. The city has recognized the need to support its Indigenous community, understand the truth of Canada's colonial history, the importance of listening to Indigenous voices, and to learn about the value of Indigenous culture and traditions of this land. This journey of reconciliation has included engaging the community in celebrating and observing learnings from the National Indigenous Peoples Day, acknowledging the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, and providing opportunities for reflection on what that means to us. The city is also focused on providing staff and council education opportunities and adopting an official land recognition. In 2023, the focus will be on to continue to build relationships with local Indigenous partners, such as local leaders and the recently formed Indigenous Society of Fort Saskatchewan. Collaborating with these partners will help us to identify their priorities to help further reconciliation efforts in the city. Continuing to engage the community to celebrate Indigenous culture and tradition and reflect on legacy of residential schools will continue to be a point of focus. An additional piece of work for this year is undertaking an oral history study for the Fort Saskatchewan area, including research in traditional land uses. That concludes my presentation on the request, and I'll now speak to some of the proposed fees and charges changes. So this is on page 19-23 of your package. The department reviewed a number of factors in developing its proposed fees and charges, such as the direct costs and considering those where significant inflationary increases were being seen, in this case, such as pool costs and shipping, or chemical costs and shipping. Consideration was also given to the services that would be beyond or in scope of normal regional or industry service level standards, assessing the type and level of service and the clients who would be utilizing these services, and then regional and industry comparators. This year, the department is proposing a number of new fees in order to meet a broader range of services to meet the needs of potential users. Several of these are related to providing more basic levels of service, such as a lower cost rehearsal space or basic hall rental, while others are providing an increase in service level beyond a basic fee, such as overtime for stagehands or insufficient meal breaks, which previously wouldn't have been covered. The regional comparison identified several fees and charges that were towards the bottom of the regional scale. In most of these cases, one-time adjustments are being proposed to bring our fees and charges more in line with the region. In some cases, the increase was thought to be significant enough to warrant a multi-year approach to raising them, such as our indoor turf conversion or Shell Theatre resident and non-profit rental rates. The Shell Theatre has also made some adjustments to make up some of their fees in order to match industry standards and allow for more direct comparison to other venues. So, for example, as providing two technicians as base as part of the basic rental fee as opposed to an additional add-on, as this is typically required for most performances. We also looked at cancellation criteria for Tourist Field and the indoor soccer field that were revised to be consistent with our other facilities. This was suggested to increase the advance notice of cancellation, to increase the likelihood these facilities could then be booked again, or for the city to be able to look at providing programming rather than having the facility sit empty. The proposed fees to be canceled are based on the lack of need in these services. For example, the games den, which was no longer a rental space. That concludes my presentation. We have to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. We'll open it up to questions. And just so you know, on your slide, you've got the wrong number. You've got 7-1 as opposed to 7-4 on the top one. It's not really relevant. So we will go into questions. Okay, I can start. Nobody's weighing in yet. So with regards to the signage for the Heritage Precinct for $40,000, what does that look like?
We can show you. I can show you some examples of what it could look like. The one on the left is the one with the tree base is what's currently in our fort. The ones to the middle and to the right of your screen, I believe, are from the Ukrainian village, and these are examples of what these could look like. So there's more elaboration of content than what we currently have in the fort, as well as some visuals. And in this case, they've provided a QR code to allow you to access information online if we wanted to put more of our program content there as well.
Okay, no, I was just curious because it seems like brass signs get stolen these days. So, okay, the second question that I have with the Truth and Reconciliation Year 2 with $80,000, would any of that funding actually go to the Indigenous Society to help them?
That is a potential. I think as was discussed last year when this was brought out, a lot of this work will be very collaborative. And so that is obviously one of the key stakeholders in the community that we'd want to work with, and we'd want to identify some of their needs. I think to date, they've kind of identified securing land and possibly a sweat. And so I think that would probably be outside of the scope of this money. But in terms of supporting in other ways, that's absolutely something we would have discussions with them on.
Okay, and then my last question. So it's well over a year, probably a year and a half ago, we talked about actually having an Indigenous art piece. And I'm not just talking about the feather out front, which would be part of our murals. And we were told that, well, we had to build a relationship. Where are we at with that?
So I believe in this case, sorry, through your worship, you're talking about a public art piece in this case? Yeah, at this point, I'm not aware of any discussions particularly on that, but I will actually just ask Jessica Weller to weigh in case she's had some conversations on that.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. To your worship, it is something that we have discussed, and I believe we had recommended it in a few years down the road in our initial plan that we presented last year. As of right now, we don't have any firm plans to move forward with a public art piece, but it's something that remains on our radar.
Okay, so I'm just going to, so we were told at least a year and a half ago that you build the relationships, there was money in a reserve to be able to do something. So why is nothing advancing on that?
To your worship, we are focusing on building those relationships, and I think with this work, it has so far just been a matter of listening to what the community wants in the immediate future. So a public art piece has been something that has been identified to us, but we have just so far focused on other initiatives.
Okay, I'm not going to consume that and keep going. I might come back on that. Councillor Macon, you're next.
Thank you. This will probably end up going to Mr. Fleming. So during COVID, we made a service level change by closing on stat holidays at our facilities. We have received feedback on that. So I'm wondering if it is possible to flag stat holiday closures and come back with some information. And I have some comments on what information that would be.
Yes, through your worship, it feels like it sort of straddles the line between what I would say, because we're not doing the, do you have any other motions at the end? And what we've kind of said is you should be flagging things that sort of have a specific plan request documented. So my recommendation would be to give notice at the end of today's meeting that you want it discussed on the third day. It's pretty well the same thing as flagging, I guess, but I can work on wording for you if that works.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll make comments then at that time.
Okay. Councillor Nguyen.
Just on the precinct interpretive signs. So in the report, it said that there's confusion or unawareness regarding the, I guess, the wayfinding around Fort Heritage Precinct. But just bringing up the picture that you have, so we're looking to replace the infrastructure for signage that we currently have with better, more elaborate QR code signage. That's the scope of this project, correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, no, this would be new signage. The one here where it indicates the well on the sign is
these
in
are just the two
fort
options.
itself.
Okay.
So we do have signage there, but outside in the village where the buildings are, there is no interpretive signage there. So it would be creating new signs in those places. And the example here, the one in the middle and to the right, are just examples of what that kind of signage could look like in the future.
Thanks for clearing that up. That was my misunderstanding. Do we have maybe history of visitors to the precinct? I know in an outdoor venue such as these signs would be accommodating, it'd be very difficult to record a number of visitors probably on this site. And based on the wording in the report, it looks like we don't really know how many people are going through and engaging, and this would facilitate further education and kind of a museum education opportunity for anyone that goes through. But do we really know some numbers?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, no, I wouldn't say that we have a firm sense of how many people would come into contact with these signs. But as Brad mentioned, there could be some opportunities for beginning to track those things, like such as if we had QR codes, we could then see how many people are accessing information that's linked to those signs online.
Right. Okay, thanks. That's good for now.
And sorry, maybe I'll just quickly substitute through your worship to Council Nguyen. We do have tracking in terms of our tours and how many people go through the guided process, but it's more, the drop-ins that we wouldn't have the information on.
Okay, Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation. My first question is around the truth and reconciliation. The budgetary commitments that we have from year 1 to year 7. Is the source of funding for all of that going to be the financial stabilization reserve, assuming we don't get any grants?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, yes, that would be
the
source of funding.
Okay, thank you. And so I have a few questions around the fees. So I thought we used to have fees for not-for-profits that was lower than what we had for residents and non-residents. But I'm seeing that we're combining residents and not-for-profit here.
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, yes, the nonprofit and residents are combined, and commercial and non-residents are combined.
But have it always been that way, or non-for-profits had like lower fees than residents?
I will actually request Lindsay to come up and help me with the long history, because I'm not immediately aware of the history of the last few years.
Josh is coming up.
True.
Thank you for your question. Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, just to let you know, we originally had nonprofit and resident grouped together. Then we had resident adult, and then we had a commercial non-resident. We've gone away from the resident adult rate due to usage, and combined that with our resident rate, if you would.
Okay, so we never had like a separate fee for non-for-profits. So for some reason, I thought we did have like a lower rates for non-for-profits.
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, not to my recollection.
Okay, thank you. You know what? Come back to me. I just want to go through my notes here.
Okay, go to Councillor Kelly.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to talk, I guess, sort of about user fees, folks. When I look at the programs that you manage, let's start at line number 1, Theater and Performing Arts Series. The revenues on that series are 38% of the costs as budgeted for next year. what philosophy does your department have when it comes to setting what the ticket cost should be for that series? What philosophy do you have?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, each of the ticket prices are based on a business case and usually based on regional comparative and market value for those tickets.
So you're telling me that the shows that we put on there have a market value of about 38% of the cost of producing the show?
Not directly, no. Sorry, through your worship to Councillor Kelly. I'm more referring to the fact that the ticket value is based on a market value for the perceived value of that ticket.
And I get you, Josh, and I'm not arguing that point.
Okay.
But the perceived market value for the ticket equals 38% of our cost of putting on the function.
Not across all shows, and that is to say that there are some that are more lucrative and some that are could lose a little bit more, and some of that other funding could be based on other support funding from, for example, federal government programs to support those that lose a little bit more money per se.
Okay, I'll leave that one alone for a minute. And I know this is going to sound like I'm nitpicking, but child minding service revenues budgeted to be lower in the coming year. At what point, have you established a point where it no longer makes sense to provide a service that people are unwilling to use or unwilling to pay for?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, this is one that we will definitely continue to review, and it's somewhat, or actually very strongly correlated to what we're seeing in terms of fitness return overall, as we've seen a lot of children admissions and family admissions back to our facilities, but we're seeing less about adults themselves. And so this service would only be utilized, obviously, by those with children. And so it's a case of how many would use it. If we continue to see that there is a declining use in this, it may be something we review to say that as a function, it's no longer worth having. That said, this is one where the staffing is largely dependent on the need. So we have some ability to have casuals and assign hours rather than with permanent staff, but more of our casual pool. So if there's lower usage, we could lower some of our related costs.
And I agree with your comments. It's just that your budget for next year shows I'm going to suggest lackluster 18% revenue return on our expenses. So I would have hoped that you would have had those contemplated already in the budget for next year, the things you just referenced.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, they have been considered. We are still considering this a bit of a transition year from COVID. As well, we have kind of entered that epidemic stage. We're still looking to establish what the new norm is. And so this is one of the ones that was considered as a support that would help get other mothers and fathers with children to be active and use our facilities. So it's more of a support program. So that's the way we reviewed it for this year. But to your point, if it's not being utilized, we'll have to revisit it for next year.
Okay, to my original question, and I'm going to belabor it, Josh, because you're ducking it a little bit. What specific parameters have you in place to determine whether or not this program or any program makes sense?
So through your worship, Councillor Kelly, so one would be usage, the number of people that are utilizing our programs. So obviously if we see a significant drop, or in this case, the becomes increasingly reliant on the tax revenue, that where cost recovery is getting even further below this level, that would be one of the criteria, so usage. The other would be, I think, tied to the conversation you as council will have in February around what are the principles of our cost recovery. So what are the outcomes that we're trying to achieve with this program? And if they are essentially more economic than potentially social-based outcomes, it may not make sense to continue forward, but we would have to wait for the decisions from council on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Blizzard because you haven't spoken yet, so go ahead.
Hi. You know, a few years ago when I was on council, we got a document that kind of gave us the actual numbers instead of going to a computer with cost recovery for various facilities. And I found that very handy just to compare because while I get that, you know, there's a lot of stuff the city does when we maintain roads that costs money. We're not going to have a cost recovery so per se on it. But our facilities, it's something we can look at and see how comparable they are. Our arenas cost money, our theater costs money, our some of the things. I've just had a discussion with one of the councillors. I feel we could break more even on a few things.
Questions?
So can we get a cost recovery information? And I would like it broken down at the Dow, and I know this isn't easy because this was asked last time too, but to the fitness center, and the fitness center, I believe that would include the child minding because that's where the child minding's for, or you can do it separate. But maybe, you know, the Shell Theater, the cost recovery from all the programs they deliver to all the costs incurred for them. Might be a big ask. But.
So, Mr. Fleming, is that something that can be done within questions, or would you want it flagged?
Through your worship, I would probably actually ask, let's take that as an information takeaway from us, and we can take a look at it. We'll see what's readily available. When you see breakdown all the programs, that sounds like a lot. But
I don't want every program. I'm thinking more facilities. Yeah, different amenities.
Yeah, and again, we'll take a look at what information is readily available, and we can provide. And
including the Heritage Precinct and the pool. You know, the various facilities we have that has income and expenses. There's a lot of...
and the program budgets do that. Like, I'm assuming what you're saying is the program budgets that have been provided don't meet your needs. Is that...
Well, they kind of have it all split out, like in the Shell Theater one. And I guess, like I say, we can add it up, but it would be nicer to have it a little more together where all of the programs in the theater are together, not just, you know, the one series and the rentals, and they're broken down. So maybe just the Shell Theater, how much we spend and how much we make and the difference, and same with the individual buildings.
You're referring then to sort of roll these things up and sort of just show them by location? Is that more?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take that away as an information request.
Okay, you're good? Okay, so I'm at the top of the order. So on page 19-25 in your revised fees, you're talking about indoor turf conversion, and your statement says 200% increase over the next 3 years. Additional time is needed for users to evaluate their event options based on the new rate. So what's the end goal here? Is to have them pay more, or to say, well, we can't afford to be here? Like, what's the end goal? And who do we potentially lose?
So, to your worship, the end goal is, in this case, this particular fee is to help cover a larger proportion of our cost recovery. Because at this time, if we were to rent the indoor soccer field and do the indoor conversion, there is a possibility we would actually lose more money than we get in rentals. So the goal is to find a fair value to the client, but also a fair value to us in terms of providing the service. And then in terms of your point is those that have the ability to pay that extra money would ideally continue to use the space. But if there's others that would like the facility, but there might be better options that we could work with them on, we would probably refer them to that space instead. So dry pad potentially in the DCC arena versus the indoor soccer center, like looking at some of those options. And that part of that would depend obviously on timing of the events. Okay,
and then my next question, because I was asked this earlier this year at an awards ceremony, is the graduating classes would like to return, but I think they need to be in that area. And they said the cost for here versus Millennium Place was like 3 or 4 times higher. And so how do we look at attracting them to get them back here?
To your worship, I think in that example, I think that's a great example of a true apples to apples comparison, and that is to say what they're currently coming from is a history in much larger venues in trying to make it work locally without trying to scale their production. And that is to say, if they still intend, for example, in this case, for an 1,100 seated banquet style, then it's not going to fit in that space, unfortunately. So we do want to find a good solution. We want to work with these community partners to find a good solution in many places that we have available for them.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the banquet. I'm talking about the actual ceremony where you have people seated on a stage and they walk up and get their certificate, because through COVID, they're going out to restaurants and eating after. But they said just the cost for that was, I thought it was like $7,500 here, as opposed to like $2,500 over at Millennium.
To your worship, it's one where we would love to continue the discussion with that party when they're interested in discussing it further, to get to those level of details. As it was originally brought to us, it was to include the banquet and have a full opportunity. Like there's many different scales of this production that they could do, and we're happy to continue that conversation. But as soon as they said they wanted to bring all of it, that's when we said, okay, an initial look at the costing would be roughly this amount. We're happy to continue that discussion as necessary, though.
Okay, I'll go back and talk to the principals and see what they're after. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, thanks. On truth and reconciliation, there's a basket of goals for 2023 and beyond. It's called that we have envisioned for truth and reconciliation efforts. The initiative describes relationship building and not defined timelines and goals. I would like to flag this and get and have administration come back with some of the successes, milestones, and projects that have been achieved in 2022. And maybe you can give us a bit of an anecdote in that area so we can better understand what has been ongoing, and then what is looking to get achieved in this next year.
Okay. Does anybody have any objections? Not seeing any. That one is flagged. Anything else? You're good. Councillor Abatoye, you're next.
Thank you. I just want to continue the conversation on child minding and the usage of it. Do we have the numbers, pre-pandemic numbers of the child minding usage, and do we know what the numbers are right now?
I would ask Lindsay to join us, or join me, and see if she has the most immediate numbers. I think if we don't have it immediately available, we are able to get it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councillor, through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, I have to I do have them compiled, but not right in my presence, so we'll get back to you.
Yeah, that's
with
okay.
those. Yep.
Thank you. And I really like that you talked about how staffing is based on need, and we're not paying people that when it's not being used. So I think that's fantastic. My second question is on the kitchen, Normandy room kitchen only rental fee, and that's new. So what changed?
So earlier this year, through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, earlier this year, Royal Catering finished off their lease in the space. So the kitchen has become available, and we haven't put it out for exclusive use again by another caterer. So the kitchen fee would be so that the caterers can access the whole kitchen services. We would have dishes and some utensils and some basic operating things in that space, and then they would be able to access the stove and stuff, so that would offset those costs.
So it's open to the public?
It would be open to the public for use for that fee.
So is an RFP going to be put forward for the new caterer that's going to be there, or are we not going to be getting a new caterer? It's just going to be open to public?
At this point, that's the direction that we're going,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. This might be better directed toward Mr. Fleming. Troy, I'm looking for a rationale, please, that helps me understand why we're funding a 7-year program out of a reserve as opposed to an operating budget.
Through your worship, we could do that. The Truth and Reconciliation program was always meant to be sort of more one-time in nature. The intent wasn't that it would become embedded in the operating budget as a permanent sort of ongoing expense. It was looked at as a bit of a journey we would go through, and then the funding would end. So because it wasn't in an ongoing nature, when you look at the number of years it's turning into, you could make the argument to do it either way. But because we saw it as being temporary in nature, at least through this initial phase, it wasn't proposed to be an ongoing expense.
We can probably talk about that during the flagging session. And for the flagging session on this particular thing, one of the items that I'm going to be looking for answers on is exactly what are the goals to be achieved for $80,000 in 2023. Because they seem fairly vague and the time frame seems fairly nebulous. And if I'm going to spend $80,000, I'd like to have something tied down a little tighter, hopefully. So that's for the flagging session, but that's be the general focus of my questions. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. We are at the end of questions on, okay. You almost got away. Councillor Noyen?
Sorry, I'll make this and try to be as quick as possible. It's just maybe some general comments because this could be a wide open question. But are we right now, post pandemic, getting back to the swing of everybody doing the activities they were doing before? Are we seeing, would you say, maximum booking levels for our facility rentals? And the reason that I ask this question is because our non-resident fees for these facilities are quite a bit more, and so is there I guess follow-up question then, what if these facilities aren't at maximum booking levels, should we be looking at decreasing fees for non-resident rentals?
Through your worship to Councilor Noyen. So we do have very good usage rates and if we're looking at specifically rentals, we've seen really good return, and I think it's actually in some cases above 2019 levels. We are now starting to go through our spring ice allocations, and we do have quite a few demands from non-residents in terms of that particular rental opportunity. So we're seeing that we are competitive, and this is one of the reasons through our fees and charges we do want to look at regional comparators, because particularly in this case where it's about facilities in a closer geographic area, there is options. So they can essentially shop around for the best value and determine what makes sense for them. So I think right now, Lindsay, do you have anything else to add in terms of the rentals?
I want to, sorry, through your worship to Councillor Noyen, I would say for rentals, it would just be dependent on the space in some cases, but I would say our fees are comparable throughout the region. So, for
okay, yeah, so it's
yeah.
optimized. The system is optimized, and we're looking in a very positive direction on this front.
And through your worship to Councilor Noyen, just one final comment. I guess the other consideration with this is oftentimes many of the groups are competing for the same time period that they want the facility at. So even there's no need to make it less or attractive necessarily overall. It maybe we start looking at targeted discounts at our non-prime times where people are less likely to take advantage of the rental. Because right now our prime time is completely booked. So there are no further options for that in terms of wanting to entice anyone.
Okay. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you. And Councillor Kelly has come back on again. So.
Yes, thank you. I had one question, and then I just was listening to your response, and I raised another question. So you mentioned, and it was a great comment, talking about discounting the non-prime times. If it was your business, I can tell you, let me rephrase that. If it was my business and I had a service with peak times and then non-peak times, the question wouldn't be, in my mind, should I discount the non-peak times? The question would be, perhaps I should be raising the price of the peak times. And there's a difference in an attitude there that I think is important to acknowledge. And I'm going to make it into a question. Do you ever do that? You can consider that rhetorical if you wish.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I just might ask you if you wanted to restate it in a slightly different way, just to ensure I understand it.
I'm going to leave it at that. I think I made my point. Now you mentioned, and my real question was, you mentioned, and I had this line of questions with the first two departments who were up here. You mentioned doing the comparative analysis between us and our marketplace competitors. So when you guys talk amongst our peer group about what to charge for pick a service in one of the facilities, don't care. Do you ever spend time to talk about what it is the community hopes to get from the service level fee that you're charging? Or do you just, in other words, do you talk best practice and goals that you expect to attain, or do you simply talk fees?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I would say it somewhat mirrors what Richard mentioned this morning. Isn't always necessarily a set agenda or scope of questions, but those things do come up. And I'll use the example of the theater fees and charges that we're looking at, where we made changes this year to include 2 technicians as part of the normal performance package instead of 1, because we were seeing that is what was going on in other places. And that would be somewhat reflective of what the users needed. Instead of having an additional fee for something they need as a baseline, we just revised the fee to reflect what they actually need for that kind of service level for a performance. So those conversations do happen. I would also say it's not always apples to apples. It depends on obviously the facility that they have and their ability. Let's say in terms of rentals, if you have a different size facility to what we have, obviously they can potentially charge more, particularly if they're making some kind of revenue from seating. So those would be some of the things that we'd also talk about. And then part of it, quite frankly, is the philosophy of the council of the community and what, again, the outcomes they want to achieve. So that's why it's not always directly comparable.
And I like that last sentence because I think that really nails it on the head. There is no market for recreation. A market would mean an active business-like approach to trying to sell or market your product. And what we have in the community, our surrounding communities, our area is. Yes, I'm getting to it. Thanks, Mayor. I'm just trying to build a set a theater here for it. Without an active market, is it possible that it just becomes a race to the bottom so that we can attract customers and they don't go to another community? In other words, the more we subsidize it, the more customers we get. Therefore, we must be doing a good job.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, that is a much broader question than just
Mr. Fleming, would you like to jump in on that one? Or Mr. Dance, or
sorry, Your Worship,
somebody?
I think we were distracted with another matter, so I missed the question. I apologize.
And I appreciate that. It was...
Ms. Cowie says she can answer it.
Okay, please.
Well, I'm through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I'm going to try. And I think we are having the conversation about the qualitative and the quantitative outcomes from participating in parks, recreation, and culture. Do I have a definitive answer to you for the question about going to the bottom? I think it's both a combination of bums in seats and what the outcomes that the citizens are accruing. And we're not there yet, but we're working towards it. So I don't know if that answers your question.
It's better. It's a great answer. It's probably better than I anticipated, Heather. So it's going to be part of the study that's coming forth.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, it's also part of your last notice of motion that you made too, because I think we talk about quality of life, we talk about the benefits that citizens accrue from participation, and measuring the quantitative outcomes is really challenging. Qualitative we can do in most cases, so we're trying to figure out best ways to be able to articulate what are the outcomes and what the benefits that community accrues, plus numbers.
I look forward to that conversation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Sorry, Your Worship, but what we were sidebarring about here, and in going through it, so the The intent with the process we set up was that any matter that doesn't have a specific plan request should be accompanied with a notice of motion. The intent behind that is that no member of council is surprised with the item as it comes forward. But in working on wording here, I think what my recommendation to Councillor Macon would be, and to council as a whole, if they accept it, is to take this one as a flag, if there's no objection, because you could consider the flag as being adequate notice of the matter. And then I would say the only time you can't really flag something would be on the last day of budget deliberations, because that doesn't allow for the notification, the intent of the notification. So if it's all right with council, my recommendation would be that the matter regarding stat holiday and recreation facility closures be taken as a flag, if that's all right.
Okay. Does anybody have any objection to that? I'm good with it. Okay. No, it'll go as a flag. Perfect. Thank you. You're good. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Next area, protective services. Corrine Rayner, welcome aboard. You have to leave, Brad.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Corrine Rayner, and I'm the Director of Protective Services for the City, presenting the 2023 Protective Services Budget Information. My partners in crime today are not here. Inspector LaRocque and Sergeant Hardman couldn't be with me today, but I do endeavour to answer the questions that you may have. Protective Services is responsible for the carriage and administration of law enforcement related services for the city. The city contracts a total of 33 RCMP officers to provide policing services in our community. Municipal Enforcement Services has 10 community peace officers who balance education and enforcement to achieve the city's desired outcomes for a safe and thriving community. These officers are supported by 17 highly skilled administrative police clerks and 1 protective services analyst. Protective Services has 12 programs that we deliver. You can find these on page 9.3 of your document. A few examples of these are General Duty Response to Calls, the Traffic and Crime Reduction Program, Municipal Enforcement and Animal Control. Traffic safety and Vision Zero are important priorities, and we have 3 programs dedicated to helping us achieve our goals to reduce the frequency and severity of collisions on our roadways. You can find Protective Services budget information in section 9 of your document. You will see that Protective Services 2023 base budget is set at just over $5.8 million. Our total operating revenue is just over $3.6 million, which is made up of fines and penalties, user fees and charges, and we have provincial policing grant funds. Protective Services does not have any changes to service levels or resource requests. However, the base budget has increased by $207,000 in 2023. This $207,000 increase is for our CMP contract with a pay raise adjustment placeholder for 2023, totaling $98,604, and a one-time retro payment of $122,000 that is funded through reserves. There were 2 prior staffing commitments from 2022 with our salary mitigation strategy coming into our budget fully for this coming year. We have done some reallocations within our base budget programs to better reflect the reality of our expenses and our revenue for 2023. Revenue has been reallocated to reflect what portion is for automated traffic enforcement, conventional traffic enforcement, and then commercial vehicle enforcement. That revenue typically comes in one pot from the province, and then we split it out amongst our programs based on the tickets and that are issued. One last adjustment to our budget is for $50,000 in revenue associated to the automated traffic enforcement systems. If the Veterans Way construction goes ahead in 2023, that's what that one-time reduction will be, because those cameras will be out of service during construction. As I've mentioned, we have no changes to our service levels for 2023. We do have some key business plan initiatives that we'll be doing within our budget. Under our Vision Zero and traffic safety goal, we will be updating our 3-year traffic safety plan, conducting 150 commercial vehicle inspections in 2023, and we're going to focus on child seat restraint safety education in the community and doing some events to help parents ensure that those seats are installed correctly. We will be keeping a close eye on victim services in our community and the transition to the new provincial zone delivery model that the province is rolling out. Over the next year, possibly 2 years, it could take. The municipality will have an option to have a municipal run victim services if we so choose to do so. The amount of information that the province has released is very high level at this time with what that delivery model will look like, so we'll be keeping an eye on that service level. Municipal enforcement will be training 2 officers to complete crime prevention through environmental design assessments. These are known as CEPTED. CEPTED strategies aim to reduce victimization and are a crime reduction strategy that builds safety through environmental design. In 2022, our 3 focus programs were commercial vehicle enforcement, public relations and education, and the policing committee. Commercial vehicle enforcement is an ongoing area of focus for us. We have had some challenges with the staffing of that new position that we got in 2022. We now have it staffed, and that officer is completing training and will be fully operational in 2023 with the goal of doing 150 of those types of inspections for next year. Our 2023 focus programs will be general duty policing and the general investigations section. These will be the programs that Investor LaRocque is looking at efficiencies with overtime callouts, scheduling, and how those specialized units bridge the gap when we have vacancies in our general duty program. The third focus program will be animal control. We're going to be doing an update to the animal control bylaw and just collecting that information and research in 2023. And municipal enforcement is going to be focusing on some public education around responsible pet ownership in our community. Protective services fees and charges can be found in section 11-41 of your document. We are only applying an inflationary increase this year. We don't have any new fees or charges that we are adding. Our fees and charges consist of RCMP criminal record checks, fingerprinting services, collision statements for insurance companies, and then under animal control, those fees consist of animal licensing and kenneling fees. Annually, we go through a process of assessing our fees and charges using a pricing methodology that incorporates a demand analysis, estimating our expenses, and looking at our comparators where we currently fall within that mid-range for those fees and charges. We do have a pricing strategy of a customer class pricing with free services that are provided to students. So criminal record checks are free for students and for volunteers in our community. If they have a volunteer letter from an organization within our community, we are providing that service for free. And our animal licensing, we do apply a seniors rate. So that is how we do our customer class pricing. That concludes the Protective Services budget information for 2023, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Macon first, and then I'll go second.
Good afternoon. Thanks for your presentation. My question is on the commercial vehicle position. So when we approve that, I believe that the intent was that the fines associated would cover it. Now, just looking at the budget, I was challenged in determining whether that actually happened just between what was in the budget and then your notes under number 3 with the reallocation to conventional traffic enforcement programs. So with the challenges that you had with staffing position, did you meet the objective of paying for that position, or are we still looking to do that in the coming years now that it's satisfied?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Macon, we haven't met that requirement because the position has been vacant until October. So we are looking forward to 2023 data that comes in as to really assess what revenue that position will generate after a full year of having it operational.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. My question may be for Ms. Cowie or Mr. Fleming, but it was my understanding, I'm not sure where it's at with the provincial government right now. I thought there was supposed to be funding available to all of the municipalities to go out and do an assessment of their police services as they're looking to transition to a provincial police force. And I thought they were supposed to be giving grant money so that everybody could assess, where do they want to go with it?
Through your worship, Corrine and mostly Corrine looked at that particular grant. It was for about $30,000, and we didn't feel that the money was going to be able to offset the actual cost of doing that work. And there is general information out there about what the expenses would be to transition. So we didn't feel it was worth our while to do it. We could gather information from other sources. I don't know, Ms. Rayner, if you wanted to add anything.
Through to your worship, I did speak to some of my counterparts in other municipalities.
Emergency alert! I'll cross
That's twice today.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, I forgot where's that. Oh, so in speaking with other municipalities, there just wasn't an appetite for a lot of municipalities to get that grant funding. I know that Grand Prairie did apply for that grant funding, and they asked their council for an additional $250,000 in order to actually do a proper study of going to their own municipal run police force.
Okay, we're just going to pause for a second while everybody's phones go off here. So is that a general provincial one that's going out? So you didn't do that just to distract us.
Thanks, Todd.
Okay, hopefully everybody's phones are done now. Okay, so basically everybody's just saying no, they're going to wait and find out, or just tell me what the end result is, what we're looking at right now.
I think right now, too, with the province, there's just a lot of information around where the province is going with informing or making that decision as to whether they're going forward with a provincial police force. It's something that the municipality definitely has that opportunity if council chose to research into it more. However, Ms. Cowie and I have just in discussions with other municipalities, is it something that we want to pursue? We weren't recommending pursuing going forward with that grant.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to check. I wouldn't want to make sure you're coming back in 2 months. Councillor Abatoye, you're next.
Thank you, Corinne, for your presentation. So did you say we have 33 RCMP members?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Abatoye, that's correct.
Okay, so when I do the total, it's 61 people we have in protective services. I'm just looking at the programs we manage. We have a total of 29.01 FTE. So I'm assuming a lot of them are part-time or casual.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Abatoye, that's correct. And under the total FTEs within our programs we manage, the RCMP officers are not included in there. They're a non-personnel cost.
Right, because I don't see that there. Yeah, thank you for clarifying that for me. So during your presentation, you talked about rental funded through reserves. Did you say that?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Abatoye, that is the one-time retro payment to do with the RCMP contract increase. So $122,000 is funded through reserve for that one-time retro.
I thought you said
cost.
rental. I was like,
sorry,
forward.
retro.
Okay, got it. Thank you. My final question: do you have a quick update on the automated traffic enforcement that we approved last year?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Abatoye, yes, I do. The contract was awarded this fall, and the new vendor is going to be starting on the end of February. February the 28th is what their go live date.
Councillor Kelly, just give me a second here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Corinne. I'd like to get back to You referenced it earlier on, but I want to just flesh it out a little bit. The reallocations, it looks to me, in revenue stream from automated traffic enforcement to the other two, commercial vehicle and conventional. How is it that we could reallocate or misallocate initially, I guess, that much revenue that badly for so long?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So what it is, we typically will do because within our program, so when we split out the revenue in PBB and priority-based budgeting, we have one revenue total, and we split it out between the different programs. I think that what we initially had done was a 90-10 split coming from automated traffic enforcement. 90% of our total revenue comes from automated traffic enforcement, and then is how we had it in there. And I have changed it to reflect more accurately that it's actually 80% of our total revenue comes from automated traffic enforcement, 20% will come from the other conventional types of enforcement. So that's where that's come from.
But that's still an estimate that you've put together.
Yes, sorry, Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly. We get a one lump sum back from the province of revenues that are from our fines and our fines, and it doesn't give a breakdown of what comes from automated traffic enforcement, a regular ticket which an officer writes, or commercial vehicle. That's up to us to kind of split out.
And they don't give any breakdown whatsoever, not even a ticket reference or a summons reference or anything?
They do
Just
not.
here's your total.
Yes. So it's quite difficult for us to tell, and
impossible.
Yeah, it is difficult. So that's what we're trying to just get better at.
They need to get better at it. I don't know what to say to that. I'm surprised and a little bit flabbergasted. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, I was going to touch on this topic as well. So under our protective services programs we manage, there was $2.5 million of revenue in this past year. Is that, am I reading this correctly? Because I thought it was a projected in last year's budget for 2022 of somewhere around $600,000 of revenue from ticketing between conventional and automated.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Nguyen, I think that's what we added to our budget with a new ATE program. That's what was added.
Okay.
But our total revenue is at around $2 million.
Okay, and then this has been adjusted and I guess prorated for effective of the new automated traffic enforcement system for the upcoming year then?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Nguyen, no, it hasn't been prorated. We've put it all into the budget this year. So you're seeing a lot of money moving within our programs, and it's not necessarily new money coming in or new tickets being issued. We've just readjusted within our programs.
Okay, I'd like to see this spreadsheet a year from now and then reflective of what
the actualities
changes
will be.
that are happening.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Colleen. My second question, I'm just going to go to page, the fees and services. There's a motor vehicle collision report statement fee, and it says driver witness reports is a $29 fee. Is that, and I saw it referenced somewhere else, is that for the purpose of insurance reports only? So nobody is going in filing a witness statement paying, correct? That's okay. So that's just my interpretation of that. That's it. A nod is great. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blissard.
Hi, thanks for your presentation. One is just more, I'm looking through the programs we manage, the money side. School resource officer, how do you make $108,000 on school resource officer?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Blizzard, that's from the provincial grant funding. We split that between the different programs that we get.
Oh, okay. And the second one, nobody can groan here, but I'm going to ask it no matter what. So we have about 12,000 households in town, right? How many pets get licensed? Nope, you're off.
Yep, off. Sorry. Your Worship, through to Councillor Blizzard. So in 2021, we issued 2,900, or 2,941 animal licenses. So far in 2022, 1,161.
Do you think that might have anything to do with the amount of the fee? Like, I looked after, because I know last year when I brought it up, everybody kind of groaned and, oh, we went through this before. But I honestly feel there are communities that charge less for the license, but then up the fees for when your pet is on the loose and you didn't have a license. And the kennel costs. I think, you know, we maybe get more uptake, especially, that's a drastic drop. You're 2,900. I expected that number. I mean, even with 12,000 households, if every, yeah, we have
a question.
Anyways, is there some changes we can make to have maybe better cost recovery on that to help cover better licensing so we know what pets are out there, make it more accurate? Like, this seems incredibly, the numbers are incredible, actually.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Blizzard, I know that it's a difficult thing for us to know when officers are coming across a pet. We always check to make sure that they are licensed, and then at the time they're issued, like they're asked to go and get their license, and then there is that fine that we give for unlicensed dogs. It's a difficult thing. We do a project every 2 years as well to call all previous dog owners and ensure that they have registered their dog. If they still own the dog, is the dog still roaming around? So we do that every 2 years to ensure that people are actually getting their license. We can certainly look at adjusting that fee and then increasing the fine amount is something we could look at doing.
I'm not going to flag it. I'm not going to ask for anything this year, but I really think that's something that we could look at. I think when you're looking at it, there are a lot of households that I know that have 3 pets. You're looking at $120 pretty much for that. So it's something to look at. And no, I don't have another question. Just something to look at, especially when the number drops that drastically.
Okay, it looks like you are good to go. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will invite our fire chief up. Todd Martins will do one more, and then we'll...
God, I'm ready for elections are over.
We gotta watch it.
Oh. And it's a beautiful build. Okay, so we got Fire Services, Todd Martins presenting.
Do you have a slideshow?
Sorry. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Todd Martins, Fire Chief here with the city. I'm here today to present the 2023 Fire Services Overview, which is located in Section 10 of your binder or on page 103. Fire Service is responsible for providing a variety of emergency and non-emergency services to the citizens. Fire Service delivers timely and quality services to the growing city of Fort Saskatchewan. We do this through 9 programs: fire suppression, hazardous materials, response, medical first responder, fire code enforcement, incident prevention, mutual aid partnerships, radios, and emergency management. Fire Service also leads the cities with municipal emergency and disaster planning and preparedness by collaborating with a number of city departments, industry partners, and mutual aid and auto aid agreements. We currently have 14 full-time staff and 29 paid on-call firefighters who are located out of Station 1, the Walter Thomas Fire Hall. I better do this too. Oh. So the Fire Services 2023 proposed budget, base revenue and expenditures for the Fire Service will remain the same with the exception of the proposed 2023 budget asks for the 2 firefighter positions and the bunker gear. A few key initiatives council will see in 2023. One of the big ones will be the Fire Master Plan recommendations across all of the programs, quality management plan review with safety codes, and emergency coordination center recommendations. Our focus for 2023 service levels will mainly rely on the Fire Service Master Plan, as well as our first collective bargaining agreement. An example of the level of service areas that we are looking at will be hazardous materials. Kind of focusing on the training and what's related to that, as well as our specialty rescue program. So high angle, DG, confined space, and trench rescue. For 2023, I have two requests. The first request is 23-0040, 2 firefighter positions, and this can be found in section 10 of your binder, 10-5 or 109 of the document. Currently, the department is struggling to fill vacancies across all current platoons, and this is expected to continue. Call volumes have increased each year from a wide range of fire calls, alarms, motor vehicle collisions, and medical first response. Administration also constantly finds it difficult to cover vacation, sick time and injury leaves, training, and other approved leaves, which is compounding the staffing shortage. To meet the current needs for shift coverage, we are extending our shifts, working up to 24 hours. We're splitting shifts, we're covering partial shifts, and adding additional resources when needed. In 2023, the 2 full-time firefighter positions will be added to the fire service. The 2 positions will help to address these shortages I just previously mentioned. This ask does not increase the staffing level, the service level. We will be hiring from within our existing paid-on-call pool for these 2 positions. Without the additional positions, a number of risks and costs will continue to rise, including overtime, lack of training, time off, sick time, and occupational stress injuries. Some full-time members are currently now not picking up shift because of the excess overtime they've taken on. These 2 positions will back up the needs for the service and reduce the overtime costs. We are currently 50% over in our overtime budget for around $210,000. The budget impact for 2023 is $202,529 for ongoing and an additional $58,883 in 2024 ongoing. And this will be funded through property tax. Under PBB, the 2 firefighter positions supports all of our programs with the exception of the radio network. The next request is 230043, the bunker gear, and this can be found again in section 10, 10-9 or 113 of the document. Fire service members currently have 1 set of protective bunker gear issued to them every 10 years on a replacement cycle. The specialized gear minimizes members' exposures to carcinogens. Structural fires now contain more toxins than ever, as plastics, rubbers, and electronics all emit these carcinogens. According to the National Institute of Occupational Health and Safety, cancer among firefighters is 9% higher than the general population, while cancer-related deaths in fire departments are 14% higher. Cancer prevention is a high priority in the fire service, and quality PPE plays a critical role in this. Based on the Fire Protections Association health and safety standards, bunker gear is required to be cleaned after every incident and during exposures to chemicals or fires. Routine cleaning can be done at the station, but it takes time and the gear needs to be washed separately from the inner and outer shell, dried, and then reassembled. In some cases, this keeps members out of service on shift. An annual inspection of the gear starts after the first 2 years of the purchase and annually thereafter. The gear is sent off-site for testing and leaves member without their PPE. Fire service has a very limited supply of spare bunker gear to ensure that all members can remain on shift or have a set after a call. Based on a 10-year life cycle, the spare gear is reducing every year. The current approved operating budget allows for maintenance and repair as for about 3 to 5 sets. And this also has an expiry date and the purchase of new members who come on the department. In 2023, a second set of bunker gear will be looked to be purchased for full-time and paid-on-call staff for a cost of $4,800 per set for a total of 40 sets. This will allow for the spare sets to be available while the primary set is damaged or out of service for cleaning, testing, and reduce the out-of-service time. The purchase of the second set is a standard that many comparables practice in and around the capital region, including St. Albert, Spruce, Grove, Edmonton, and Leduc. The budget impact is $200,000 in 2023, one time, and $20,000 in 2024 for ongoing. The funding source is from the Financial Stabilization and Contingency Reserve for $200,000, and the $20,000 is from property tax. Under PBB, the bunker gear supports all fire services programs, again, with the exception of the radio network. The last slide I have is our fees and charges. Fire service reviewed our fees and charges, our user fees and charges, and the increase basically reflects inflation and one revision. We reviewed our comparators in and around the area, capital region, and that is on page 19-45 or 233 of your document. Two of the highlights, we added one new fee for light vehicle and command vehicles. This was not captured in the previous user fees, as well as the revision, which was in regards to the Government of Alberta rate, just to state as per the Government of Alberta rate instead of a dollar figure. This rate changes every year in April, and we use this for cost recovery on provincial highways. We have no cancellation fees for 2023 either. And that concludes my presentation. Take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Noyan, you're first, and then I'll go next.
Thanks for the presentation, Chief Martins. It's good to get abreast of fire department operations and what you're doing there for efforts in the future. Question about bunker gear. So if this goes through and you get new sets for bunker gear, how are you going to distribute them with the different staff that you have at the fire department? Would you maybe keep half of the sets to roll out in 5 years' time, since it's a 10-year life cycle, and then are there certain amounts for the different staff that you have within the department?
Sure, Your Worship, through to Councillor Noyan. You are correct. So the current gear that we have, it all has, not all of it, but we buy it in bulk. So there are different years of when that gear is due to be replaced. So the purchase of the 40 set for the one time will allow us to then cycle out the other gear at different times. So we're not coming back with the ask for the two sets together. So that we'll always have the offset when we do this.
So this truly is a once in a 10-year request. Okay, that's great to know. Thank you, and that'll be that answers my question. The other question I had, I was looking at the number of service calls that from 2018 to 2021 that we put in. It looks like there's a relatively linear increase since 2019, and there were very few in 2018, actually half than there were last year. How many of the calls in the past year would you deem to be non-fire response necessary?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Noyan. So the big jump that you notice there is when the transition from to the full-time model, and at that time the code response for medical and for fire response was updated as well in dispatch. So that's why you'll see that big jump. And then for 2021, rough number, we're about 350 of the calls were medical, and then the rest were the other. So that could be fire alarms, MVCs, you name it, CO calls, DG, swift water. It basically makes up the rest.
Right, so a lot of calls maybe didn't need a fire truck there, I guess, that you're responding to, but you're trained EMTs, EMS as well.
Correct.
Okay, that's all for now.
Okay, so I'm next. So I just want to confirm your financial information on your bunker gear stuff. You've got 220,000, 200,000 in 23 one time, and 20,000 in 24 and ongoing. So are you asking for 220,000, or are you asking for 200, and then next year it would kick in at the 20,000? So I just want to confirm what the actual ask is here.
Your Worship, that is correct. It's the 200,000 for 2023 to purchase, and then the 20,000 will be ongoing.
Okay, I just want to go ahead.
Yeah, the 20,000 will be in 2024. That'll be the start of the replacement for this set of bunker gear in 10 years.
Okay, and I only asked that question because it looks like it's 220,000 for the way it's written in this report. in the business case. The second question that I have is in your non-personnel costs. So when we got the fire trucks the new fire trucks, we had to put money in for foam. Is that still in there on an annual basis? Like, do you buy foam on an annual basis? Is that in here as a ongoing cost?
Your worship, yes, it is. We haven't had to purchase a lot of foam recently. We've been working on the foam system currently on the trucks, the two trucks that were purchased in 2020. So we've had some challenges with the foam system. We're hoping that moving forward it'll be smooth sailing, but it is captured for the purchase of the foam.
So how many dollars do you have allocated for that if you've got like a surplus right now?
Your worship, I can't speak to the top of my head on the dollar amount. I know it takes roughly 3 barrels to fill a truck, but I don't know off the top of my head what that dollar amount is.
Okay. Councillor Macon?
I guess my question is not necessarily on the request itself for the firefighters, but just more of on how you're determining service level comparisons when you bring us information. So is it fair to say that if we didn't have aid agreements in place, that we would need to have more than the 14 firefighters that this says that we have?
Your worship, your Councillor Macon. No, so the positions that we're requesting for is the current ask and the need for, again, the overtime, the vacation, the sick time to help with those costs. When I look at comparables on other municipalities, which we have listed, the comparables that we looked at were Chestermere, Okotoks, Cochrane. And we looked at those based on budget, municipal budgets. We looked at department budgets, and we looked at what they have for their personnel, which is anywhere from 22 to 28 full-time staff. When we looked at Lloydminster, that was basically based on service levels, budget, as well as. But we didn't look at their staffing. Their staffing, we know what it is. It's very similar to ours when we started full-time and they started full-time. So the 3 comparables were used. But for this ask, it's just for what I've listed with the vacation, the sick time. We're about 210,000 over right now in overtime to cover off the vacancies that we've seen from our paid on calls. And we're filling this with full-time staff, members working the split shifts, double shifts, and so that's what we're seeing a lot of. Right, and so I agree with that, and I agree with having these 2 new members of staff. But what I'm getting at actually is that I'm just curious if the information provided to us here can be interpreted as a bit misleading. In that, I'm wondering if when you're putting in here that other municipalities have 22 to 28 staff. Like Okotoks, Cochrane, Lloydminster, Chestermere, do they have aid agreements with another municipality that can send a truck in the same time Strathcona County does? Because to my first question, I think that if we didn't have that, we would need more people, right? And so my point is more on the information that's being brought to us when we make these decisions, because I think that if someone was reading this document, would they look at that and go, wow, we are really understaffed, and is it possible that's misleading considering that we have those aid agreements in place? Your worship, through to Councillor Macon, from my knowledge, I would say a majority of the municipalities have mutual aid agreements with their neighbors, and reaching out to my counterpartners, they do have mutual aid agreements. I can't speak to the auto aid agreement, but definitely I know that if resources are needed, they can pick up the phone through those mutual aid agreements and request it, and they are in place. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. A couple questions. I'd be interested in knowing, Fire Chief Martin, how it is that bunker gear costs close to $5,000 a set. So explain to me what that stuff is, and so I can understand the value in it. And I'm not saying we shouldn't buy it. The price just surprises me.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So the bunker gear we have has an inner and outer layer, and there is a big difference in that layer. There's difference in how basically moisture wicking, the fire retardant material that's in there. We also there's blood-borne pathogen cover that goes on it for that protection for our members, and it's basically the material that drives the cost up. Cut protection is in there. It has to withstand a certain temperature when we go into fires, and so when we look at our comparators that provide the gear, and in the fire world, there's not a lot of businesses that provide a lot of the specialty equipment, so it's really narrowed on where we go to get this gear, and so prices have come up. Manufacturing time is taking quite a while as well with the gear. And so we take all that into consideration when we are reviewing for the gear, but it's very specialized. The gear is sized to each of our members for the fit and the ability. Not everybody's the same shape and size, and it has to be to their fit so they can do the job as well.
Thank you. So it's custom fit?
Correct.
Really? Okay, I learned something. Calls per day, 21,788, and approximately half of those, if the stats carry forward, are consistent from 21. Approximately half of those are medical. How many calls per day or per month or per year would make your department busy?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly, I would have to go back and look. Those numbers, will be broken out further in the fire master plan as far as call type as well. We're also looking at time of day as well. But off the top of my head, it comes and goes. Sometimes we're seeing 4 to 5 calls in a 10-hour shift. Sometimes we're seeing no calls. It just depends. I really can't predict that. Sometimes we can narrow it down to a window, possibly. People on the highway between 4:30 and 6. But we'll have more detail in the fire master plan.
And I guess I would encourage that. From a layperson's perspective, when I look at that number of calls over 365 times 24 hours, it just doesn't seem that large, Todd. So, so more information to help everybody understand exactly what's going on there, I think would benefit not only the department, but the reader and the citizen as well. Thank you.
Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation. My first question is about the firefighters' position, and you said in your request plan that it's maintaining. So I'm finding it difficult to understand how we're going to be moving from 14 full-time firefighters to 16, and yet it doesn't help us improve our service level. It doesn't really make sense to me. Can you explain that?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Abatoye, so we're essentially we're not adding another truck. We're not adding staffing to another apparatus. We're adding staffing to the current apparatus to help with the costs of having our full-time members work an additional shift or do a split shift or cover. So as well as the training requirements that we have to provide as through the year goes to meet our requirements. And as well as the stuff that we never seen maybe when we started full time, which was some of the sick leave, some of the other types of leaves that we're currently seeing in place, and it's really just the day-to-day, covering the day-to-day shifts that are vacant from the positions that the other full time are working. That's the challenge, and moving forward, that we're looking at that continuing.
Okay, so it's going to essentially freeing up time for current staff to be able to do other things rather than being overworked. Is that what you mean?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. My second question is about the life cycle replacement of the new gears. So currently you have $20,000 every year for 10 years. That's $200,000, right? So that covers all 40. What? Well, my math said 20. That's okay. My question is fine.
You're good? Okay, so I'm next in the order. So a question that I have is how much time does the firefighters have to spend on responding when ambulances aren't available? I only asked that question because there was an incident in front of Councillor Harris's, and we all went running outside, and it's a fire department that responded because there was no ambulances. So what are our challenges with them having to respond to those or shortages?
Your Worship, so our response matrix is based on a number of things. It's based on what we set to respond to as a city and the fire department, as well as it's set on the time delay from the ambulances, whether it's Strathcona County or a Medavie. So depending on how far they are away, that triggers us to go on that type of call. So you will see our fire department out. I think it's for certain calls it's greater than 6, other calls it's greater than 10, and then it's also greater than 15 minutes for an ambulance to come. And so you'll see us respond for the different types of calls for chest pain, shortness of breath, unconscious, to go deal with that while we provide care until the ambulance shows up.
Okay, so then are members trained with EMS, and then subsequent to that, do we bill the province for actually going out and doing their job?
Your Worship, no, we don't build the province. I don't know anybody that does, unless you're an integrated fire service, like Strathcona County and Leduc and Spruce, then they do receive money for that. We sign up through the Medical First Responder Program, and we provide the service that we provide through the code system that we outline with that service.
Okay, so I have to ask because I don't understand. You say integrated one. Just explain. I don't understand that.
Your Worship, I apologize. So the integrated service means EMS and fire. We are not an integrated service. We provide medical first response, and our members are all trained to the medical first response level, which is similar to advanced first aid for industry.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. The foam systems, you indicated in your comments that there was issues with the foam dispersal systems on the trucks?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly, yes, we've been having some challenges calibrating the systems, as well as getting them to actually work properly. So we've been working through that with the manufacturer. A lot of the biggest challenges the first year was COVID. Couldn't get the techs out from the States, couldn't get the foam tech out from Winnipeg, and then trying to work through and then, getting here and fixing the problem. So we thought then additional problems happened with the truck. So again, it was arranging the gentleman to come from the U.S. as well as Winnipeg to fix them.
Which leads me to the subsequent questions I had. I'm gathering from that they've never really worked properly.
Correct.
And I'm also gathering from your comments that this is a warranty issue?
For the foam system, yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, I had a question on the increase to emergency management preparation budget. What are we seeing as more, I don't know, more work being done in this area requiring the budget?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Nguyen, there will be a lot of recommendations through the master plan for emergency management to look at the city's risk comparables, our current plan and program that's in place. The dollars you're referring to is the training and kind of the maintenance costs that we need as a city to put on training for our own staff. The miscellaneous that we have to have in our EOC, paper, pens, that type of stuff.
Right. So and then council will see this in the FMP coming up, a detailed plan for that. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Macon. And then we'll take a break.
Thanks. I just had a couple questions about our medical response. Who decides that the City of Fort Saskatchewan provides that medical response service level? Was that something that we decided to do? Is that something that the province came in and said, we need you to do? how was it determined that we would start providing this medical response?
Your worship, through to Councillor Bacon, the city sets that level. That was set when the city went to the full-time model. So around in the 2020, that was set. And it's based on 1,500 different codes and what you want to respond to. It'll also be spoken to, I don't know in what detail, but it will be spoken to in the fire master plan. And we can determine if we want to go to an alpha call, which is very, very low priority, a Bravo call, which is the next step. Our threshold right now is currently set at the Charlies, Deltas, and Echoes, and then the time base that I spoke to earlier about the 10-minute delay for an EMS unit within our community. So we look at that as an ongoing priority every year to see where we sit. Reviewing the fire service master plan recently, we can show exactly what type calls we're going to through our records management system that we have.
Okay, and then so I know you weren't here, Chief Martin, so I don't know if anyone else in this room has this answer, but what did make the city decide in 2020 to increase that service level? Because I don't believe it was the service level that we discussed about as council, so it must have just came from the fire services.
I'm going to go to Mr. Fleming behind you.
Gotcha.
Well, to your worship, I think it is something we've done for quite some time. I don't think we just started doing it in 2020. I think that's when we formalized the policy. The policy that I had attached to the meeting agenda that we had yesterday includes service level set for medical first aid.
Okay.
So council has approved that service level.
Okay, and then Chief Martin, my last question is, to be an integrated department, I'm assuming that we need minimum trained medical, like primary care paramedic at minimum, and we'd probably have to have our own ambulance type.
Your worship, through to Councillor Megan, yes, if that was the direction and the will of council, we'd have to look at a study for that. That would be, retraining all of our staff to that primary care paramedic level.
So they would all need to have that?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. We do have a handful that have that training already on the department, which is a great asset. But we would really have to look at that piece. And then as far as the capital, we don't have any of the ambulance and the other big the equipment that they have on their units.
Sure. And I'm not interested in it. I just was curious what the difference would be. Thank you.
You betcha.
Okay, thank you. So it looks like all of the questions. So thank you very much. So we're at 2:37. So let's take a 10-minute break and then we will push through till 4 o'clock. So 10 minutes. So let's make it 2:40. We'll make it easier for you guys for our 2:50. Yeah. 3 minutes. Run. Okay, we've got everybody back at their seats, so we can start 1 minute quicker if you're good to go. Okay, so we will begin with Family and Community Support Services, Jennifer Hoyer, and congratulations on your new position. So
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Way you go.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Jennifer Hoyer. I'm the Director of Family and Community Support Services. I am here to present an overview of the proposed 2023 budget for Family and Community Support Services, also known as FCSS. Please refer to Section 11 of your budget document. FCSS has 13 team members and 1 contract position that offer programming that meets the most immediate needs of our residents by making it a priority to understand and respond to local social needs, issues, and gaps in services. The department fosters collaboration with social agencies and plays an active role in the community, providing access to primary prevention services that build resiliency and lead to a strong, healthy, and socially sustainable city. The Family and Community Support Services Department has 12 priority-based programs. A few of these programs include home support, youth support programs, counseling services, senior support programs, and community grants. I will bring information on community grants later in the agenda. The 2023 FCSS budget includes a continuation of current service levels and 2 new operating requests. FCS revenue includes the annual provincial grant, as well as fees for counseling, home support, and the community garden. In 2023, FCSS will be focusing on evaluating our core services, connecting with the community, and staying committed to diversity and inclusion. In doing so, we will have a concentration on our outreach services. FCSS has the ability within our mandate to respond to the changing needs of the community. There has been an increased need for our outreach services, and our staff have been responding in both frontline service and community collaboration. We are committed to community awareness and education. FCSS is focusing on building awareness on important prevention topics such as internet safety, healthy relationships, and coping skills. In addition, FCSS has been working with community partners to ensure residents know when and where to access supports and resources. Our priority for FCSS in 2023 will be the development of a community social response framework. This will create a detailed plan for the city's social response moving forward. FCSS has been happy to return to our previous service levels. We have seen counseling come back to in-person sessions, school and community groups, and one-on-one supports being reintroduced and growing steadily. FCSS is fortunate to work closely with many of the social serving agencies in Fort Saskatchewan. As there was service interruption for all over the last couple of years, a focus of this year is re-establishing those working relationships. Collaborative work allows for preventative and diverse community services to be offered, and we are committed to growth in this area. Our first request is for $80,000 for the Community Social Response Framework and is funded through the Municipal Sustainability Initiative Grant. The city is seeking to develop a framework that will highlight ways to address the rise in social needs and create short and long-term goals to collaboratively meet the needs of the community. The request is in alignment with the strategic priority of a welcoming, compassionate, and active community and supports the commitment of operational excellence and continuous improvement. The second request is for $92,000 ongoing wage costs in 2023 and $28,000 ongoing for a diversity, inclusion, and mental health coordinator and would be tax funded. The city has committed to diversity and inclusion and to growing staff mental health and wellness initiatives. If approved, this position will lead that portfolio. The commitment of resources will allow the city to remain active regionally in the area of diversity and inclusion and continue to be a leader locally amongst business, industry, and community partners and residents. In addition, the coordinator will work to create diverse and holistic opportunities for staff mental health supports. An addition of an FTE for this position aligns with the city's strategic initiative of the continuation of the Diversity and Inclusion Action Plan, with an emphasis on accessibility and community employee mental health and wellness. FCSS fees and charges can be found on section 19-49 of the budget document. FCSS's user fees and charges are reviewed every 3 years. 2023 is the start of another 3-year window to make adjustments to fees. Fees have been assessed and adjusted for inflation. FCSS has cancelled the fee for the Clover Park Community Garden, as that site is now overseen by a society. There have been no new fees introduced for FCSS. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. So I'll open it up for questions. Councillor Kelly, you're first.
Thank you. I'm going to refer you to the community and social response framework request. It sticks in my mind that at Heartland Housing there was discussion. Nancy broached the subject a couple of times about working with the city of Fort Saskatchewan. Is it under this proposed program that would happen? Is that where it's coming together? And I know that's very vague, but help me understand who your community partners are and what you plan on doing with this.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, thank you so much. Yes, absolutely, Heartland Housing would be a part of that, as would all social serving agencies, stakeholders, both internal and external to the city would be part of this. So we would be looking to see what social needs are not being met, what's upcoming, what we might need to change to be able to continue to grow and meet the needs of the community.
And you've already had those discussions with people like Nancy at Heartland about what this might do and how this might evolve?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, yes, these are ongoing conversations at many social serving tables across Fort Saskatchewan, that this type of plan would be useful for all.
Okay, I've got more, but it's on the other program, so I'll just close for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm next. So your diversity, inclusion, and mental health coordinator. So when you talk diversity and inclusion, and then in a previous budget, we just saw a truth and reconciliation coordinator, isn't that overlap, or why can't those be done as one? I see Mr. Fleming put his light on.
Yeah, through your worship, I just want to be clear that, excuse me, that it wasn't a position for the truth and reconciliation. Those were just expenses.
Okay, and all right, and then going to the social response framework. So I guess the question that I have on that is, there's been so much work being done with Families First. There was the poverty group that were getting together, talk about all the social needs and everything. Has this not already been done?
To your worship, thank you for the question. The city and social serving agencies in the city do not have a social response framework that we work from. There is, as you've said, lots of good work happening, lots of great conversation and goals, but we see social needs outpacing what we are able to do. And so having a framework that helps us identify what we need to be doing and where we need to grow and where we need to partner would be useful.
Okay, so my tag-on question to that, so what are we going to get? We're going to get another report, and there's just going to be the same group of people that are going to sit together to come up with this? Like, I'm looking, you know, $80,000 is a lot of money, and when you talk about, you know, all the problems that are out there, boy, that money could go somewhere. So I guess I just need some justification on what it looks like. Miss Cowie's got her light on.
Through your worship, I think there in some aspects we just don't know who does what, where, and how. What's the role of the province when it comes to mental health? What's the role of the province when it comes to addictions? When should we be considering a shelter, a warming shelter, sort of the big rocks that we're trying to figure out, and then who does what, and then creating a plan or a framework in which we can then decide, yes, this is where we want to go or not want to go.
And that's going to cost $80,000.
when I had an initial conversation with a consultant that's done this in other communities, they charge for those services.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, under community social response framework, it says that if this coordinator position is adopted, that we'd be looking at first initiating public engagement. My concern is that those those in the most need of these services, more often than not, I think are going to be the ones that are maybe not confident to engage with an organization such as yours. But obviously, I see you nodding your head, so that's a realism of this effort. How are we looking at maybe circumnavigating or addressing this so that we can facilitate success of this program should it come?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, I just want to ensure that I understand your question. I heard that you're wondering how folks that have lived experience in these areas might be, we may engage them in hearing what they need.
Yeah, how are you going to be engaging, reaching out with them to ensure success of this?
Sure, I just want to ensure that I understood the question.
Thank you.
Absolutely, that's at utmost importance that we know and we hear from folks that have lived experience. And how we do that is of various ways. Partly it's by ensuring we're working with all of the stakeholders. Folks have relationships in these areas. It's ensuring that we're going where people are, that we're using various ways. This is why we would bring on a consultant to do this type of framework, so they can invest the right amount of time and resources to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go to Councillor Kelly.
Mayor Katcher, I've got a bunch of questions on 510057, the diversity request. I'm going to continue to ask those questions, but I don't want to forget. I want to flag this particular item, please.
Okay, does anybody have an objection with it being flagged? No, so that will be flagged. So
okay, thank you. In your report, under challenges, so the first section, second paragraph, last sentence caught my eye. Due to the interruptions caused by the pandemic, the 2-year timeline for this work was adjusted with an expected completion date at the end of this current calendar year. I recall when you sat in front of council 3 or 4 years ago now on this particular item, and I asked you specifically on the 5 levels of inclusion, where do you see this city going? What's your plan? And you really didn't point out a level and say, this is where I see us to be. Frankly, I think we're an inclusive community. I don't see anything in here that points to a specific problem. So what I'm going to suggest is, can this wait till next year so that we can see this report that was supposed to be done that isn't done? In other words, let's do stage 1 of the work before we commit to the next level. Because you have yet to convince me, and I don't know how the rest of council feels. What are your opinions on that?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly. If I don't quite get, I'm not exactly certain of the question, but I'll start and you let me know if I don't.
Yep.
Yeah. So we did come forward with a 2-year action plan, and that did come to completion. We did come back and report on what we did in those 2 years. Now, when this came to council, we said that we projected that would be done at the end of 2022, and that was because that's when the funding and the position that we have at that time would run out. So we do have the action plan, which is included here. We can reference some of the stuff, or we can discuss some of the stuff that has been done. I would also just note that this position isn't about necessarily where we as a community are going wrong or really awful things that we want to point to in the community, but it's about continual growth and committing to that, and looking at where in each of our departments and in the community, how we want our programs and services to look and grow. So.
And I did not look at the link that's included, Diversity and Inclusion Action Plan. That's the report that's finished. Okay, I will look at that. Thank you. I honestly would like to suggest to council, perhaps more than yourself, that if we're going to commit an ongoing $100,000, that we should have a reason rather than a hope. So I'm going to just leave that with you, and we'll come back to it on a flag, and we can continue this discussion.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Nguyen.
I have a question about the fee structure of counseling services. So FCSS, it provides, let's call it a social service to society, and anybody who wants to use your services is discriminated based on level of income for the same service. Why?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen. So we give service to residents of Fort Saskatchewan on a social, and the goals of our services are to meet their social needs. We do have fees that are set, and they're based on an income threshold. And if folks are able to pay a certain amount, then we certainly that's where their fee is set at. If they aren't able to, then they're still able to get service. So it's to make this it is so that the service can serve more and we can stretch further and meet the needs of all in the community.
Yeah, okay, you kind of partially answered my question. So this is an elective fee that people pay then?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, it's not elective, but we consider, again, on a sliding fee schedule, so folks share with us their income and let us know where they are on that, and we're able to set their fee. There are sometimes other parameters that come in to look at whether or not we can meet their needs at a lesser fee, but those fees are set so that we are able to take what we have and then plus the revenue and stretch that service for more.
And that's very interesting to me. So in best practice, two human beings that have the same exact issue are not equal in terms of the requesting service of this type based on their income level. That's exactly what this says. That would be correct.
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, yes, they are assessed at their income level and a fee is set.
Thanks.
Okay, you're good. I do have one more question. This is more to Mr. Fleming, and it's just, we've got social response framework, which is a study. We just keep piling on these studies. I need to ask you, we keep talking about staff and the inability or the lack of staff, or, the trouble with getting work done. How many of these do we expect to pile on that, is there a priority of these studies that maybe we should be looking at?
Through your worship, I do agree with I think sort of the point you're making with the number of studies and strategies and plans. And we'd actually had a discussion earlier this week and last week amongst leadership team, and Ms. Smith-Duguid actually created a consolidated list of all of them, and it was pretty impressive. And I do think we're at the point where there's from a corporate perspective, I don't know that there's a lot more we could take on. In this case, I don't really look at this one as much of a strategy. You will get you will get a report back, but we're looking for some information or some guidance as to what to proactively do with an emerging problem or issue with the unhoused population. And so I think there's genuinely just some guidance that we're looking for that I don't think we feel we have. I don't know that if I could go and prioritize them all. I think what we've got now, we've been able to find homes for everything. But we've been struggling with that with the last few that have come along. So that was partly why we recommended not moving forward with the River Valley Master Plan. And I think if there were more things that were coming forward through Notice and Oceans or any other initiatives or from staff, we've really started to sort of put our foot down saying, I think we're at capacity. So
okay,
appreciate your comment.
Okay, and it's just a question that I have, and something that I think maybe we have to have a conversation about is saying, okay, we'd like a list of all of these so that we can see them, in a box, and then say, they make up X number of dollars, and do we actually have the capacity, and what could be maybe moved? So this one is flagged, but I think when we come back, we should be looking at all of them.
Yeah, we could provide a list. I think as of right now, we're in a good enough position to get things done. Some of them are taking longer than we'd hoped because of the capacity issues. But I think we're about one study away from saying if you want to do a new one, something else has got to fall off the list or whatnot, right? We're probably at that point, just corporately, right? So.
Okay, no, I appreciate your response. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah.
We'll
Thank you. I'd like to flag user fees for FCSS more for a discussion and a better understanding of how that works, and perhaps you could come back with some further information just outlining the number of users in different categories in your fee structure and how that has looked over the past year to gain some insight.
So I guess the question, Mr. Fleming, does that need to be flagged or is that just an information?
Through your worship, I think it would depend on Councillor Nguyen. If he just wants us to provide written rationale for the fee structure, we could do that as information. If there's an intent, you think, to make some changes, then that would have to be treated as a flag.
I think it could be brought back for more information. I'm fine with that, and would that be done before end of budget then?
Yeah, we can include it with the information request that we will try to provide in the next few days.
That suffices. Thanks.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right, it looks like you're done. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move right along. Finance Services Department, Jeremy Eamon.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. Again, my name is Jeremy Eamon, and as Chief Financial Officer, I lead the Financial Services Department. I'm here to present the proposed 2023 operating budget for financial and fiscal services located in Section 12 of the budget document. Several financial services staff are here to assist, including Shannon Andruko, Manager, Budget and Financial Planning, Clayton Northey, Manager, Accounting and Reporting, and Trish Norman, Coordinator, Revenue Services. Financial Services is responsible for all aspects of the city's financial management and supports the organization through services such as financial accounting, reporting, budgeting, long-term financial planning, investments, and purchasing. We also serve residents through billing, collections, and customer support for property taxes and utilities. Our department also manages fiscal services, responsible for property taxes, financial reserves, and debt management, among others. Our team of 21 staff members, including full-time, part-time, and casual, are located on the first floor of City Hall. Between financial and fiscal services, we manage 20 unique programs and the delivery of services to both the organization and the residents. Programs in support of the organization include accounting services and treasury management, financial accounting and reporting, operating and capital budgeting, and those which support residents include utility billing, property taxes, and property assessment. The Financial Services proposed 2023 operating budget is located on page 12-3. For all programs combined, we are proposing an increase of $104,740 in net expenses, or 4.7% over 2022's approved budget. The year-over-year change is due primarily to cost increases associated with the Property Assessment and Assessment Roll Changes program. This program includes an inflationary adjustment of approximately $12,000 and a cost adjustment of $95,705 towards the assessment of designated industrial properties. When the province took over full responsibility for the DIP assessments in 2021, the province reclassified a number of properties previously classified as DIP under the hybrid agreement to non-DIP, which now fall under the city's responsibility. The Property Tax Rates, Arrears and Tax Recovery Program proposes an increase to user fee revenue of approximately $12,000, which relates to tax certificate fees. Within the Utility Billing Program, we are proposing an increase to user fee revenue of $19,000. This is related to the provision of paper utility bills and statement reprints, along with outstanding utility balances. This is offset somewhat by $10,000 of additional part-time utility clerk hours, which are needed to help balance workloads. Base budget expenses and revenues for financial services were reviewed, and only a few minor reclassification adjustments were made to personnel compensation. Our focus programs for 2023 come directly out of our department business plan and include a corporate-wide study on the city's procurement processes, the production and distribution of separate property assessment notices starting in early 2023, Both of these are operating budget requests that I'll be presenting in a few moments. And lastly, the completion of studies related to the asset retirement obligations and the enterprise resource planning. Council approved both studies in last year's operating budget. Our focus programs for 2022 concentrated on asset management, which, as you're aware, is an ongoing multi-year program. Highlights in 2022 include filling the asset management advisor position, along with selection of asset management software. We also began work on the asset retirement obligation engineering study, which will help ensure the city fully complies with the new accounting standard that comes into effect in 2023. And we also introduced the option for property owners to receive their property tax and assessment notices electronically. Moving on to fiscal services, you'll find its operating budget located on page 12-5. For all programs combined, we are proposing an increase of approximately $886,000 to net revenues, or 2.4% over 2022's approved budget. Major items include a $1.2 million increase to the reserve transfers program, with details provided in Note 1 on page 12-6. $740,000 of additional annual capital funding, which includes inflationary adjustments to the local road and neighborhood rehab annual projects, along with replacement of MSI capital grant funding. Property tax and requisition program includes a $1.5 million increase in revenue, and this is due to the growth estimates provided by the city's property assessors. And lastly, interest and investment income includes an additional $1.4 million, resulting from higher interest rates on investments, which are expected to continue throughout 2023. Base budget revenues and expenses were reviewed within fiscal services, with one adjustment made to the salary and wage mitigation program, which I mentioned in my overview presentation. Financial Services has two operating budget requests for 2023. The first one is 12-0226, separation of assessment and tax notices, with details on pages 12-7 through 10. This is a new initiative that sees the production of separate property assessment notices for distribution starting in early 2023. Ongoing funding of $14,000 is needed to offset the additional postage and stationery costs. Currently, the city mails or emails combined property assessment and tax notices to property owners the third week in May, with taxes due June 30th. Once the notices are sent, the property assessment inquiry process begins, allowing property owners to dispute and or obtain more information about their assessments from the assessor. In accordance with the MGA, the assessment inquiry process ends 67 days after the notices have been sent out. So therefore, under our current system, the inquiry process runs approximately from the last week in May to the last week in July. The results of the assessment inquiry process can include adjustments to the assessment roll, which directly impact the city's property tax revenues. So under the proposed changes, the city would issue each property owner, excluding designated industrial properties, a separate property assessment notice in mid-February, starting in 2023. Distribution of the new notices would coincide with timing of the property assessments, which are normally finalized by the assessor in late January or early February. The property assessment inquiry process would begin the third week in February and would end approximately the third week in April, moving the inquiry process timelines up by approximately 3 months. This would allow for much earlier adjustments to be made to the assessment roll. The current combined notices, which are sent in May, would be replaced with a single-purpose property tax notice, advising property owners of their taxes owing and due June 30th, thus keeping the timelines for notification and collection of taxes the same as they are right now. The three main benefits of the proposed change include: 1, greater accuracy in the forecasting of tax revenues for budget purposes and for preparing the annual property tax bylaw each spring. 2, separating the complementary but distinct functions of property assessment and taxation is best achieved with 2 notices. And 3, alignment with provincial practice. The province already distributes property assessment notices in February to all designated industrial property owners. The next request is 12-0231, procurement process review and evaluation. For details, see pages 1211 to 13. We are requesting an external study of the city's procurement practices be completed in 2023 at a cost of $50,000 to be funded from the Municipal Sustainability Initiative operating grant. Procurement functions within the city are decentralized and delegated primarily to operating business units and departments in accordance with the city's procurement policy. Departments are responsible for procuring their own goods and services, and this includes the drafting of RFPs, evaluating proposals, and the selection of vendors. Some internal support is provided by financial services, legislative services, and fleet facilities and engineering, but it is limited to helping facilitate the procurements, reviewing of contracts, and advising on vendor insurance coverage. Since the procurement policy was adopted in 2017, there have been significant changes making municipal procurement compliance much more complex. Various trade agreements, such as the Canada Free Trade Agreement, have come into effect, along with changes to occupational health and safety and increased provincial procurement reporting requirements. Efficient and effective municipal procurement practices allow municipalities to navigate these complexities while both reducing costs and mitigating the need for large tax increases. Similar operational reviews have helped other municipalities, such as Sturgeon County, to identify potential cost savings within their procurement practices through efficiency improvements. The study's primary focus will be to evaluate the city's current procurement practices in order to identify opportunities for improvement, efficiencies, and cost savings. Information on user fees and charges for financial services can be found in section 19, pages 53 to 55, along with page 63 for fees related to utility billing. A review of user fees and charges was done in accordance with the user fees and charges policy and focused on the most relevant factors of cost recovery, comparators and existing market, and inflation. For 2023, Financial Services proposes an inflationary adjustment to fees related to tax certificate preparation, reprinting of tax notices, utility bills and statements, and the provision of paper utility bills. No new fees are being proposed, and one user fee is being cancelled, photocopying charges due to non-use. And that concludes my presentation. My staff and I are happy to take questions at this time.
Thank you for your presentation. Councillor Macon, you're first.
Thank you. So on the request for separation of assessment from taxes, I have a concern, and I don't know if you want to address this or if you want to ask Mr. Krim for a comment back on it and come back to us with that information. But the problem that I could foresee happening is that somebody gets their tax assessment, not tax assessment, the property assessment in February, and it's gone up, but they don't know what that going up actually reflects in their taxes, right? And so they could look at it and go, oh, it's gone up, but it doesn't really mean anything to me. And then by the time they get their tax assessment, now it's too late to argue that point, and they realized it's cost them a $200 tax increase. So, so that's generally the gist of my question, is that could we see a problem with the timing between those two things and not seeing it as an issue until you realize the implication it had on your taxes, and by then it's too late to do anything about it?
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, so a lot of municipalities do, and what we would be planning on doing as well, is when the assessment notices are released, there's a tax calculator that property owners can go online and they can estimate their taxes. So based on the new assessment that would go out in mid-February, they could get an estimate. Obviously the tax bylaw isn't set until April, May, but they could get an estimate to see what impact that would have and compare that to the previous year.
That's interesting, because there's like a lot of complexities that go towards calculating that. So there's some kind of formula they could put in to easily get that information. That's surprising.
Yeah, well, in terms of, with the assessment notices, they'll show a comparison to what the assessed value was the previous year. Mm-hmm. So obviously, if the assessment value has gone up, then the question becomes, okay, there's probably my taxes are going up as well. So what this calculator would do would be able to feed that information. It wouldn't give them an accurate amount, of course, but it would give them an estimate. Mm. And then really what the purpose of that assessment notice is to go back for the property owner to say, do I agree with this assessment? It's not about taxes at that point. It's purely assessment. So if it's gone up by 10% and the property owner knows, my house next door sold for roughly the same as last year's, then they may have a valid argument and they would complain on that account alone. Taxes don't come into play until May.
Yeah, I would think that, what properties sell for and what we assess them at for purposes of taxes are completely different. So I guess I just worry that we may be putting people in the position not to know, and how many people are actually going to go and use that tax calculator. And okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm next on here. So with regards to the procurement process review and evaluation, again, another study. Is this telling us that our staff don't know how to do this procurement stuff? I've been around since 1990 in the city, and I've seen centralized, decentralized, centralized, decentralized, and we continue to go in a circle. So why do we have to continue to do this?
To your worship, I don't think it's so much that the staff are not doing a good job, but I think that there would be some tremendous benefits from having an external study done to review our current practices in terms of, are we getting the biggest discount in terms of if we do volume buys right now. And I mentioned in my comments, we're very decentralized, but I would worry that, and we've had examples of where purchasing is done with the same vendor and one director gets a certain deal on a product there that we're buying and another one gets a different amount. That's just a very generic example, but what that study would do would look at and say, like, if we put a volume purchase in and timed it correctly, we could take advantage of discounts and through those efficiencies relate to cost savings.
So couldn't that just be done internally by having an extra meeting with your staff who are doing these purchasing? Like,
to your worship, well, the timing of these purchases happen throughout the year and through different vendors. We do follow the procurement policy and we are required to obtain quotes. But what I'm saying is that it's a redundant process if it was handled. And again, it'd be the result of this study. This is not to go in and make broad stroke changes to our current practices. It's really to identify how efficient are we and are we taking advantage of all available cost savings.
okay, my next question's kind of, so you charge now for a utility bill to go out, a paper one. So if it doesn't actually make it into the hands of the recipient, does the recipient get the money back for that postage? It's happened to me twice now. And I'm lucky I can come and check when the bills are going out. It's twice. So what's your go-to to ensure that the bills are actually, the paper ones are actually getting out and into people's hands?
To your worship, I would say that for those utility customers that have that issue, to contact our front office and raise a complaint. And then I'll also, or not a complaint, but I would just say make sure the address is correct. But I would also encourage that utility customer to sign up for e-billing.
Yeah, I don't like e-bill. I don't like e-bill. Councillor Blizzard?
Well, that was a good lead in because I think e-billing is awesome. I can save it in my computer, so I'm going to start off with that because that's my question here. So you've got 14,000 ongoing cost in separating these, and it says it's primarily due to postage and stationery. Now, stationery, well, both of the costs can be covered. Are we not charging then, or at some point will we charge? Then we wouldn't need it ongoing because, you know, most people have emails. Everyone has a phone.
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, because it's the initial year, no, we felt it was not needed to charge for this particular type of service. We may look at it in future years. And we should also mention that we are encouraging more and more property owners to sign up for the e-notice, which would also be available with the assessment notice. And that obviously would reduce the costs even further.
Okay, and the other question I have kind of tied in with that because I am on e-billing, but when you went to the e-billing for property taxes, the utility department couldn't just share my email and say, hey, they're on. Like, I don't understand why, if it's okay for one, that we couldn't at least send out a notice going, this is available. Because I know I would appreciate it, knowing hopefully this is now in the same department. I've signed up for one. Can I just not automatically have the other one, or at least get an email asking me if I'd like that?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, so we do quite often through our utility billing put an insert to remind property owners that they can sign up for this service. The customer base, the data is different because the property taxes are based on land title names, which could be entirely different from what the utility billing customers are.
Oh.
So we can't just share that information. We have to actually have a request coming from the property owner to sign up for that.
Okay, and one more question. Our assessments, going on Councillor Macon's question, are always based on the previous July, right? So do we make that clear so when people are looking at it now, with interest rates especially, you know, the prices have changed, not incredibly, but...
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Blizzard. Yes, very much so. On the assessment notice, it will be in bold. This is not a tax bill. It's clearly for assessment purposes only. And I should also mention it is in the budget document itself, but Fort Saskatchewan is one of the last remaining cities in Alberta to do a combined notice. Born and raised in Red Deer, I don't know any other way. We always got the big yellow sheet in February with the assessment, and then the tax notice came later. So a lot of municipalities have signed up for this and are moving in this direction. So.
And making clear that it's the previous July that the assessments are based on.
It's clear on the assessment notice that it's valued as of July the previous year, that it's not a tax notice, and there's comparators to the previous assessment.
And I agree that it's a benefit to having them separate, allowing that time for complaints.
Okay. Councillor Harris, questions?
Yeah, so my first question relates to 120231. Wouldn't it be better to call this thing procurement process audit? Like review and evaluation, it's not working for me. It seems like you want to conduct an audit. We've got a procurement policy. You've given one example where, you know, two different departments in the same organization got different prices. So that's almost, like a quality evaluation or audit in that regard. Is that a fair assessment?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, well, in my mind, an audit is for a particular period, so they look back for the last year. I think the reason why we called it what we did is it's more about process. Are we doing the right things consistently, or where can we make improvements going forward? But I do see your point. It is an audit, but it's.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you about it, Jeremy, and I think the mayor raised a good point there in terms of this is a time-specific thing. If we're not happy with the policy, then that is a whole different thing. Right. And policy should be driven by best practice. And so what I've heard time and time again is that we adhere to best practice, especially in your area. So that's just something that I throw out there for consideration and it is time-specific. Okay. Because it should be against the timelines that we look back maybe the last 2 years and determine if there are things that ultimately can help us procure in a better context. So that was my first kind of question. I was asking him if it's an audit. It's an audit.
Very long. Okay, do you have a second question? Or you're done?
No, I'm not finished. Okay. I've asked 3 questions today. So if I want to take a little bit longer to ask a question, I'll ask a question.
I'm just trying to find out, but there needs to be a question at the end.
There was a question to begin with, and then I was just kind of having a discussion.
Okay, let's continue on.
Okay, well, you're elongating this process, not me. So the question is...
I may ask you for an apology for that.
So you can...
Councillor Harris.
I so apologize.
Because that's uncalled for. I am trying to control this meeting.
I'm trying to ask a question here.
You can ask your question now.
So you can't appeal taxes, but you can appeal assessments.
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, that is correct.
Right. So the question that Councillor Macon was asking earlier, ultimately, it's more relevant for a taxpayer to be comfortable with the assessment, and that's what you try to do, is it not?
That is correct.
Good. Thank you.
You're good. Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. A series of questions, but I think most of them are very obvious, and I'm going to start with the easiest one first, Jeremy. I'm certain I know the answer to this, but I want public confirmation. The 1.5 million in assessment growth, that's new growth, not inflation growth, but new growth, completed growth in the last in the year, it's been a long day, in the last fiscal year.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, that is correct.
Thank you. Easy question, I know. Investment income, a significant change in terms of that account year over year. What rates, I'm just curious, what approximate rates are you using to do your calculation for 23?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I'm going to invite Mr. Clayton Northey up. He can
I think he just walked in, actually.
go into a little bit more details than I can.
And I don't need a ton of details, Clayton. looking for a bit of depth on this.
Through worship, we benchmark at about, we've actually increased our conservatism this year because of the huge increase in the fluctuations. The rate is, we benchmark at about 1% below what our projected rate is going to be. And I think that's, I'm going off memory here, it's either 3.5, our target rate is 3.5 or 3.25. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Close enough. Thank you. You mentioned this, Jeremy, and it twigged because I'd had this thought a few days ago. The new asset retirement obligation that you referred to GAP, or it's not just an accounting requirement. They might be driving the change, but really it's forcing the municipality, and I'm looking for confirmation, to actually come to grips with the retirement obligations in its future and start accounting for them so that they're not forgot about or ignored. Would that be a correct statement?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, yeah, that's exactly it.
Thank you. Now, I think we've got coming in the near future a review of our reserves and optimal balances, because I believe this asset retirement thing will help drive the need for a review of our reserve balances.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, yes, the plan right now with administration is to bring that to committee of the whole in January, and to start the discussion about the updates to that policy.
And it will talk about the need or potential need for a new reserve optimal balance, or a method to calculate an optimal balance?
Yes, through your worship to Councillor Kelly, all of the optimal balances for the reserves that have them are being reviewed right now and will be discussed with council.
Thank you. I have one more question, if I may, if I can wait. It's
You'll
up to
be
you.
done?
Pardon me?
And then you'll be done?
I think so.
Okay, go. And then I've got two more people.
I'll be done after this question if you'll allow me to continue. The proposed study for procurement, I think it may be more appropriately called an audit. And I get the point, but I hope that study or audit will help answer the question whether or not we should be changing or adding a procurement office or a procurement professional to our ranks. That would be part of what they're looking at.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, yes, exactly. That's one of the things that they'll be looking at, not only processes, but do we need any additional resources to meet the compliance and to do the best job we can in procurement.
Super, thank you.
Okay, I've got Councillor Nguyen and then Councillor Macon. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a small concern, and I'm sure you've thought of it, and we'll answer my question here to ease my mind. So, it was separation of assessment and tax notices. Doing this obviously opens up a larger period for people to ask questions, call in. In your report, it says that it will reduce the administrative work, and I get that. That hope, I guess, is how I see it. But this transition really could open up a challenge, create opportunities for many people to inquire and then increase the workload of your department. Like, have we thought of this and how it might be addressed if this does happen in the next year?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, so obviously with it being the initial year, we'll have to put out significant amount of communication to property owners, and we would start that probably at the late this year and into January. But in terms of additional work, we don't have any city staff assigned to assessment per se. Mm-hmm. These complaints and these calls they handled through the city, but they're referred right directly to the property assessor. So from their point of view, they actually would prefer this because then they deal with the assessments earlier, right after they finalize the assessment themselves. And so from administratively for city, it's really just administratively burdened to send these notices out because it duplicates the work essentially. We're doing two instead of one.
Okay, so it could increase the workload for the assessor then.
To the assessor?
Yes, right?
No, because it's a similar timelines in terms of the length of the inquiry process. It's just it would be done earlier in the year as opposed to later.
Right. Yeah, I understand that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Macon.
going to beat this one up a little bit more, if you don't mind. How many assessment disputes actually went as far as the Assessment Review Board for the City of Fort Saskatchewan last year?
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, so just off of the best memory that I have, they're primarily in the single digits. I would say between 5 to 10 annually. Mr. Kaiser might know have more clearer numbers than that.
If you'll allow me about 30 seconds, I did collect these statistics just last week, so bear with me. Okay, perfect. Paper saves the day. Okay, so Assessment Review Board statistics. Since 2018, we've actually only had one that resulted in a hearing. The remainder were resolved before it ever went before the ARB.
Okay. And it was almost rhetorical because I think I could have guessed that amount from being on CRAS, but I just wanted to confirm that I didn't have the wrong number. So I would say we don't have a problem with assessment complaints here, but I just want to make the comment, if you'll allow me, that I am concerned this will lead to, and maybe this is where Mr. Krim could make some comments. I'm concerned that this will lead to more complaints that might possibly not be necessary, because I know that you're saying property assessment is separate from tax assessment.
The form of a question.
Well, I'm asking if this would be something that we could ask Mr. Krim. I know that you're saying property assessment is separate from tax assessment, but I would argue people really only care about it as it relates to how it is going to affect their taxes, right? So I guess like being is that we have such a low amount of complaints based on our assessors, I'm just wondering if he feels like this is going to lead to more people complaining because they don't know the impact.
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, we'd be happy to take that back to Mr. Krim and get his response for that.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor Kelly.
Mayor Katcher, I do have a request for information on it, from additional information, but on a department that's already reported. So before we close today, would you allow me the time to make that request? That's all. Thank you.
Okay, just remind me before we get there. Okay, so it's 3:41. Thank you very much. I'm still going to do IT because Trevor is always very quick and very efficient. So, and he's been sitting here very patiently. Thank you for your presentation, Jeremy and Clayton and Trish. So I'll invite Trevor to come forward. And this will be the last one of the day, and then following this, we will have Mr. Dance just summarize what we flagged and thought about, and move on from there and go home. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Trevor Harder. This is my 9th year as Director of Information Technology and going on 25 years in the IT department. We have 11 FTE in IT and are located in what we refer to as the East Wing. I'm sure everybody knows where we are. Please refer to section 13 of your budget binder for the 2023 IT operating budget. IT provides effective management of technology to serve the city's needs. The department continuously works to provide hardware and software support, training and data security, and to develop innovative and sustainable technology solutions. Section 13-3 for the programs we manage. I'll focus on 2 of the more high priority programs, the first being corporate application support. This is the largest of the IT programs, making up approximately 40% of the IT budget. This program includes all the software maintenance, licensing, and support, of which we have upwards of 60 applications. Within this program, Microsoft Office 365 will continue to be a high priority in 2023. The cloud-based software offering provides collaboration and meeting management tools, defining a new level of efficiencies within the workplace. This is an incredibly resource-intensive project, which includes the organization of city network drive data and migration of that data to a SharePoint data repository. This will be done in conjunction with records management. The second program that is at the forefront of every municipality and continues to gain popularity across the world for the wrong reasons is the IT security and data management. In 2023, we'll continue to build on and enhance network security. The annual network security assessment will be completed, providing us with detailed security risk vulnerabilities within the network and how to mitigate that risk. The other area of focus and our best line of defense is the security education awareness training, consisting of self-driven web-based interface with user interaction. The service level for the training is currently 3 times per year. We have established a baseline and continue to measure the effectiveness of the training with fake phishing emails sent out to all users 2 times per year. A recent TELUS cybersecurity survey reported that 80% of municipalities have been a victim of an attempted ransomware attack. We are exploring options to mitigate risk with a managed response and detection solution to proactively eliminate potential cyber attacks before they access the network. We continue to see our IT security and data management program evolve with the annual investment. In October alone, security systems rejected 180,000 emails that were a potential cyber threat. That's well over 2 million emails blocked annually, making up 63% of all city email. We have one plan request, 12-0234, SharePoint document management, in the amount of $75,000 one-time funded from the Financial Stabilization and Contingency Reserve. As we continue to build an Office 365, the next phase of the project requires data migration from the network file folder system to the cloud-based Office 365 data repository called SharePoint. Files will be accessible from anywhere on any device. During this phase of the project, IT and records management administrator will work closely with departments to ensure the city data is managed according to legislative process before moving it to SharePoint. Only current active working data will move to SharePoint, while records management software, Laserfish, will continue to house permanent data. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions? Councillor Kelly?
Only because I see no other questions ahead of me, Trevor. You referenced the phishing emails. Do you let the individuals know that opened one that maybe ought not to? Do you confirm that has happened with the individuals involved so that they learn from the exercise?
Through your worship, to Councillor Kelly, we do. We'll be in touch with users.
Not with me. I haven't ever done it.
Yeah. we do contact them and make sure that it's an educational experience that they understand.
Great. Yeah. And now this is, and I wonder if other councillors get this email. It shows up on my phone twice a week from a Kate Potter. Everybody get that?
No.
Seriously?
Yeah. No.
You're special. Well, it goes to the non-focus line, and it is always in reference to a quote for a caterer or a quote for something else. I think the most recent one was psychology. Maybe she knows me. I don't know. Could I ask a favor of you then? Because I've never reported it. Could you please check on that? And I've never opened one. I'd like to block that thing off because I see it like 10 times a month at least.
So it comes on your phone into your email?
It comes into my email. I see it on my phone, and I just squirt it, delete it immediately, or archive it immediately. But it comes regularly. Kate Potter.
Okay. Can I ask you to just send that to Help Desk?
I'm going to give it to you. You send it. That way, if you mess it up, it's your problem. Okay.
Okay. I certainly will.
So after the meeting, you can just talk to him.
I will do that. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. I think the question is, what does he do when he gets these that he doesn't know what to do with? Yes. As I've told my husband, if you don't know who it is, swipe to the left. Okay. Just swipe to the left. All right.
On that point, I don't get a Cape Potter, but I see lots of procurement related things or people saying, you want to be our representative. And so those do come through to the city, but I delete those all the time. So in the form of a question, is that common?
To
Your
you,
worship,
Trevor.
to Councillor Harris, it is common. There's going to be all sorts of emails that do come through. I would suggest that you send them to the help desk if you get one that you don't want to just delete it and you keep getting them. Send it to the help desk and we can take a look. If we can go into the system and set rules that we'll be able to block it from that point.
Good point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good, thank you. And thank you for all you do in keeping our technology safe. I'm going to say that. Your security tests you send out to us, they just keep me on my pins and needles for always swipe to the left if you don't know. So you are good, you are done, and you win the award for 8 minutes.
Thank you.
I knew you would. All right, thank you. So with that, I'm going to have John Dance take us away and summarize the day. Oh, sorry. Yes, there's one more flag. You had indicated on a previous one.
Thank you, because I'd already forgotten. Could I ask administration to include in their request some detailed information on 2 programs? It's the to do with the rentals, theater performing arts or theater rentals at the Dow, and the second program is the performing arts series. I've referenced those in comments for the last several years. I still don't understand how it is that those 2 programs seem to cost as much as they do, and I'd like council to see some detail on it if possible so that we can better understand it and or question it.
Okay, so he's just asking for information to have that summarized and brought back.
Yes.
Just to Councillor Kelly, is this pertinent to need before the end of budget deliberations, or yes? Okay.
If you would, please, because I'd like to anyway, you get the drift.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Dance, let's end the day.
Let's end the day. First off, thanks to council and administration. I think this is my 7th budget, and this is as far as we've gotten on day 1 before. So the efficiency of the presentations and the questions and the responses are admirable. So we will pick up on Monday morning. Maybe I'll go forward before going backwards. We'll pick up on Monday morning at 9 o'clock, and the first 3 items are the library, Heartland Housing, and the Transit Commission, each time specific, 9, 9:30, and 10 o'clock. And then we will resume with people services, corporate communications, ledge services, senior leadership, elected officials. That ends the departmental presentations, then move into community grants, utilities, and financial reserves. So there's a little bit left, but we're well on our way.
Okay, and then on day 3 will be the flagged items then?
Day 3, yeah. Likely, I would think, knowing the community groups presentations, we're probably going to take the majority of the day for those plus the remaining departments on the Monday. So we always look at day 1, day 2 as presentations, and day 3, day 4 if required for deliberations. So I won't go through in great detail the flagged items, but we do have 10 flagged items, and I'll just kind of touch on just as a reminder for council, because 9 o'clock this morning seems like a long time ago. Flag 1 was the River Valley Master Plan. Flag 2 is the capital item, Veterans Way and Pedestrian Crossing. Flag 3 and 4 were both user fees. Flag 3 was user fees for cemetery plot, and Flag 4 was lot grading user fee. Flag 5, the Urban Agricultural Master Plan. Flag 6, economic development fees for resident business license. Flag 7 was a capital item, the city entrance signs. Flag 8 we referred to as a flag, and it was Councillor Makin's and the statutory holiday closure of recreation facilities. Flag 9 was the Truth and Reconciliation. Flag 10 was the Diversity and Inclusion and Mental Health Coordinator position. and that would be the 10th. We're also dealing with 11 information requests, and we'll endeavor to start working on those tomorrow, and hopefully we'll get a lot done before the weekend, and if things have to linger a little further, it'll be early next week, but we'll endeavor to get as much done as we can for prior to the weekend.
Excellent. Thank you all for your time today. Very efficient. And thank you for everybody for keeping it mostly to clarifying questions. So with that, it is 3:54 and I will declare we are adjourned. Thank you.